Hello.
Hello, hello. How you doing?
What's up, Astral? Good.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been very quiet here. So yeah, no one seems to be able to sort of say anything at the moment.
That's okay. It happens sometimes. 24/7. You know. But where are you from, man? Are you in Australia?
And
Astral.
your audio is a bit dropping out. Can you say that again?
Can you hear me? Is it still good? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
No, it's not really that much better. I can only get yeah. I would say your audio is. I can't understand.
Is it? I don't know if it's on my end or not. Let me see. I'm gonna check on the live stream.
Yeah, that's a bit better now. I can understand you now.
Oh, okay. Oh, Capybara said my audio is perfect. So it's got to be your internet connection or something.
Probably or something.
Where are you at, man?
Sorry.
Like where are you? What country?
Now you're
Hello?
still dropping out a bit.
Oh. Um. Yeah. Where are you from, man?
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to
I hear you.
ascertain sort of what you're saying.
Okay. You probably got to give Discord a refresh. So watch this. Hit Control R. And you'll come back in. It'll refresh it.
Yeah, it's sort of like still difficult, my end.
Gotcha. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you in little bits, sort of like it's about 3/4 there.
Okay. This is what I want you to do. On your keyboard, hit Control R.
Yeah, well, I don't have that.
Are you on a phone?
No, I'm on a tablet.
Oh, tablet. Gotcha. Yeah, you might. It's probably your Wi-Fi signal. I would. It's maybe because you're too far from your signal, maybe, or you got some people watching some stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, your audio is barely making it. I can hear you some of the time, and some of the time I can't hear you at all.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Let's see here.
It would sound like to me that your bandwidth is sort of like very low, and it's sort of causing like dropouts, and I can hear you fine sort of some of the time, and other times it's very difficult.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Capybara says my audio's good.
Yeah, it's definitely a bandwidth issue because it's like it's sort of like it's like a robot voice.
Oh, what? Close out of some programs in the background. Close out of all the background stuff.
Yeah, it's still difficult to sort of like understand it. I think I know what you're saying, sort of like half of it, but it would be sort of like guessing.
Yeah, look in the live stream. look at the voice text.
Yeah. Yeah. What you're using, like a mobile connection?
No, I'm on a computer.
Okay. Well, I don't really know what to say then. So, like, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Here,
Yes, I got that.
I'm gonna message you. Can you hear me still?
I can hear you some of the time.
Okay. Close your background apps.
Yeah, it's sort of,
Close
it's
your
like,
close your background apps.
yeah, it's like very difficult to understand what you're saying. I can get sort of some of it. I can sort of like sometimes sort of like you say a couple of words and it comes in fine, and sort of like you say sort of like a few more words and it's totally dropped out.
Um, you see the message I sent you?
Yeah, it's very difficult.
DM, uh, DMs. Check your messages. Your messages. Messages. Messages.
I don't know whether you could sort of like break the connection and come back in. Maybe that would cure it.
Yeah. Close. You could try that too. Close your background apps. Restart your tablet. I wish I look in the text. Look in the text. Look in the text. Look in the text if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Look in
can
the text.
restart my um I can restart and come back in sort of like a few
Uh,
minutes time.
yeah, close all your background apps. Everything but Discord.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah, let me do that and I'll come back in a while.
for sure. Let's see. Anyone else awake or can't talk? Probably not. Hmm. Hello. Welcome back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is it clear?
It's it's a lot better.
A lot better. Okay. Um, and you have no background apps on?
I shut everything down as sort of like all the screens. I shut them all down.
Okay, good. Um, and then do you have anyone else on your Wi-Fi?
Say that again.
Do you have do you have anyone else on your connection on your Wi-Fi on your internet?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let me see here. What kind of tablet are you on? I'll give you some tips. See if we can get this connection good, because then I don't want to have to keep repeating and stuff like that. But do I sound okay for now? I guess.
It's just about okay. I can sort of I can sort of understand you. It's not like the perfect audio, but yeah, I can get sort of like what you're saying.
Okay. Am I on max volume?
I don't know how to turn it up.
The buttons on the side.
Yeah, but it's okay.
For sure. Where are you from, man?
I'm from the UK.
UK. Ah, gotcha. So it's
Yeah,
time
sort
is
of like
it?
fish on the week.
Like 2 o'clock for you? It's like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock for you almost.
Yeah, let me have a look what time it is. It's 11:42 here.
11:42. Gotcha. Um, yeah. What's going on? How long of Oh, you've been in the server for a long time.
How long have I been here then?
It says 4 years almost.
4
3 years.
years.
Yeah, four
Yeah,
years. Hey, what's
I
up,
don't often come
ATK?
here, really.
Oh, sorry, Astral. What'd you say?
Yeah, I just sort of like had nothing to do, so I thought I don't really use Discord that much. I used to use it quite a lot, but like nowadays I'm on Telegram and stuff.
Right. Well, here, real quick, we got ATK in here. You got to get VC verified. Um, let's see if I can get somebody to help check you in. Can anyone help check him in? Ether, are you alive? Yeah, just bear with me,
Yeah,
ATK.
can you say that again?
I'm talking to ATK, trying to tell him to hold up real quick. I'm gonna see if I can get a mod to VC verify him. Oh, there you are. Okay. So what I want you to do, ATK, if you can hear me, is do the @ symbol mod ping and just say I need somebody to help check me in.
Oh, you want someone to help check you in?
No, not me. ATK. No. It's gonna be purple.
Okay, well,
Is there
yeah,
anybody able to wait? Let's
can I
see.
leave that with you?
There you go. What was that?
I just said there was a couple of people who wanted to be sort of like voice chatted in, and I looked at the voice chat and there was a couple of people there, and now they disappeared. So I assume that they've been checked in.
No, they gotta do VC verified. Let's
Okay.
see. Let's see here. So what I want you to do, ATK, is go into the VC check-in. I'll be back, Astral.
Hello, is there anybody sort of left in here? I can talk about any subject that you can think of. Um, yeah, does anybody want to discuss their journey or whatever they want to do?
Back. Hopefully, Astral has fixed his mic problem. I mean,
Yeah, I did notice you was in the VC chat. Yeah, you was in the yeah, like the sign-in stuff.
how do we sound?
You sound a lot better now.
What about Root?
Roots,
Mic check. Mic check. Check, check, check.
yeah, you're fine.
All right.
If the
So,
Earth is round, spinning on an axis, when I leave ground, it should move my location around. Coriolis should be taken account. Sorry.
don't be
Just
sorry. Is that new lyrics or old lyrics?
it's on it's part of Kembo's song.
Ooh,
If you account for the lack of amount of motion detected when you take flight, no experiment you can cite, the atmos is airtight. Sorry, I did it again.
it's pretty good. So, Astro, how long have you been in the server? 4 years. What was
About
your
4
first?
years.
What was your first like epiphanic moment where you're like, it is flat?
Well, I came across sort of like 2000, sorry, 200, sort of like things to do with the flat Earth. I think I watched a third of it in, and then I paused it and I thought, yeah, the Earth is flat. Don't need to
Yeah,
sort of like convince me
the 200
anymore.
proofs.
Yeah, the 200
The Earth is not a globe. Okay, gotcha.
and I didn't have to be sort of like convinced anymore. I think I was convinced that the Earth is not a globe. Then I looked into flat Earth and I thought, well, I don't think that the flat Earth model is completely correct.
There isn't actually a model though. I wouldn't say that flat Earth have a model.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they do. That is a problem.
No, it's not. It's not heliocentrics. They don't have a model, a working model either. Just saying.
Yeah, you're good. It's no problem, but yeah, we don't need a model.
No,
Right.
we don't need them.
Right.
All you can say is that the globe model is wrong, and so like we are working on it.
The globe model is wrong,
Right.
and reality is reality.
I can tell you, sort of like, I've done a lot of maths and sort of like studies in this, and I say that I say to people, if you got like a snooker table and you got the snooker balls on the table, and you put that snooker table on a rotating sort of like platform, where do the snooker balls end up? Of course, they would end up on sort of like one edge, or they could end up on sort of like two edges.
Because of
depending on where the ball, yeah,
centrifugal
depending on where the
force.
ball, yeah, started. And people say that makes sense. If you're sort of like rotating a snooker table and it's going round and round and round, then the balls should go onto one edge. But they forget that the Earth is rotating round and round, so why aren't the balls going to one edge? Doesn't happen.
Well, they would argue gravity is stopping that.
Right. I was about
Well,
to say that.
yeah, they would argue that, and if you don't, yes, sort of like it. If the Earth is spinning, there should be a force which should send the snooker balls not to one edge.
Yeah,
That is
centrifugal force.
Right.
Yeah.
The centrifugal force is not as high as gravity. I think it's sort of like a fraction of gravity. It's probably about sort of like 0.13 of gravity.
Okay.
There, if gravity is 9, then the centrifugal force is about sort of like 0.13. So that effect should still be there, but we've never seen it.
When you say gravity is 9, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, the downward force
Mm-hmm.
it is sort of like 9.8 grams, sort of like per second.
Hold on.
Okay.
You want about the constant downward acceleration meters per second? I can't
Yeah,
remember what the formula is. 9 meters per second or something. Hold on. Let's Google
yeah.
it.
So we got a downward force that's caused by gravity, and if the Earth is spinning, then we got a centrifugal force which sends everything out sideways. Now, the maximum sideways force comes when you got an angle of 45 degrees. So, if you was at the North Pole, then you wouldn't be sort of like spinning the actual velocity of what you're spinning is sort of like very low. So the sideways force would be non-existent. If you was at the equator, the sideways force would be opposing gravity in the opposite direction, so you wouldn't see it. The only time you see it is when you're between some sort of latitude between the North Pole and the equator. And at 45 degrees, you would see a force of, and I did the calculation, it was 0.13 grams per second squared.
Mm. And what was your experiment? What did it show?
Yeah, the maths showed that there's a sideways force at a 45 degrees angle to the Earth, sort of like between the North Pole and the equator. If you was at 45 degrees, the gravitational force due to the centrifugal force of the rotation of the Earth would be 0.13 grams per second squared. This would mean that if you had a snooker table at that location, all the balls would be going onto one edge, but it never happens. This proves that the Earth is not spinning.
Oh, a snooker table. Billiards. I was like, what the hell is a snooker table?
What, you don't know? You don't call it snooker?
No, we call it a
Yes,
pool table.
billiards.
or billiards.
Oh, pool table, yeah, in the US it's called a pool table. Sorry.
Yeah, bloody Yanks.
Now it makes more sense. Gotcha.
But you're
Yeah,
I was just going to say you're perfectly
it's
right,
not,
Astro. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, it's not a hard calculation to do. It's a bit sort of like the harder thing is converting all the units to one thing. You've got the size of the Earth, which is in miles. You've got other units, which is in meters, and you've got all these things in sort of like things. You have to sort of like convert all the things to one sort of like a standard length. And if you sort of like, if you do that and you do the calculation, which I've done, then it comes out at about sort of like, yeah, the sideways force would be sort of like 0.13 grams per second squared.
Right.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot. I was like, what the hell is a snooker table? Oh my god, that's a pool table. I had to look it up. So, what made you use a snooker table? Do you play pool?
Yeah, I mean, in the UK, it's normally sort of like snooker championships, and yeah, we use the word sort of like snooker. Sort of like in the US, it's pool table, but it's a different game. It's sort of like when you play pool, it's a game. When you play snooker, it's a different game.
So, do you play or no?
I have played in the past, but I haven't played for a little while.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. That's cool, man. So there was that, and that was your big epiphanic moment, right?
No, that wasn't my epiphany moment. That was sort of like when I decided to do a bit of maths, and sort of like people were saying that the Earth is spinning, and I said, no. This was sort of like about, I don't know, sort of like maybe 1 or 2 years later.
Gotcha. So what made you get into flat Earth, though? Like, was it a friend or just you're just curious?
No, I just came across the video. I just came across the video, sort of like out the bay, sort of like 200 flat Earth proofs, and I was watching it, and he was going on about the lighthouses and all these sort of like structures, and you can see them. And I thought, yeah, that makes sense. Because, yeah, in the 1970s, I went on holiday to the Isle of Wight, which is off the south coast of England, and I was standing on the beach there, and sort of like a ship pulled in, and it was called the QE2, which is one of the longest ships in the world, and it pulled into Southampton. Now, Southampton from the Isle of Wight is about 17 miles. Now, I could see with my eyes, unaided, the ship 17 miles away.
Wow, that's pretty cool, actually. So I didn't live near water either. Oh, so go ahead.
Yeah, and because sort of like it was going along the coast, and it had all the lights going along, sort of like along the ship, and you could see the ship, and all the lights, because it's extremely sort of like, it's about 1,000 foot long, the ship. So it's
Wow.
pretty big. And yeah, it was travelling on the coast, and when it pulled into Southampton, of course, it had to turn its angle. And so like when it turned its angle, I was seeing it from the front, and at that point, it disappeared.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Because it's only at the front side, it was only about 100 foot across. And of course, there's probably no lights on that end. I mean, there might have been a few lights, but still, like, all the windows were lit up. Where it was broadside, and you could see it. And at the moment, it was turning into Southampton Docks, and it disappeared.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I think I was in like Del Coronado Beach, like on vacation, and I always wondered why I could see all the Navy ships out to sea because they were so far away. They were kind of like by Catalina, or not Catalina. I can't remember what island it's called, but when you're on Del Coronado in San Diego, it's like you go over this like little bridge, and it's like it's not too far away from San Diego, but like that's where all these like Navy ships hang out, and like you can just see all of them hanging out on the horizon. Some of them are just like 20 miles away, 10 miles, like 10 miles, 10 to 20 miles away, and it's just you totally see the whole ships going in and out. And it's it didn't hit me, when I was a kid seeing that, but looking back in hindsight, it's like, yeah, I should not have been able to see that, but I need to go back to a beach, man. That'd be nice. A little vacation, little flat Earth experimentation.
I remember the first time I saw the long distances and I was like, oh my God, the Earth must be flat. Then I heard someone say it's refraction. And the first thought I had was, oh, I'm dumb. It's refraction. And then
Wow.
maybe 3 months later, so I ignored flat Earth. I was like, no, I don't want to know about this. This is obviously refraction. And then 3 months later, I saw another observation and I was looking in the comments and someone said, what type of refraction is this? And I was like, oh, I don't know whether this is refraction. I just took that as gospel. And there are different types of refraction. So then I looked up all the different types of refraction. I was like, oh, fuck, refraction can't do this. What? Loom something that is hidden behind a physical Earth curve, loom that up, back up into a completely flat plane that matches your natural fucking eyes. I was like, it just took me 6 months to kind of really get that refraction argument.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I couldn't figure out what refraction, and so that's why I always ask now when they say, oh, it's refraction. Well, what refraction can do this behavior,
Gotcha.
None.
So that's what drove you to go deeper into it? I don't think you ever actually told me your story, Root. Actually.
No, I don't think I have actually. I heard about flat Earth by being a, just like researcher, but I just couldn't understand it. Like it was just way beyond me. I just couldn't see how this could even be a possibility, so I ignored it. But then I got to a party. So flat Earth was like not even like a consideration for me. So I went to my grandfather's funeral, and I've got some deep family members, and we're standing outside in the back, smoking with the big boys. And one of the uncles turned around and he said, "So, oh, you like to research? You like to read? So, do you know the Earth's flat?" And I was like, "Ha ha, very funny."
Your uncle?
Yeah, my uncle. And then he looked at his son, my cousin, and went, "Go on, Negus, tell him." So then my cousin started telling me about. I remember he was telling me all these flat Earth proofs, and I remember he was telling me about the pilots don't have to nose down, and I was so like adamant that they did. And he was like, "You're not fucking listening, bro. They don't nose down." So I was like, right, I'm going to go and prove that. He got really serious with me and he goes, "I'm fucking sick of you. You're not listening. You're nodding along, but you're not fucking listening." He says, "The Earth's fucking flat because of X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, shit, okay, I better listen. So I went home and I was like, I'm going to prove this loudmouth wrong. And then I realized, holy fuck, I'm such a fucking idiot.
That shit's weird. Like, why?
Yeah. But I got to experience, the cognitive dissonance that a glober would, the arrogance, the assumption that they're wrong, the assumption that you think you've seen it all or you've read enough, you know what I mean? And it's like kind of broke through a few of my own fucking arrogances, but yeah, it was a family member that got me.
Yeah. I know. Whatever. Right.
That's exactly how I was. Like, yeah, of course, the Earth's flat. Yeah. So, but yeah, he was like, shut the fuck up and listen. It's like,
Ah.
oh, okay, big cuz, and he's an intimidating motherfucker as well, bro. Like, if you put it on you, anybody, they listen. You know what I mean?
So your uncle and your cousin, so his son.
Yep. They were the first flat earthers that I ever met.
That's lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. And they just left enough information with me to go and challenge them. You know, they gave me that challenge to prove them wrong. And yeah, I just day by day, I started to realize, oh my God, no matter what I do, I cannot scientifically go back to him and show him evidence of proof of a globe. And I melted. I remember melting in my chair. And I hit my knees, bro. I hit my knees on the floor and I went, why?
Really?
Yeah. I went, why? Why can't I find the evidence?
That's
And then I
crazy.
spoke to my dad, and then that's when I started speaking to everybody. But I was like, oh, this is an interesting subject. And after a bit, everyone's like, oh, you stop with that flat Earth shit and stop with that alien shit. And then I started realizing, oh shit, it's not just a fun topic; it's a trigger. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, in sort of like 2019, sort of like one of the first sort of like flat Earth conferences was held, sort of like in the UK, and I went along to that, and
Wow.
yeah, there was interesting sort of like conversations.
When was this?
Yeah,
Sorry, 2000 and what?
2019. I think
Yeah,
we had some speakers. I think we had Paul on the plane there, and a
yeah.
few others.
You said what, Astral?
So yeah, we had a speaker. That was Paul on the plane. I don't know if you know him.
I do. Yeah,
Paul the plane? What is it? Who?
Paul on the plane.
Paul the plane. Okay. Cool. I've never been to a flat Earth conference. I didn't even know they existed today. Or well, 2020 anyway.
Yeah. There's the biggest one is in America called Flattoberfest.
Oh really?
Like, yeah, everybody in America goes to that one, dude. In
Where?
fact, if I had the money,
It's
I'd
gonna be in
fucking
Vegas,
fly.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Someone told me about that. Oh, dude, I might go and just like.
I'm jealous. I wish I could come and meet you guys up there. I'd love that.
Well, who's going in here? We can meet up. That'd be tight.
I bet loads are, mate. I bet loads are.
That'd be tight, bro. I wonder how much it is.
Do you follow the Melodrome on YouTube?
No.
That's a real cool fucking podcast, man. I think they run Oktoberfest, the Melodrome.
Melodrome? Okay.
Yeah, it's
What
a
is
real cool podcast, and they make music as well. They're rappers, but they're also truthers. But they're like super sociable, and they know all the flat earthers, and they have loads of guests on. But they just like jam for 3 hours, and they'll be playing hip hop music. It's a pretty cool show.
So like it's just is it so they're running the conference but it's like is it like a group of people that talk about flat earth or
No, I think they just put on. I think they're the organisers of the event, but they just put on like I don't know in the US, but in the UK we have like, you might have the clothes show, the BBC Good Food show, and then next week it'll be the Flat Earth show where they'll invite all of the flat earthers down, like your mum was just saying, they'll have some people will speak, and then they'll have stalls with flat Earth businesses, and just a meet-up place really with music and shit. All the artists will be flat earthers, pretty cool.
so there are a bunch of flat earth the Melodrome? Is that it?
Yeah, let me see if I can find you a link. That's the name of their show, but I don't know if that's the name of their channel. Let me see if I can find them.
Melodrome topic.
Well, if you type it in YouTube, they're not going to come up, bro. You have to be sent the link. Let me have a look. I can't remember what they're called, but they're real cool guys, man.
Man, I wish we had someone that could, put in the bot or something.
What now? In here?
Yeah. Or do you have access?
What, you sick of hearing my voice?
No. I'm just saying, do you have access? Because like for clips and stuff, or like, because I want to hear some,
Oh, right. Yes, you mean to queue up clips that you can post? No.
Yeah.
I'd love that access. CB seems to be the guy for that, for clips.
Right.
I think you need to have the bot
And
DJ.
it's
need
no
to have-
wonder though. I mean, CB does it great.
He does. I love his little shows he does. People need to get involved more, man, but I think it's because he's very confident that a lot of people just let him crack on with it.
Well, I
But I
mean,
love the show.
Well,
it could be
I
more people involved. Oh, go ahead, Astral.
I put in, I put into the chat sort of like the
Which chat?
Apollo patch. This is like the chat to here. The live stream sort of like chat, and
Which
I put
one?
in the here. It's called oh yeah, I've sort of like lost it now, but yeah, it's here anyway. Let me try and find it.
It's so hard to find your flat earth links when you need them because you just can't type these things into YouTube. You've got to go and find your history or your saved links. So annoying.
I know.
Like I can't find that channel and they always pop up. But when I want them, I just can't find them.
So Melodrome. Oh, flat. Let me see if I can find Flacktoberfest. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, I'm looking through all of my subscriptions. I've got hundreds of subscriptions.
Oh, yeah, I've found what it is, and it's called the live stream voice text.
Oh yeah. We use that
And
all
I
the
put
time.
in there. Yeah, I put in the
God. 200
Apollo patch.
It's pretty expensive.
If you
What
just sort of like scroll up very slightly, and I put my sort of like interpretation of how we got to the moon.
Yeah. I'll have a look in a minute. I'm
Yeah.
just looking for this channel. 4 Beasticles.
I know.
I think it's the. I've got like 100 channels with the. I follow some dodgy channels, man. I didn't even know I followed some of these.
Clean house.
I do. I need to. Oh fuck! I tell you what I'll do, bro. When they pop up and go live next, I'll just send
I
you a
got
link.
it. I found it.
You found them, and there's.
Trolls versus Trolls.
I don't know. Let me.
Melodrama. Flat Earth Melodrama Mondays.
Probably, and there's a DJ booth there, and the guys all look like, just like hippie and that and cool, or whatever.
Oh, what the heck did I find?
Yeah, I don't think that's the right channel.
Here, check this out. I'm just gonna show you real quick. Oh, you hot mic'd whatever you were doing.
Yeah, I'm just making a noise.
Oh. Is it this?
Oh wow! I found an old YouTube channel called Secret Key Activator, and it was such a good channel. And the guy just disappeared off the face of the earth. You ever heard of that channel, Secret Key Activator?
Mm-mm.
Man, it was so ahead of its time, bro. It was predicting shit like 15 years ago. Sorry, I'm digressing here.
You good? Is it this one? This is weird though.
Right, I'm not on. Let me go back to.
I sent you a
Discord.
message. Yeah.
Right, is that the boys I'm talking about? Visit site. No, it's that. No. That looks like a real. But this is a Globus channel.
Is it?
Flat Earth, rest in peace. Flat Earth, rest in peace, Lord Stephen Christ. He's a concave earther. Flat Earth, domestic violence. Yeah, this is a troll. Oh, there's Witsit on this channel. Witsit gets it versus M Stone, who is a troll. Wow, this is an interesting channel you found, bro.
I don't know how I found it. I just DuckDuckGo'd it.
Oh. No, but they've got Arwin on here.
Oh.
I think they've had the Melodrome boys on here before, and because of the censorship, they're coming up on this, but they're not coming up on their own channel. Do you know what I
These
mean?
guys literally get paid to troll. Or not paid, but they just come to troll.
Yeah.
Who's that? This is wild. Okay.
Oh, I can't find them now, but I will say as soon as I see them go live, I'll send you a link because they're a good jam, man. They do like 3-hour podcasts, bit long, but the last hour is usually just hip hop music, and a lot of the time it's flat Earth music. So it's pretty cool to find new tracks and that.
Melodrama Mondays?
I think it's called the Melodrome or the Melodome. They have a show called the Melodome or the Melodrome. See there, I should really go back to looking for it.
Melodime?
I've got too many subscriptions.
Ah. Let me try this. So they're not a music band, are they?
They're not a music band. They're a flat Earth podcast. I can't remember what the name of the channel is, but it might be Melodrome or Melodome. But that's the name of their show.
Podcast. Meloinu? No.
Find it. I'm gonna find it now. No fucking about. All right.
I should teach you some tricks.
I'm really bad at this, at searching.
I noticed.
I don't know how I find any truth. No, you know what it
Road
is?
deep, bro.
I'm actually a good researcher, but I'm not a very good multitasker. That's what it is.
Well, work and stuff. Well, do you have two screens?
I do, but I'm on my work computer, so I have a whole heap of spreadsheets open and all sorts of shit I'm trying to work around.
Rave, if you can.
Yeah, I get myself into a mess. I'm a real big multitasker, so I'm always at capacity.
Alt tab, right? You know Alt tab, right?
Yeah. I've got like 50 tabs open now, bro.
In the same window, though?
Well, probably like
What?
10 on about 5 windows,
Ah.
10 tabs on each.
Oh, jeez.
It's just lazy, but it's not lazy at the same time because half of this stuff I'm working through and I'm working on, and I kind of leave it there to remind me as well to go back to it.
So what you could do, I don't know if you knew this, but like you have a minimized window, right? And you just scroll to the right or left. Just hold shift.
Scroll to the right, hold shift.
No,
Shift.
Like if you have a scroll wheel, right? And you can't see the full page. To scroll the bottom bar, you just hold shift while you're scroll wheeling.
Oh yeah. I know that, yeah.
And then like
I'm not that bad.
key. Okay. All right. Just making sure.
No, I'm not that bad. Yeah.
Windows key, shift, and an arrow puts it on the different screen for you, whatever window you're on.
Okay, yeah. I kind of knew that, but I don't use it.
See, I use it like when I can't like switch game screen, but yeah, it's mostly for games, I guess. When you're in full screen, but okay, I'm gonna find this.
I'm still scrolling. I'm at G. Thinking, have I got the fucking name of the channel wrong? And Melodrome is just the show or one of the videos that they do.
It's so weird. There's so much garbage out here.
Yeah, I did a quick search, but I couldn't come up with anything sort of like on the Melodrama.
Anyway, this is taking too much energy out of the room now. I've got 3 people on it.
Oh, we have something to do.
Yeah, it's sort of like try Oktoberfest.
Yeah. They're always talking about Oktoberfest. Hold on then. So I'm gonna find it. Oh, did you guys ever know of a guy called Mag Truth on the Run?
No.
The Mag. It's the Mag. Oh my god, he's like the old school truther who used to get banned every week and he'd make a new channel. Mag Truth on the Run, and he was just he was funny as fuck.
Mag Bitter Truth?
Yeah, he's got like 50 channels. He always makes a new mag. I'm sorry, he always makes a new channel, something with mag in. He's a flat earther, but he's ruthless, bro. He gets banned every month and he makes a new channel. And he'd be like, it's the mag, motherfuckers. I'm back for the red pill. Yeah, Mellow, I found it, motherfucker. Mellow Dome is the name of the channel.
Mellow Dome channel.
All one word, mellowdome.live. Welcome to the Mellow Dome. You guys should have been able to find that. That's how censored we are. Right, I'll send the link to the channel in the VC voice text. They're just a good bunch. They make music.
I don't even see it.
It's crazy, isn't it? How you can't find it. I'm going to have to send you the link. Right, in the live stream voice text. I think these are either the organisers of Oktoberfest or one of the higher ups.
Melodome 420. That's
Yeah.
crazy. And there's other Melodomes too.
I know. It's crazy that you couldn't find them because, it's not that many channels called Melodome. But yeah.
Jeranism? Who's Jeranism?
Jeren.
Who's Jeren?
You don't know Jeren from Jeranism?
Mm-mm.
Really, really old school flat earther. He's got a lot of beef with FED. He's part of Globebusters, Jeren. In fact, now Bob's dead. He's one of the main guys. He's probably the main guy of Globebusters now.
Why is he? What do you do?
Oh, did you say Bob's dead?
Yeah, Bob Nodell died.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. A few years ago.
Still can't find it. I was just
Bro,
seeing.
I sent you the link.
Right? No, I know.
Oh, but you tried to search it again.
I was just trying to see, what the heck?
Yeah, these boys, they smoke, they sit there, they light up the spliffs, they play the music, and then between about 4 or 5 of them, they dive deep. But they just call them.
I put 1L. Let's see. Oh, it popped right up.
Yeah, they don't help you though to find it, do they, anymore?
I should have probably asked you how to spell it. Oh, and I didn't have a W in there either. Yeah, let's see. All right, YouTube. You're not that shadow banned. All right, God.
They are shadow banned because they should have come up. They should have guessed that you were looking for Mellow Dome. There's not many channels called that.
True. Oh yeah, they go a little deep. Oh, small viewership. All right.
It's a good channel. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a really cool channel. Always on point, and they're always on top of the community. They know exactly what's going on. They know everybody. They're just like them cool guys that everybody likes. They're like the Kembo of this room.
Dude, this is a crazy experiment they're doing. Ocean currents on Earth.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm listening to their podcasts, I'm like, yo, that's like us lot on a night sesh. It's just like us lot.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, have a look at the sort of like the Apollo patch that I put in, and sort of I can read you my comments that I put on the Apollo patch.
Apollo patch.
Yeah, yeah, it's in the live stream voice text. Yeah,
Okay.
just sort of scroll up a little bit, and you can see.
Yep, sorry. This Magic House Treat Note Astro K. I'm looking for your post in the live stream voice text, and I see. Okay, Apollo, NASA. Are you on about this image? Tree House Adult
Yeah,
Annex. Okay. I
yeah.
didn't know what it was. I didn't know what you posted.
So that is one of the Apollo patches, and you can see that the Earth, and
Yeah,
it goes to the moon, but it
yeah.
doesn't go directly to the moon. It goes through
The
Orion.
backside.
Why would they go through Orion?
Orion.
And I
Yeah,
put
yeah.
Earth to the moon is by the Stargate. Like the big A is Astral.
Hmm?
Apollo is the flight controller.
Apollo is
Orion,
what?
Apollo is the flight
Apollo,
control.
Flight controller.
Apollo is the flight controller.
Right.
Wait, what do you
Orion is
mean?
the Stargate. So, how they got to the moon? They astral travelled it.
No,
What
but
moon? What moon? You on about the light in the sky?
Yeah, the moon in the sky.
How they got there? They didn't go there,
They never got there physically.
right?
no.
Yeah,
Oh, they never got
they
there.
astral projected,
Mm,
and that's how they got.
maybe. That's an interesting patch, though. But
So where's
what do you mean
yeah,
Apollo is the flight controller? That's what I'm confused.
like the spaceship you're on about, aren't you?
No,
Well,
no, no. I see Earth to the moon
not
is
really.
via the Stargate. A is Astral. I see the Orion's belt lines going through. I could see that right there. But you said Apollo is the flight controller, like the letters Apollo. Is that what you mean?
Apollo, you have to have some sort of like guidance. Apollo was a god in the old realm, so they had to get sort of like they had to get sort of like experience from the gods, sort of like to know how to get to like the moon through old technologies, perhaps, to get to the moon via astral travel.
Hmm. I don't think they ever got to the moon, though. I don't think.
Yeah, I'm going to challenge you on this. What makes you so sure you can get to the moon in astral travel? Never mind. I know you're not saying physically, but what makes you so sure that the moon can be visited in the astral plane?
Because I know people who have done it.
No, come on.
Yeah, I know people who have done it, and yeah, they did like an astral projection to the moon, and they sort of like the trouble with going to the moon is that they got sort of like psychic blocks and everything. They got sort of like they got sort of like gatekeepers, and they don't want you to go to the moon.
Astro K,
And
I astral projected to Saturn. Prove me wrong. Do you know anyone who
I
went to
don't know.
Saturn? Because I did. I did. I astral projected there. There was some gatekeepers there too. I used the secret keyword and they let me in. And I've been around the whole of Saturn. Would you like me to tell you about it?
Yeah, did you meet the gatekeepers? Yeah, and what did they do? So like, what did they do?
I did. They reminded me of grey aliens, but they were a bit shadowy, very tall, very slender. I mean, look, I'm obviously bullshitting, but I'm trying to sort of figure out where you're, how much would you believe if I told you these things, and how much would you take as truth? And would this become a story that someone who astral projected to Saturn?
I don't really know. I mean, you have to describe what you see, and I have to take on the sort of like the events that you're telling me, and I have to sort of like decide whether it makes sort of like sense or not. Sense or no sense? Yes,
But the
that makes
globe
sense.
model, the globe model makes sense. But how did we disprove the globe model? Well, we needed some proof. We needed some evidence rather than just, you know what I mean. I'm not trying to attack you or knock you back on what you've said about astral projection. I'm just hoping that, like, I don't know. I'm just wanting you to sort of challenge that idea yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe they didn't astral project to the moon. Maybe they just lied.
Yeah.
Well, I've done sort of like a little bit of astral sort of like travels, and I've done a little bit of sort of like astral
But is
by
there any
myself.
like journals or anything like that from the Apollo crew that talked about what really happened or anything like that?
I don't think so. I mean, if you look at the Apollo patch,
Uh-huh.
why have they got the Earth, the stars in Orion, and then to the moon? You've got to think about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, the symbolism in it, yeah, for sure. I'm thinking about the symbolism, definitely. But to say, oh, this means they astral projected onto the moon, that's what they did. I I just don't know. Like, why do you know that?
This
Just
is
based
what I
off the
feel.
pat.
This is what,
Okay.
yeah, I feel this is what the sort of patch is sort of telling us, hidden information. Um, I feel that why did they draw a patch to say Earth, stars in Orion, and then to the moon? It clearly shows that to get to the moon, you had to go through the Stargate.
Okay.
I think that's a big assumption you've made. You've jumped to a few conclusions there. Me personally, I feel like the moon is just a light. There is nothing to visit, if you know what I mean. Like, it'd be like saying like astral projected to, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't think there's anything there, like, apart from a light.
I will give you this, Astro K. It is interesting that Orion's belt is in the middle of the A, because in ancient times, in Egyptian lore, like, they looked at Orion's belt as some type of doorway, some Stargate. Um, but it's I, I just don't. It is interesting, but I don't think it means astral projecting. Yo, AJ.
Yo.
Well, this is light levitation. It doesn't have to be real.
Right.
It it's certainly something to look at. So why did they draw a patch to say Earth, stars, moon? And it's all obviously the Orion Nebula.
Oh, by the way, AJ, we're looking at Astro K's picture of the Apollo patch. Okay, Astro. Let's see what AJ thinks of it
Where is it?
in the live stream voice text a little bit up.
Or is it the Apollo picture?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it is an interesting patch.
Oh, the badge, the A with the
Orion's belt.
yeah. It's all got hidden meaning.
Mm-hmm. Hidden meaning, yes. Astral K. I'll give you that.
Truth in
There's always
plain
hidden
sight.
meaning. Truth in plain sight.
Yeah, this is my interpretation of the hidden meaning. It doesn't have to be true, but
You know
it's
what? I'll
sort
give
of
you
like an eye
both.
opener.
I'll give you. I just noticed it is interesting that the face of the moon is coming out of third eye right there. It is interesting.
What's that picture on the moon?
I guess it's just a face. Is it? Is
No,
that
it's like
actually?
some sort of animal looking thing.
No, it's a face.
You sure? I can't zoom in enough, but on the moon it looks like there's something standing on the side where the swirl comes round. Zoom in.
Let me see. You don't see the face? Or an animal on top of the
Yeah,
head?
because when you look at the moon,
Oh, I know
there's
what you
like an
mean.
image
It is
on.
weird hair, though. That is interesting. You know, it's another interesting thing. If you look at the Earth patch, right? Where's Greenland? It's pretty interesting. We just left it out. There's a big gap between that and okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what's up with the hair of the so is that really the let me look up the Apollo patch and see if there's a bigger image here. Oh, this is crazy. I say we should look at all of them. Check this out. Just because it's interesting, you know. I'm not coming any.
Yeah, when the
So what's that?
Apollo patch of the moon, now you can see a face, and you can also see like an image of
It just
a person,
weird.
sort of like stylized.
Check this out. Look at all the patches.
So the moon's different in this one that you've just posted.
You see how there's like fire on it in the one I posted?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, this is just a mission patch collage from the Space Store. I want to see if I can find the actual patch from NASA. Oh, you know what? Let me delete that one because this. Oh. Official NASA gear. You think that'll work? Let's see here. No, this can't be real. Them. This is not them. NASA online store. NASA gear. An instrumentality of the U.S. government. Okay, yeah, this is the actual store. All right, I'm gonna find that. Oh, this is a weird one too. Why? This is kind of weird. Okay. Let me see if I can this is actually kind of weird. This is Apollo 14. Look at the size of the moon for some reason. That one's pretty interesting. Okay. Let's see. Oh, AI Ardent? Oh, he just left. Hmm. Yeah, this is the actual one from the NASA store. It looks so weird. It's still the same kind of thing, but that one looks even weirder. Like the color of the moon.
So mate, what do you mean weird?
Like just how the moons all have different colors in all their patches.
It has the face again, though.
Yeah. But the coloring is off. All of them.
That looks like that looks like a smiley face. I used to wear them in the hacienda back in the day, raving.
What's up, One Tech? By the way, I didn't see
Are
you
you all
come
right,
in
mate?
here.
How you doing?
Yeah. Just look. We were looking at Astral's Apollo patch, decoding the symbolism behind it. There's a lot of weird ones.
I've only just jumped in, but I'm always like, you might have just been picking up on something when I jumped in, but I've always, when I look at these NASA so-called images of nebulas and galaxies, there's always like weird images in there. I see like faces and kids with arms stretched out and like ghoul faces. I always see that type of stuff in them. I don't know if it's put in there intentionally or what.
I don't know. Cause like, okay, so they only have a certain number of patches that are available for gear, which is interesting. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, that one's weird. Yeah, you're right though. The Stafford Young German. There's the Apollo there. Oh, that one's interesting too. Sorry, I'm trying to find like this collage that I had, but I don't think that was a real collage. Let's see here.
You all right, mate?
Hmm?
One deck.
Hiya, mate. You all right?
All good, brother. Just wanted to say hi.
Yeah, nice one, mate. I'm doing all right, I think.
Yeah. You been in Gem Panda's channel recently?
I've bobbed on now and again just to wind everybody up. Like, so I can't be doing with it though. Really, it's just nonsense on there.
The last couple of times I've been in there, all the flat earthers are arguing amongst themselves. I don't even want to be a part of that shit.
It's not good.
Yeah, because of this bloody Dell and his upward fucking direction causing chaos in that room.
Yeah. Well, that's where the focus will go now with this bloody Gerron and Whitsitt and all this talk about, science doesn't prove anything and, the Earth's moving up. We'll just, it becomes like, oh, fuck, have you heard what all these flat earthers are, we're just arguing amongst ourselves now. It's no longer like a debate between flat earthers and globe believers. It's, it's going to become, I just hope it doesn't become embarrassing. But I mean, obviously, it will do if you're on that. I mean, I'm not on that side of the fence with the Earth moving up or not believing the scientific method doesn't prove things. So I just think the dead wood's being sorted out. I think amongst the flat earthers, these things need to be sorted out, and the shit needs to be removed, and that's what's happening.
This is crazy.
Agree. The one thing that does concern me, sorry, Beast, just very quickly.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just looking at him.
The one thing that does concern me, Deck, is, for example, I checked the guy in earlier, and he's a physics. He works in engineering, and he's a physics. He's got a bloody PhD in physics, and he's a flat earther. And I checked him in this morning, and I was hopeful I was going to have a chat with him, but I had a meeting, so I had to go. But the first thing he said was, "Well, science proves things," and I was like, "Well, funny you say that. That's a bit of a hot topic in here." And I think with you being in physics, I think it's you're going to be able to contribute to this conversation. So I put it to him, and I says, well, either you prove your hypothesis or you prove you're null, right? And he went, oh, so I suppose PD
you're
majors who have studied.
You're just roboting, mate. Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Did you hear what I said though? The physics majors tried to say that the physics flat earther tried to say that.
Tried to say what?
Oh, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah,
so check the
No, we can hear you clearly until you get to the main point, then it goes off.
So this guy who's a physics PhD, he's a flat earther, he works in engineering, and he said science doesn't prove things. And I said, oh, okay, well, this is a bit of a hot topic in our room. I'm of the opinion that science does prove things. You either prove your hypothesis to be true or you prove you're null. And his response was, well, yeah, maybe. And I says, if you take philosophy out of it, then you can prove things. So I don't know. I think even some of the flat earthers and like themselves believe this, and this is the crux of the argument, isn't it? But I don't think it's going away. I think is my point.
Yeah.
I think when they talk about the scientific method, if you stick to that scientific method, then it's going to prove something or not prove it. All the other stuff that they talk about, I mean, it isn't science, is it? It's just they are clutching at straws and they're presuming things. They're not putting a lot of the things through the method. It's just ideas and philosophy, like you say. It's not going through the method.
Yeah. And I think anyone who's been trained in physics has been trained to say science doesn't prove things. They've been actually trained to say that.
Well, isn't it amazing though? I mean, if this has happened, I mean, I wonder when this started. I wonder when this seed was planted that science doesn't prove things, because it has caught on. A lot of people are saying it. It's just becoming the normal thing to say for a lot of people, and it's like it's almost become everybody's become, programmed to say this without realizing that they're saying it. But the programming must have started at some point. I wonder when.
Well, I remember hearing in school science doesn't prove things. And then the teacher delighted in telling us all about the philosophical inconsistencies that could you know, be basically that we could be a simulation, you know, this could be part of a dream. Like the amount of stuff that they would come out with, they delighted in speculating on all of that shit, and it just didn't feel right when I heard it originally at school.
No, they are.
Dude, some of these patches are so wild. I'm sorry, I'm just posting them so we can like decode them. Some of them are so weird.
I'm gonna have a look at these now. Yeah, let's see.
The
What we
S2,
noticed in the
S292, like that
which
one's
one are we
weird.
on? What's that purple one? It looks like it's like
That's the
looks like a,
STS94 patch. The other one previous to it is the STS92 patch, which is really weird.
So let's pick one. What's going on with these then? Let's pick one and have a look at it. Which one do you want to look at?
Let's start at the top. I'm just trying to find all of them, the actual ones, you know. Like
What
just
is that shape? What's that white shape on the yellow? Presume it's Mars, is it? What's the
where?
yellow? Someone's zoomed in on it. It's a white sort of figure on the right hand side of the.
You see a figure too? See, AJ says you see a figure. I don't see what you guys are talking about.
That the which one? The top one. AJ zoomed in on it. That one he zoomed in on.
You guys see someone standing.
Yeah, I'm sort of seeing. It's reminding me of some sort of figure, but not a human figure. It's well, what is it? I mean, I can see something, but what the bloody hell is it? What's it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be his hair.
His hair.
It's Apollo's hair. Like that's supposed to be Apollo, and the top part of him is his hair.
Oh, is it? You're saying it's a side profile?
Yeah.
Well, that's the nose and the eye and the hair.
But you and AJ both saw something, so I'm curious. What am I seeing?
I'm seeing like where he's sort of
above the eye.
His eye is like the midsection of the body, and then that there's a line coming down then with a onto a little horizontal. Looks like a leg, a straight leg with a foot, and then there's this another squiggly foot beside that with like I don't know. You could say like a tail as well. It's all like almost like a rodent type of thing looking to the left. That's what I'm sort of seeing.
Looking to the left.
I see like a little rodent, but not.
No, see, I don't see it. But do you see the one right below it?
Yeah.
That one's weird. Which
So
one's
what we
the
got
Earth?
here then? What's the Earth? The top one.
Sure.
So we've got black, blue, and white. And then.
You see what I mean, though? It's very strange. Because, like, what are those dots that are inside Earth? Supposedly Earth. Is that the crater moon? Is that moon crater? You know what I mean?
Well, the black dots, you mean?
Yeah.
Don't know. Are they supposed to be clouds?
And it's weird because this this kind of reminds me of that video you were showing me, Root, about that theory. Kind of does. No, it's just weird. That one's strange.
Yeah,
To me.
with the moon craters.
Yeah, doesn't it? With those, yeah, it's very strange.
Possibly.
That moon one, the smaller one, does look like a sort of face. It's got the two blue eyes, and then it's got like that red bit, like the mouth. It's got like I see a little face there. You turn it to the side.
Huh. I see. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that one's interesting. Let's go to the next one. So that one's the actual patch, which is weird because I don't know why the moon is so bright. I guess for Apollo. Yeah, that one's interesting. And then the next one after that, this is pretty weird. Next giant leap. Back to the moon, onto Mars. When do we go back to the moon?
Yeah, well, on the next giant leap, you've still got the 3 stars there. How's that? Orion.
Yeah, Orion's still there. Yep. It's pretty interesting. Symbolism. Do you see the one, the yellow one? The yellow one with the big A underneath it?
We're on a different one now.
So, you know, the one that has like this larger moon and the bigger, or, you know, Apollo 14 patch? Not that one, but 2 below it with the yellow. The yellow back outline, and then it goes black and then yellow again.
It's got like a big sort of triangle or pyramid in the middle. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I see is it's sort of like you got the word Apollo, and there's a line through the word Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
That means that is where I said like the flight controller is Apollo. How they got there is through some kind of sort of like messaging or some sort of I don't know, sort of like back in the day.
Yeah, but I don't think they got
Like,
there though.
I don't think. Yeah, they didn't get there sort of like physically. They got there by astral travel or some sort of mental thing.
I don't know. That's all speculation, and it's just like, I get what you mean. It is a symbol going through it, but you gotta be careful saying like that's how they got there. That's how they, you know, that's how they do this. It's like possible.
It's like where got where.
Yeah, I got where.
Yeah, this is. I'm only trying to interpret what the patch is, sort of like the visualization of the patch.
Right.
Sort of like what's that telling me?
Yeah, well,
Now,
when somebody sketched that out, if I was sketching that out, if somebody said, right, we need to create a patch and it's to do with going back to the moon onto Mars, and we'll have to put something that represents all that together. And somebody's come up with this idea that we're going back to the moon and we're going on to Mars.
Mm.
And this is what they've come up with. What's the, well, that's for the
It says the
Apollo.
50th next current leap, I believe. Oh, next giant leap. Yeah.
Next giant leap, it says, yeah.
Now, if you notice Astral, it also has Orion's belt, the 3 stars, in the middle of Apollo.
yes, it does.
I wanted you to see that. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna say on the one above the yellow one where you've just said that. I was just wondering what them the there's a constellation at the top there with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7. I can't think. Or maybe 8 stars in that constellation, and then there's a 3 stars at the bottom, and then to the left looks like the plough that to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stars in that one. I'm just wondering if they are actual constellations and they're the correct order.
Well, I mean, if that's supposed to be Orion's belt, so let's see. Orion constellation. Let's see. Let me get a good picture here. Oh yeah. if you see, oh, that's interesting. I never thought about it that way. So if you see right here, I just posted a picture of Orion.
Yeah.
You can kind of see the 1, 2, 3, and then to the next part of it. You don't see what's on the next part on the left, but I don't know. Yeah, but it is interesting. I
Just
also
stay
find
there, though. Just stay there. That's so he's got the
no, I was gonna say the moon and Mars are the same size as well, which is interesting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, so what do you reckon of the word sort of like back to the moon onto Mars? What do they mean by that?
I don't know.
Because they're not actually going to the moon, but underneath the moon, you've got the 3 stars of Orion. So they're saying, yeah, we're not really going back to the moon. We're going through Orion to get to Mars.
Why does the moon look like that though? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's just a fuzzy thing to hear. You can't really see anything in there.
Let me open it in browser again. Oh, there we go. Here, let me see. I know what I'm gonna do. Let's see, save that. I want to see this one with the photo forensics. See if we could spot anything out.
And what about the patch underneath? Like you've got this giant sort of like X, and you've got the Apollo spacecraft going through the top sort of like triangle, and you've got nothing going through the bottom triangle, and then you've got sort of like a separate spacecraft sort of like to the side. And why have they drawn a giant sort of like X? So like what does the X mean? Is that like infinity or something like that?
I don't know. Back to the moon, onto Mars. Is there anything in those letters?
When was that made? That badge? Then what was this recent? This badge?
This was. Let me go back. This was. Hang tight. See if I sort it by newest items. Let me go back to the patches. There's a crap ton of them. That one was. God, it's hard to find. Hold on. I'm on the actual like store, the NASA gear store. So, and it's horrible UI. Okay, let me see. Where is it? Yep, it's taking forever. I apologize. There's a lot of weird ones though, for sure. Come on. There we go. Okay. This one is the 50th anniversary patch. It doesn't say 50th anniversary. It just says the 50th anniversary patch. So I guess it came out on the 50th anniversary of the Apollo missions.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, what about the patch underneath? It says sort of like Apollo on the top, and you got this giant X, and you got like the spacecraft sort of like going through the triangle of the giant X, and you've got this other spacecraft, and it looks like it's got sort of like 4 hands, and the 2 other hands sort of like a link to one of the spacecraft. So it's like sort of like linking on, and sort of like what's going on there?
I have no idea.
Yeah. So what they're saying is the Apollo spacecraft, which is going through the X, is like the main sort of like transporter, and then we got the craft, sort of like, which has got the thrust underneath,
It is
sort of like the
weird,
red
though.
image
Yeah.
of the thrust. Like this is where the people are, and the people are grabbing onto the sort of like main Apollo craft to get to their destination. Their destination is sent via the sort of like the upper X sort of like triangle, and sort of like this is like the images that I see. It's sort of like a symbolism to say that the Apollo is sort of like a transfer of some sort of energy, perhaps, or sort
You
of
know
like
what I
some sort of astral travel.
you know what I see too?
And
Look at the top part
go on.
of that X. Do you see how it's not exactly even with the structure? It kind of looks like it's overlapping in a way. Like it has a ledge. You see that? Where the bottom doesn't match the top. Does that make sense?
No, you got this little bit at the top of the triangle. You got this little sort of like
Like a diving board
overhang.
looking thing, right?
Yeah, you've got this overhang that looks like a diving board, and the bottom one, it doesn't have that.
It doesn't have that, right? That's what I was noticing. And then, what the heck is that little seismic wave thing in the bottom right corner?
Yeah, there's little sort of there's little wave things.
It's
That are
weird.
annoying you. And you got the 3 circles as well. You got sort of like a little circle, and you got sort of like 2 major circles.
Yeah, I don't know. Apollo 10.
I mean, is there a few takes on the Apollo word? I mean, I always thought it was something to do with an Olympian. It says on the etymology, Olympian deity, god of music, poetry, medicine, etc. Later identified with Helios, the sun god, which is interesting. But I think there's some more takes on the word Apollo, what it actually means. I mean, that's what I've just brought up on the etymology dictionary. So it's related to Helios, the sun god.
Right.
I think it also is. I think I've found something in the past which means destroyer. I think.
I don't know about that one, but interesting. Apollo etymology. Let's see. Oh, it does mean to destroy. The Greeks most often associated Apollo's name with the Greek verb to destroy. Apollimi. This is what it looks like. Okay. Destroyer. Apollo is a masculine name. Oh no, this is that's an article. Let's see here. From the ancient Greek Apollon. All right. Oh, Apollo means in Hebrew one who destroys, destroyer.
One.
That's Apollyon. I don't think that's Apollo.
No, in biblical names, the meaning of the name Apollos is one who destroys, destroyer.
Well, you've got the pagan god Apollyon,
Uh-huh.
who's the destroyer? Apollyon the destroyer. That's who do they say is? Do they say he's Satan? I can't remember. But Apollyon is the destroyer.
Well, there's two of them. They say Apollon, right? Apollon or whatever, not Apollo. Which is of unknown meaning, though perhaps related to the Indo-European root Apello, meaning strength. Another theory states that Apollo can be equated with Apollonius, an Anatolian god, Anatolian, whose name possibly means father lion or father light. The Greeks later associated Apollo's name with the Greek verb apollimi, meaning to destroy. Later, he also became the god of sun and light. Right. Interesting.
Yeah, in the second patch, below the one you're talking about, there's like a giant one in
Yep.
there, and you got behind that you still got the 3 stars, so that's like Orion still, I think. And then you got like the little spaceship, and then behind that you've got like I don't know, some sort of creature. It's got like a red eye, and it's like a sort of like a bird.
It's a phoenix,
I don't
I
know
think,
what
or
they.
dragon.
Yeah, like a dragon.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, crew. It's the Crew 1 patch. Oh, it's the SpaceX. This is the SpaceX Crew 1.
Right.
Interesting. Sorry, I'm not really going in
So
order with these. I tried to go in order
yeah,
in order as the oldest, but so the oldest one. That's interesting. They started making these patches. Let me see here. So what I'm doing is I'm sorting the store by oldest items. So well, first I'm doing newest items and then going to the back pages. And yeah, that is interesting. So the Crew 1 mission patch, this one is also one of them as well. So if and then this is the 50th one. So these are the oldest ones, by the way. So these ones, so it's like they're getting ready for it, or they've already had. Like this is the oldest patch in the store, or the first one that was able to be sold was that one. The Next Giant Leap, and then that Artemis, and then the Crew 1. And then what the heck is this? Demo 2? When was that? Demo 2 mission?
and wasn't the sort of like what I read on sort of like spacecraft called Dragon?
Mm-hmm.
Then we got the dragon symbol as a sort of like symbol there.
This one is interesting here too. So now I'm just going in order here, just so I can have them there too. Crew 2. They've already had a Crew 2 as well? Yeah. These patches are ridiculous. Yeah, there's a lot of weird ones. There's so many of them though. I don't know how long I'm gonna keep going on this. So yeah, let's study the ones that are there. There's so many of them. It's ridiculous. Oh, this is weird. Okay, I gotta post this one.
Oh, Space Lab.
See the Da Vinci symbol there?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know if you can catch it, but try and catch this one. What do you see immediately? Some of these are trippy. Okay. Oh, that is a weird one. Okay, I'm gonna post a couple. All right, maybe a couple more. Let's see here. Hmm. Hmm.
Sort of like in the last patch, you've got like the sort of like the orbits around the Earth. I assume that's around the Earth, and you've got like the chevron symbol there.
The which one? Which patch?
Yeah, the last one, it's got Columbia, and you
Uh-huh.
got like assume the Earth, and you got like the orbits, sort of like
Mm-hmm.
in red, blue, white, and you got like a chevron symbol.
That's right. Yep. And if you look, it's the triangle with the protractor. See it? See like the Star Trek symbol,
Yeah,
Freemason symbol.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, you got the chevron, and you got the symbol which every sort of like space agency uses.
Yeah, these are very interesting patches, man. There's so many of them. Like we could spend so much time on this. Like some of these are. This one is crazy looking. What is going on here? Hello, welcome back. Do one decks. Like a lot of these are freaking strange. I didn't know how many. I didn't realize how many patches they had. They have like a patch for every one.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. So there's so much symbolism in the patches. I mean, sort of like most people think, oh, it's just a patch, yeah, to wear, and yeah, they don't really look at it.
Well, they got to spend the money somehow, right?
True. Oh, this
Imagine
is
all the
strange.
bullshit. Imagine all the little bullshit projects they've got just to sort of for
That-
accounting.
That last one, you're gonna find very interesting. That just posted.
With the
Oh
telescope.
yeah, you've got the symbol, which is like the
Look inside it though.
yeah, you got the S symbol, which is like a creature.
Or the Ouroboros.
Yeah, like in space.
But look
So you know
inside of
the,
it.
what was it? What was it called? The
What's on the right of it? What is that? I don't know. Hmm.
if you remember, if you saw like the old STS missions, you saw all these images of sort of like there was always like sort of like jellyfish, like in space.
I mean that last just had to jump out there to do something. That last one,
Yeah.
that's definitely the zodiac at the front of there. That's a zodiac wheel there.
It looks like one, right? Is it 12?
Definitely is. That's definitely
1,
the zodiac wheel.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep.
It looks like the analema as well at the bottom between where Sagittarius and Capricorn would be. You've got two analema shapes there
Yeah.
facing each other. One's in. Look, that's in a, and that's also a. That'll be. I think that's either Sagittarius or Capricorn at the bottom, and the top one is Taurus, I think.
What's on the right of it, one deck? You see that? What the hell is that?
Well, the yellow and the four blues.
Yeah.
Have a look at that.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
But you got to take that as the
Yeah,
sun. You've got to take that as the sun, really, haven't you? That yellow dot. I mean, what are the four things around it? I don't know.
Let's see what the STS-82 mission was here. Let me check.
do you remember the STS sort of like mission, and they had sort of like the tether? They did some experimentation with sort of like this tether, and they had sort of like a long sort of like rope between two things, and in the end, sort of like the rope just sort of like split or it cut off.
So
I
you see
remember
how
that one.
you see how that's the patch? Check out the insignia, the where it's colored in. Look at that. That is strange. I didn't even notice the 3 spots on the top, but now I do.
That's sort of like,
Oh, what'd you say?
yeah,
One deck?
that symbol.
Where are you looking at? Sorry.
Yeah, like it's sort of like that
The
S, is that like a spiral galaxy of some sort?
I just think that zodiac wheel is really uncanny,
right.
and especially it's definitely the analema shape that at the top and the bottom, and then you've got in Pisces and Aries, you've got that's on the left hand side. You've got 2 dots, and then in
Yeah, what I can say about
Virgo and Libra, I think, is the ones facing.
On the right, you got like the yellow spot, and you got these four little sort of like you got the four dots. That sort of like represents Jupiter, and like the four sort of like major moons, which you can see as sort of like four large objects. Perhaps.
The thing that's weird about it is the mission was quote unquote supposedly to fix the Hubble telescope to go service it. So what the hell does that have to do with servicing it, you know? Yeah, we could spend like so many days just looking at this stuff. Oh, this is weird too. What is this? What's up, everybody? We got a couple peeps in here. God rocking. What's up?
Not much, buddy. How are you, bro?
I'm good, man. We're just kind of looking at these patches of all the missions.
What's
There's
up,
some,
God Rocky?
Hey, how are you?
strange stuff, man.
I'm good. How are you, by the way?
Yeah, all good, brother. Good to see you.
You too?
As always.
Like always, yeah, for sure. So where are these patches? Where have you got them? Is it posted or something?
Yeah, look in the live stream text. There's so
Okay.
many of them.
QFAR seems to be in here without a VC verified.
Yeah, and he says he loves space. Space is so weird and
And
beautiful at the same
you've
time.
got the sections of the zodiac again there.
Where? Oh yeah, the next one. QFAR. Can anyone actually VC verify him?
Yeah, if he comes up to the QFAR, come up to VC check-in 1. I'll be able to unmute you there, and we'll see if we can get you verified.
Yeah. Now, the one you said, one deck, are you referring to the one that's like actually the insignia, not the patch right below it? The Tanner, Lee, Harbaugh, that one?
And what about it? What is it? What is you're asking about that patch?
No. He just said something like you got the Zodiac there again. Because if you look at the patch and you look inside or where the Hubble telescope is, it's like the astrological signs. It's the wheel.
Hmm.
It's pretty it's
Yeah,
just
what
pretty
you got
weird.
there? You got the Hubble. You got the Hubble telescope, and you got like sort of like in front of it. You got like a galaxy, which is a spiral, and it's got like a little sort of like central hub in the middle of the spiral, and it's like typical of what a galaxy may look like. So what it's showing is that the Hubble is looking at galaxies.
Yeah, there's a lot of strange ones, but yeah, basically that one's weird because of the astrological sign. But I don't know what the heck's right next to it. The mission itself was just to quote unquote service the Hubble telescope. So all these things, all these symbols and these patches is like that you put them there for a reason. I like this other one on the bottom here. The last one I just posted. You see the 33? That red on the left?
Here's that 33. I don't see that so much.
Yeah, that one's just super weird because it's showing like a light source on the Earth, and if you notice the yellow strip, right? That's on the outside of the border. It goes all the way to the point too.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's interesting
Hey, Janae.
because it doesn't go all the way around, does it? It still like stops at one point and then goes. And on the Earth, you got this sort of like bright spot with like sort of like spider fingers coming out.
Yeah, that's strange.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hello.
What's y'all doing?
We
Jeanette,
we are
Oh,
looking at these
hi.
patches.
how are you?
Could be better, but I guess I'm all right.
Cool.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I was not good and now I'm better. So yeah.
Good deal.
Well, that's good.
I don't know why, but as I was like trying to get into the app for some reason, I was thinking of I'm trying to think of the name of the old like pre-hip hop song. It goes, "All aboard." And then it starts in on a jam and it's like riding the train. It's like, everybody on the flat earth train. Oh, let me look up that song. Hold on a second. you
Oh, what's up, Flat
gotta
Lloyd? What
you
up,
gotta
Paul?
make this shit fun, right?
Oh yeah. You see what we're looking at?
Look,
What? Something
look,
posted,
guys.
you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on.
What's up, Flat Lloyd?
Flat Lloyd.
What up?
No.
What's up?
Dude, I don't know if you've looked into them, but I haven't looked into them yet until just recently, just like just now because the Astro, he posted like a patch. It was like showing like Orion's belt through Apollo, and it's like going through Apollo's head of the moon back to Earth, and that kind of like just sparked my interest in going on these like this deep dive of like finding all the patches, and just there's so many of them. Like, look at this one, dude. If you can decode like some symbolism in it, it's crazy.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it, y'all. The party train.
Nice.
Yeah, you probably weren't even a twinkle in your daddy's eye when the song came out. That's what's fun. Oh.
Party train. Let me see. Oh, I can't play it
So,
on the Discord yet. I gotta go on
so
YouTube.
the intro is like a play kind of toot of a horn, a train. Toot toot. I don't know. That was horrible. I can't do it. You'd have to listen to it. I'll have to get CB to make me a soundbite, maybe. Get
CB.
on
Yeah,
that
so what?
better train. The train that doesn't curve all the way across
No,
the
Trump.
continent. Yeah.
Yeah, we have railways like that in the UK, and they engineered the railways, but they didn't sort of like they did sort of like engineer the sort of like the curvature.
Well, that's a big problem when it comes to the railroads because those trains are extremely susceptible to any area that has too much slope or too little, or well, not too little, but too much slope. You get your runaway trains, all kinds of stuff. I mean, those when they put those train tracks in, they can only have so much slope to them, and then they'll just completely get out of control. You can't stop them. You know, it's a runaway
Yeah, you
train,
have to have
and it's bad. I mean,
like a 1 in 9.
those things have to be very little
Have
slope.
sort of like a 1 in 1 and anything more like a 1 in 4, sort of like a 1 in 45 gradient, and they sort of like a train couldn't go there.
Yep. Yes, sir.
God Rockin',
Yeah.
I'm not used to his thick accent. Can you translate that for me? I didn't hear all that. What'd he say?
He said that if there's too much slope any more than like one, I can't remember the exact numbers he said, but is if you've got more than like 1 inch in 4, like me put it to you like this: there's handicap specs for, like, I used to make post offices handicap accessible, and the ramps, you can only have 1 inch of rise for every foot of distance, and then and if it's more than that, they you got to tear them out and redo them because the people in wheelchairs can't navigate.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
the trains are certain kind of the same way. The slope of the tracks can only be so much, or it's too heavy. Can't make it up the hill. If you're going downhill, then they'll just take off and because of the weight, they'll get out of control and there'll be a runaway train. And so,
Yeah. So 8
yeah,
inches per mile probably wouldn't work out too good, I'm thinking.
well, that's probably,
Yeah.
I don't know where that falls in the category as whether it would be too much or not, but it very well could be. You're right. That could be too much slope. 8 inches.
I don't know. That's what I'd be willing to guess, but we don't see that anyways.
Right. No, absolutely not. But I'm just saying, if that were too much slope, then there's a whole lot of explanation that needs to take place then here now. So, which we know we're never going to get that either. So,
Yeah, but it'd be fun for us to talk amongst ourselves, like with the people that glitch out and don't want to believe. Well, they want to continue to believe.
right.
Yeah, we could just have our own little happy echo chamber for a little speck of time and talk about trains because it's related to flat Earth. We can do that. It would not be speculation, not off topic. I
Right.
mean, if somebody wants to bulldoze in here and say, we're going to talk about how it measures flat, I was like, okay, we can do that for now. And then when they leave, then we'll go back. Oh, you know why that's funny, bro. So, yeah.
Of course I do.
But it's okay. That is okay.
Yes, ma'am. Very much okay.
Yep. So if you don't like what's happening in life in general, you got the power. You just turn around and go do something else. It's that simple. And that's what I did today.
Nice.
Keep it
So
simple.
yeah. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. The first acronym that I can recall.
KISS.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Kith.
But all capital letters, and in between each letter there was a period. We don't do that shit no more. It's just all lowercase, and everybody knows. Isn't that
Yeah.
weird,
Hmm.
God Rockin', how we
They
did
should.
that?
Yeah, that is. They should know, but I'm not so sure they do. But
My
not.
favorite acronym is IDGAF. I don't give a fuck. I want to get a fucking t-shirt with that on there. Yeah.
Well, blame you. That does sound like a good one. I'll bet you there is one out there. I'll bet you somebody's already made one. I'm sure of it.
You know what? I bet you I could think of something for a t-shirt to have of that and have a globe on the front. You expect me to believe this? IDGAF.
That would work, especially with people that know.
And then on the back, if you're going to have a flat earth t-shirt, you got to have something on the back. So it would have to be our simple vanity link that any moron could figure out to remember and retain. I'm sure. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, retention these days for these youngsters is I don't know. As long as
Well,
it's
oh, go ahead.
I guess it's as long as it's part of the curriculum that you're supposed to memorize and be indoctrinated with. I think
Right. If you could be indoctrinated, you can remember discord.gg/flat earth. And if you
that,
can't, we don't want your ass here.
that's right. You're not smart enough to even figure that one out. Then good hell, what are we doing?
Well, they
Wasting.
wouldn't be here if they wouldn't figure it out. They wouldn't be here, so that would help out. Oh, did we ever do for our link? What do you call it? The square thing, the QR code.
Yeah. What about it?
Ooh, I'd want that also on the back of the T-shirt.
Oh, I posted that the other day.
Did you?
Yeah, you want the
Would
QR
you?
code you want?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll send it to you.
And then which one of our brothers and or sisters was working on like bumper stickers or some shit? I mean, I wouldn't want to like ruin somebody's property, but I could tape it somewhere.
Oh, to hell with their property. Put them everywhere. Put them on their windshield. Hey, good hell.
But isn't there somebody in here that's done some, even if it's a piece of paper, I don't care. It doesn't have to be a bumper sticker. Put it on a windshield. I would do that.
Yeah, a flyer or something.
Yeah. Keep some in my car, and then when I get out, I don't know, just put a few next to me or something.
Yeah.
At Woodman's, I'd be at Woodman's and, just randomly communicating with other individuals.
Randomly. Here, have this flyer on your window. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be good if I could get coupons from some sort of store, and then on the back, I could just put like an extra piece of paper on the back of it. Say, hey, you want this coupon? And then they like get the Flutter Discord link on the back. Little trickery there.
Like they're gonna get a prize if they go there. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they trick us. Why can't I do a little tiny bit of it for good on,
You
the other
can.
way?
You can. I'm
Yeah.
not saying not. I'm not saying
Yeah,
not.
no. I
I
didn't think you were, no.
Yeah,
Here,
yeah.
I'll post it in the live stream real quick. You want to copy it?
All right, that last patch, what is that?
Oh, I know. If you go back
What is
up, we
that?
were looking at all of them. Oh, all these
What
are
is that,
mission
though?
patches.
Oh,
They're,
shit, from NASA?
yeah, all of them, and they're so weird.
Motherfucker.
I never looked into them like this. There is some crazy symbolism.
Dude, okay, this picture reminds me of what they always show us on TV or quote unquote live feeds from the ISS. They only show like a little quarter of the sphere, because they can't get that far away or anything, But it just looks like a little piece of Earth and like kind of like a little dome over the top. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I'm
That is.
seeing the rainbow being taken apart in a weird way.
Oh, that's weird. I just noticed that when you said that. Yeah.
It's really strange.
Okay, y'all. I'm sitting under this major tree, and 2 squirrels just ran past me.
Nice.
And they'll give you the stink eye, man. I got my little tent area set up and shit. And so I got this awesome zero gravity lawn chair, like Chase Lounge kind of thing. And so I would always have to cover it up because I'm pretty sure it was the squirrel shitting on my chair. So I figured out a way to wedge this umbrella in the tree above me so it like protects my chair. So yeah, they're used to having this area all to themselves. But when my mom's dog was alive, there wasn't no motherfucking squirrels around. None.
now they got
None.
now they got Jenny's tent.
Well, I have a little chihuahua,
Oh,
but he just goes full on little dog syndrome and he'll just take off.
oh, he sees a squirrel and runs.
Oh, and there's chipmunks. There's chipmunks all over the place too. So cute.
Oh, yeah, they are.
But yeah, I upgraded my tent, dude. I can almost stand up in it. It's I'm pretty happy. And
I
I
did
got one
some.
of those that are
I
dark
did some.
room technology.
Yeah, I did some work on a logged home at a friend of mine's summer home up in a place called Causey Estates, and he had these little chipmunks in the garage that were, living in the garage. They'd snuck in because it's a mountain, log home in the mountains, and of course you're going to get little critters that sneak in one way or another. But there was these little chipmunks in there, and it took me about 3 days, and I got to where one of them little fuckers would come up and take like a cookie or a cracker out of my hands.
So
So,
cute.
yeah, I know, it's amazing. I couldn't hardly believe it that he actually trusted me. At first, he was just no way. I'm getting near your ass. Then I'd start leaving cookies or crackers out for him, and then I'd be holding them and putting them there, and then put one in front of him, and then step back, and he'd go grab it. Then I'd get
I
a little
don't
bit
know.
closer.
My dog likes to chase after squirrels, but I don't know. I didn't get him as a puppy, so I don't know what happened to him before me, but I think he has vision problems because there've been like squirrels like right by him and he doesn't see them.
Hmm.
So I
Oh,
don't know what's going on with my little baby, but when he does see him, he does like to chase them.
oh. Oh, that's too bad. That's
Yeah, I
funny.
got myself a little campground site right on my mom's property.
I know you was telling me. I remember you telling me this about 2 or 3 weeks ago, something like that. You
Yeah,
were
I
setting it up.
posted pictures.
Yeah,
If you search my name for pictures, they're still there.
right on.
But it's not the same tent though. But yeah,
Oh,
I got a whole setup.
nice.
I
So
know.
what? You
I'm
go
so
out there and sleep every now and then, or what?
I do, man. I do. It's really fun. So yeah, if
Nice.
I could go camping right now to a real campsite, I'm totally organized, ready to fucking go. It's like,
You're
let's
ready to
go.
rock and roll, huh? Roll it
Yep,
up and
rock and roll. The apocalypse happens, I'm fucking ready.
right on.
I even got one of them campers backpacks, whatever. I should like actually get that together. Because that would be the real bug out bag. Because, gasoline ain't going to last you too long. And then you're just screwed. If it was the apocalypse, zombie apocalypse, like the Walking Dead series or some shit.
Boo.
I know.
You heard of a gasifier?
Yeah, I have. Those are way cool.
Yeah,
Those are
Uh,
badass. You
you
put
heard
wait,
wood.
what?
a
This,
gas. Yeah, go ahead, God Rockin', you got it.
yeah, you put wood in like a tall tank, like you can stack some propane tanks, or you build a big cylinder, tall cylinder, about 6 feet tall, maybe 1 or 2 feet around in diameter, and then you put some vents in the bottom of it and a little rack for wood, and then you stack it full of wood, and then you start the wood on fire, and it just kind of smolders in the bottom, and then it rises up through this chamber, and then it comes out of you put a plumbing pipe, like you tap a pipe into it to where the smoke comes out this pipe at the top, and when you get it running right, it like pressurizes a little bit. There's so much smoke and heat at the bottom that it forces all that smoke up to the top and out that pipe. Well,
Right.
that smoke is just like burning propane. It's blowing smoke out that pipe at like pretty good rate. You strike a match to it and it blows a blue flame. It burns clean as clean. And it's just all it is stacked wood in a thing called a gasifier, turns the wood into like this smoke, and then it just ignites, just like propane or butane or whatever as it's being forced.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look it up online, put in gasifier, and you'll see all kinds of different designs to make one or whatnot.
So you're processing the wood, is what you're
Yeah,
doing.
yes,
Oh,
you can even go. I've even seen guys with them in the back of their truck. They put this big
nice.
gas fire in the back of their truck, and then
Hmm.
they pipe it to their carburetor that blows in
Yeah.
the smoke right into their engine. Start it up, runs, and they drive away, and they're just
Now,
burning smoke.
oh,
That's all it is.
man. Now that's what a man does. Okay.
Yep.
We don't see that no more. I'm kidding.
Well, I'm just saying, if you didn't have any gasoline and you could be, engineer enough to know how to build one of those gasifiers, which they're not that tough. I mean, I think even you could build one if you just studied it for a few days.
Wow.
Yeah, they're not very complicated. You could build one, and then you could hook it up to your vehicle. You could hook it up to your furnace and heat your house with it, so it would burn just
That's
like
insane.
natural.
I've seen where people have made like a little stove out of like a can, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, with alcohol. Have you seen those? I don't know what with
Yeah,
rubbing alcohol. Yeah,
yeah,
those are cool.
yeah.
Yeah,
They are.
I'm totally into shit like that. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's like my hobby type of thing now.
Well, a gasifier is a
Wow.
little more complicated
Well,
than
can
that.
you
But
find me a link? Yeah, of course, it's definitely complicated. But you
yeah,
don't know what this dude did to a tin can to make it a cute little stove. I mean, there's a
well,
lot of
I've seen different ones like that. They're cool. Some of them. There's no doubt. Cinder block. You ever seen the ones that they use cinder blocks to do the same kind of thing?
I believe so, but it's
Yeah.
been a while.
Yeah, they do the same kind of thing with cinder blocks. They stack them up, put some wood in the bottom, and put some vents in it. It's this little cooker that you make out of a couple cinder blocks. You stack them up, and they work just as good as just about as good as anything. They're badass too.
Hmm.
For, you put a big cooker.
One thing, the first thing I'm gonna do if there's ever a zombie apocalypse or any like real catastrophe is I'm gonna fuck up my front yard like it's already been ransacked. That's what I'm gonna do.
Nothing to see here. It's already been
Right.
wrecked up.
Yep. Yep. Oh yeah.
Well, that might help. That's for damn sure. People are fucking idiots, man.
No doubt. I really admire those people that are preppers and everything. I mean, hats off to them, in my opinion.
Yeah,
All
for
right,
sure.
Beasticle. All right, another patch, you guys. Another patch.
No. This is a medallion,
Oh,
and
this is special.
and it hasn't come out, or the mission or whatever the hell it is. It's not out yet, right? It's the next. It's this thing, supposedly, but I just find it very weird that they show man and female, with like.
Wait, what?
If you look closely at it, it looks it's very strange. There's a man and female, yeah. There's like two T's there. It's weird.
Well, what I noticed right away is it looks like there's some kind of force field around them both.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fucked up, dude.
And this hasn't come, or this mission hasn't went off yet.
That's quite
at
the
that.
symbology, whatever that's supposed to mean. And that looks like something really weird that's going to the back of that building. What's up with that?
It's like it's so crazy.
Super
It's
weird.
called the X-59 Quest, but look at the SS for the Quest for supersonic, supposedly. But
Okay.
it's just well, SS, Nazi SS. It's kind of weird.
Oh, it's super weird. Super weird. That's the best way to put that one.
I don't know. I'm
Just
just
like
going down this
WTF.
rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's pretty suspicious. That is definitely suspicious.
Wow. I just found a gasifier on Amazon that's already built and it's ready to roll, and you just buy it.
How much is it? $600?
No. Maybe this is just the plans for it. It's only $27.95. Probably just the plans, but yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, they're badass. I'm just telling you about there's something else. Just go to Amazon and put in wood gasifier builder's Bible, and it'll show you how to build them.
Is that the thing? That's the thing that. Is that the thing where it turns wood into gas? Like you can actually make.
Oh,
dude,
sorry,
I remember somebody modified their truck and had that shit running off of wood gas.
Yep. This wood, it's just smoke.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's something else because if you had a really good gasifier, you had it with you in the mountains, you could pipe it into a furnace or a fireplace, and you just pipe it into a wood burning stove and just burn the smoke, and then just be a flame in there, and as long as you keep that gasifier full of wood, it'll just sit in there and smolder, and that smoke goes out, comes out of that gasifier. You put a flame to that smoke, and it's just like a little blowtorch. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, you can hook them up to your truck, run it into your carburetor, and if you can drive your truck down the street and all kinds of shit. You can use these gasifiers to burn furnaces. You can use it make a cook stove out of it. Of course,
gasifiers are awesome.
Yeah. Of course, those smoke fumes are toxic, so you would want to make sure you had a good range hood or something that none of those fumes would be. If it wasn't burning, you'd have to shut it off or whatever. But as long as it's burning, it burns pretty clean. But yeah, you'd want to have it underneath the range hood. You could hook one up to a grill. You could hook one up to a barbecue. You could hook one up to a generator. You can just put it on the carburetor where it blows it right into the carburetor in a generator. Fire it up. Bam, you got a generator that just sits and runs off of smoke from wood. And it's free. I mean, if you're in the mountains and there's no gasoline and you build yourself a nice little gasifier, you just keep that some bitch stuffed full of wood, good dry, pieces of wood, stack it in there. And I'm sure you would learn the right size and the right, the right amount of wood to have in it at all times. It would just be a little bit of a learning curve there for practicing. But yeah, those would be one hell of a nice thing to have if you're going to do, some kind of a bug out thing or whatever, because you'd have an instant fuel supply for a heater, a cook stove, or a grill, to run your generator, whatever. That shit burns as clean as basically natural gas almost. Just blows a blue flame once you light it. Just a straight blue, clean burning flame. So they're amazing. Yeah, look them up. Gasifier. They're badass. I'm gonna build one. I've always wanted to. So one of these days I'm gonna get around to building me one that's about 6 feet tall. And that way you can just keep it stuffed full of wood and it'll just keep blowing smoke for probably 4, 5, 6 hours without putting any more wood into it, Stack it up in there and then probably blow smoke for a good 6 hours. And then just have it next to a big pile of wood. Oh, it's starting to slow down. And just walk outside and stuff a few more chunks of wood in there. Off you go. They're amazing. That's all I can say. Whoever thought up that idea to burn smoke from a fire or, from smoldering wood is amazing because it just bursts into flames when it's coming out of that pipe. You just put a lighter to it and that's blowing this blue, clean flame. I mean, it's just amazing. So I would suggest to anyone that you're going to be out in the middle of nowhere, you're going to need a fuel supply for heat, cooking, whatever. Gasifier is the fucking ticket.
Yeah. You see the Canadian guy who put it on his truck?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a Canadian guy, but I've seen him on trucks before. So yeah, he had it in the back of his truck, and then it just piped the smoke up to his carburetor, and off he went.
Right.
Yep. So you don't even need gasoline to drive a truck, or a car. If you've got a place to put the gasifier in the back of your truck and fill the back of your truck up with wood, and just stuff a few more chunks in it as it gets low. You'd probably have enough wood, and if you had a full-size truck, you'd just fill that whole bed up full of wood. And have your gasifier in there, and have a little separator or something. Keep the wood away from it a little bit, whatever, about 6 or 8 inches away from it, and build a little wall around it or whatever. And you could fill the whole back of your truck up full of wood, and you'd just be fucking good to go, man. And then when you start getting low on fuel, just pull over near in a forest or in alongside the road or something, and just gather up some fucking wood, man. It's laying on the ground. Refuel.
Yeah, it's I think he said it was way cheaper to the penny or something like that. How it's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, in terms of efficiency to how much how much you go, like how much you can go on miles per hour.
Yeah,
Right.
they don't have as much power as a regular car with gasoline. They're not as powerful, but who cares when there's no fuel available at all, and you've got to get you got to get
It'd be the
around.
most powerful then.
Yeah, it sure would.
Okay, I find this insulting. Look at this. This is from NASA's website with the quest, right? And and it shows a little picture here about the future of air travel. This one's like advanced air mobility. But not only is it a flat Earth, I think that's supposed to be a ship on the horizon, all the way in the top right. Not even kidding. As like a joke, you know?
Yeah, it is. It looks like a ship. That
Right.
little red with that little red thing with the thing coming off the top, like a mast or something,
Yeah.
floating on the horizon, sitting out there.
And look how far back you could see the horizon.
Oh yeah, way back there.
This is from NASA.
No, that's not going to give away any clues there. That's a globe. What do you mean?
That's so crazy.
Isn't it?
Seen this one too. This is trippy. What is that? Okay, yeah, look at this. This one's interesting. Same.
These are still patches. That's still a patch. That
No. This is from the previous one I saw. The X-59 Quest. So this is like their promotional page, like, oh, what are we working on? And it's and this is NASA's aeronautics research part. Let's see here. Current and future research. Here, I'll post a link, but there's a lot of weird stuff in here.
I know one thing. There's no way that they're going to just let people fly flying vehicles all over the world. They're going to have AI for most of these people. It's bad that you have the X and Y axis and people wreck their cars every day. You add another axis to that? Shit.
Ether. When did you get here?
I just woke up not too long ago. I put
Okay.
my headset on. I've been listening a minute.
What's
But I'm
up?
reading this. I'm looking at this picture, and I like this cartoon right here. It makes it make people think, oh, I'm going to fly a flying aircraft. No, you're not. You're going to type in where you want to go. Or you probably just tell it, like, hey, vehicle, take me here. And the vehicle will go, okay, yes, sir. And it will fly you there. And then you get out. That's it.
But dude, look at so if you keep scrolling up, look how many patches I was posting. Those are all mission patches. All the symbology in it's crazy.
Oh,
so
shit.
you got to have
This
what do
one
you got?
thing.
$1 million or $1 billion to have that set up. You just talked about.
No, this is not for the public.
Yeah, that's my point.
Look at this, how it kind of reminds me of Pink Floyd, where you got the rainbow coming out of the prism.
Mm-hmm.
The way that the lines are on this, like, what the hell's going on here?
Oh, bro, that's just one of them. Keep going. There's so many weird ones.
I actually want to make a coat and just make all these NASA patches and put them on it or something. I feel like, what the hell?
Some of these are just really strange.
Some of them I wouldn't wear on my body because they look very symbolic of something much darker, but I digress.
Yeah, the next thing you know, you'd be part of some satanic club. You didn't even know it.
Yeah. Start coming here talking about some globe-tard shit.
You're all patched up for some fucking satanic fucking ritual.
Hey guys, I saw the curvature. I was at the beach. Because boats. That Artemis patch, though, that has definitely got some Illuminati tones to it.
Oh, bro. It
like
just
the
keeps
pyramid thing, it's just weird. It very much has that shit.
Tones? I think you're talking about fucking all out fucking 100% fucking just in your face.
And why does this one looks like it's just showing off, like it's got a spaceship, and for some reason the spaceship has a drive shaft or something.
You see that one? That one's so weird too.
Yeah, like what is this? Is this like their version of the flux capacitor? That dragon one looks wicked.
That's the Crew 1. The SpaceX.
That's SpaceX. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense because Elon is like a knight of Baphomet or whatever, so that makes sense. Just remember, some of this stuff I say is not claims. I'm just literally looking at the
Or just
actions and then
speculating.
calling something
Yeah.
what it is. So,
Right.
no, when the dude suited up for Halloween wearing the Baphomet suit from that video game or whatever, his armor, I know it's from a freaking, but whatever.
Yep.
There was a meme that went viral with it where they were, yeah. That picture it looks wicked and cool though at the same time, and that like it made sense when you said SpaceX. That looks like a meme. It's a patch that looks like a meme.
Yeah, there's very strange things there. Wow, you can buy astronaut food. Red
Is
seedless
it astronaut
grapes,
food or is it?
Neapolitan ice cream sandwich, astronaut food.
That junk tastes like crap. Man, I
It's
remember that
hilarious.
as a child. Freaking astronaut ice cream. Bull crap. Ain't nobody eating a pack of dried out ice cream in space. If you were to open it up and break it apart, the little particles would get into all their machines or whatever. The official narrative.
What's Launch America?
Wouldn't the astronaut ice cream have to be in a tube?
I never understood it.
I'm just saying, why would it be a dehydrated block inside of a package that you break open?
I know. Okay. Yeah, the Artemis one is so weird. There's a lot of those too.
They're amping up for some major stuff with Artemis, and I'm wondering if it's going to be. Never mind. I'm not going to get into speculation. Wouldn't be surprised if it was used to manipulate emotions.
Right. This one's weird too. Okay. Check this one out.
No, I don't want to, because you always show something that leads to another rabbit hole.
I just been chilling.
I'm tired of walking, man.
That was funny.
For real though. I do be doing that. This one reminds me of the Tomb of Illumination one. That professor guy, remember? You were showing me, Big Root?
What was that?
Remember that professor guy you were showing me? About Tomb of Illumination?
Tomb of Illumination. Yeah.
Look at this.
Which is that the Italian or something?
I don't know. It's the STS-120 mission.
Yeah.
But look at see the spiral, like the vortex.
Yeah. With the yeah.
And then
similar.
you see the helium symbol. All right.
Oh, is that helium?
I mean, I don't know what it is, honestly. Isn't helium just like one nucleus, one electron? Or one proton, one electron?
Do you mean hydrogen?
I mean hydrogen, not helium. Sorry,
Yeah.
dude, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the end of the spiral, you got the star. So what does that mean? It's sort of like the spiral energy is going into the star.
Oh, he's going through Orion's belt again. Yeah. I don't know.
So obviously I've missed a lot of these. Is this the theme then? They're always going through Orion's belt on all of them.
I don't know.
If you look, there's a little flicker on the left side, like it spirals around. There's a flicker, like it looks like it's spiraling from underneath and then to the left.
Almost like a 6.
That's true too. I see the 6 there, and there's like the light at the top of the
Yeah, if you look at the ST-120, you've got the Orion star field in the background.
Yeah. So is that, look at the behind the moon. What's that supposed to be? Mars?
I think so, because
The reason why I
there's a
say is you've seen the picture where they have the moon and then they have Mars, and they're saying that there's an optical thing or some shit, and
well, they're also saying like
that
yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that picture looked retarded the way that it was done, but it reminds me of this. Some of y'all gotta know what I'm talking about. It was a picture with like the freaking moon and Mars in it, and I'm like, the fuck is this? Like, what is it?
There's a patch like that.
Oh, and now there's a patch
Yeah,
like it. Yeah, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
Look at the patch all the way on top. It says back to the
what
moon, on to Mars. The 50th
Yeah, onto Mars.
50th next 50th anniversary patch. The next giant leap.
Yeah.
Do you also see
So I
Orion's
reckon
belt
that their
right there?
official narrative is they plan on saying, okay, we're going to set up some kind of mini jump from the moon. We're going to land here, do some shit here, then we're going to go to Mars. Is what it sounds like they're trying to do. Which, I guess if you're going with space travel narratives, that would actually make sense. Like, why not set up a moon base so that it's easier to send shit out? You set the resources there and then send them off from there.
I'm just glad you're here and Root's here, Ether. Because I know you would see something with the symbology.
Yeah, I'm looking at the symbology for it, and here's something people don't take into consideration: what colors are used.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of Han blue in here.
Look at that one.
Yeah, it always seems to be yellow in there as well, don't they?
Yeah, like a sulfur yellow and Han blue.
If you look at the Apollo 15 patch, which is just sort of like a scroll up or two, there's sort of like there's three sort of like chevrons, sort of like in multicolours, and this represents the sort of like the three visitations that they received, and on Apollo 15.
Apollo 15. Oh yeah. That one's extremely weird. Because you can see like the double helix right underneath it. I'll repost it. So yeah, this one, Astral.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the Apollo 15, it's got like these three overlapping sort of like chevrons or sort of like a multicolour, and that to me represents like the three that sort of like the three sort of like the visitations that they received, and from some sort of entities, I guess.
That's just weird.
What are these entities, and when did they get visited by them?
What entities?
Well, yeah, the way they go to these places is not sort of like via the physical. They do it via the other planes or the sort of like Astral, and they do it sort of by that means. And while you're open to that sort of like travel on that journey, you can always get sort of like a visitation from anyone.
What, like demons?
Not really like demons. Most of the stuff is sort of like 99.9% of the stuff that you might get is not like a demon.
What's it? What do you mean then?
I mean, there's intelligence that is out there. It's not just
out where?
Out in sort of like what we would call like the universe, but
what, space?
Yeah, it's not really like that. It's not really like space in such that there are parallel dimensions that sort of like coexist along with our
Yeah.
sort of
Exactly
our
right there.
reality is sort of like one thing, and like we sort of like coexist on sort of like the lowest sort of like the lowest bang of the ladder, and there's more sort of like steps up, and you can go to these higher things, and this is when you sort of like raise your consciousness, and you can go up to sort of like various things.
So
In my
you're connecting the stars with the higher dimensions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've seen some really weird stuff. I've brought into my room sort of like other dimensions, and I can see sort of like it starts like sort of like a spirals, sort of like fractals. All these fractals are spinning round and round and round, and then it sort of like opens up into sort of like another field or like another universe, and I get sort of like images and all this sort of stuff, and it's not really in my sort of like 3D world. It's sort of like expansion to sort of like another world which is out there, and sort of this this sort of like world, it sort of like intermingles with ours, and at certain times of the day and certain times it sort of like gets stronger, and it comes into me, and I see all these images, and I see some pretty weird shit at times.
Yeah, I can kind of get down with some of your ideas. I have a burning desire to say space. Space is a thermodynamics violation. You can't have combustible engines in space, so clearly there's no space travel. But I can kind of dig the stars are, potential gateways to higher places. I like that idea, but obviously that's a non-scientific idea.
Oh. I like thinking in terms of realms of possibility, and I've held it within possibility that we don't know whether or not those things are portals. So that's a good thought. But like Big Root said, like it's not something that can be proven or tested, and it is an interesting thing to consider.
Yeah, you've only got to look among sort of like the ancients, and you see like Orion,
And
sort of like coming to the Egyptians. Now they built the pyramid in the same sort of like structure as the sort of like the three main stars in Orion. Now, why? It was a projection, I guess, of the sort of like the three stars of Orion. That why did they build sort of like three pyramids, which obviously take a long time, and in the same shape of the Orion stars? That's sort of like a massive sort of like undertaking. If they didn't believe something that was important to them, underlying what these sort of like portals and three stars meant, then sort of like the whole construction was a waste of time.
Yeah. Well, like to me, this is one of those things. Like I said, it's not provable, and while it's interesting to think about, I find the unprovable stuff to be like they're not that useful to me because I can't apply them to anything. Like the application is missing, so it ends up just being we're chatting about what could be. But
Yeah, it can
I
end up
have
a bit divisive as well.
Well,
Yeah,
But I have to
absolutely.
admit, Astral, that I have entertained that idea before, so I do see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, sort of like the way I think about things now, I don't have to entertain sort of like the scientific probabilities of mainstream. I entertain the things what I feel. I entertain that things that could be, and I just sort of like I like to let my imagination go, and in the sort of like the infinite possibilities which could be, I think some of it makes sense, even if you can't prove it.
Well, sometimes the stuff that we can't prove does have validity to it. There's a lot of things that were discovered. It was discovered on a hunch. Somebody's like, "Hey, what if this?" And maybe that, and then they go check it out, and well, damn, it damn sure is. Okay, that's cool. It happens. And usually it's the ones who are questioning things that discover stuff like that, because everybody else is like, yeah, we already know, so we don't have to look.
Yeah, if you figure sort of like most scientific discoveries are discovered by people who did it on their own. They didn't sort of like entertain like the popular theories. They went on their own thing, and they thought, yeah, this is my idea, and I don't care if it takes 20 years for you to accept my idea.
I've noticed that something about that, the 20 years for accepting an idea. Think about the way that they do this propaganda. There's a lot of stuff that'll happen, and the average person's kind of like, yeah, right. And a decade or two passes, and the media just keeps on repeating the narrative like, yeah, this is definitely true. Everybody knows that. And eventually the people who are in denial either don't care enough, or they're just like, whatever, or they don't want to argue with it, or they'll just blatantly stand against it and then be portrayed as being crazies because, everybody knows that. Why don't you believe? And they do that for everything, whether it's the moon landing or some kind of excuse to go over, to go like attack the neighboring nation. People make up crap and then follow with that damn excuse over and over and double down and double down and double down until everybody just agrees with the double down excuse.
Yeah, it's true. Sort of like you got your thinking brain, which does certain things. It sort of like controls your biology, and it does other things. There's a logical mind in your brain, and there's also the heart center. Now, the heart center in your heart, that has 40,000 neurons. So,
Yeah.
your heart is thinking as well. And sort of like you can sort of like send signals to your brain, to your heart, and there is a communication between your heart and your brain. Now the difference between the heart and the brain is that the brain doesn't think. The heart doesn't think. The heart knows and the brain thinks about things. The heart always knows the truth. And that's the difference.
Can't argue with that one. Aren't they finding out now? I'm sure it's epigenetics again, but I'm sure they're finding out now that the heart is basically a second brain in as
I
many
believe that
words.
Yeah.
there's, like microcomputers work on a network connecting to a larger computer. That's how I believe the neurological network works throughout the entire body, and that every organ has kind of a micro brain connected to it right there at the ends of the neurological
every
linkings that
organ.
go through it and branch out.
It's
It
not
makes
just a
sense to me.
heart. Every organ has a brain.
Yeah.
And
Well, I've
thinking
studied
for
the vagus nerve a little bit because of my personal medical issues. So I'm looking at this. It's kind of like Ethernet cables connected to devices.
Yeah. We're like the heart is 100% electric. I reckon the whole body is, and when you look at sort of how it's like we're wired up basically, and it's all an electrical event. The heart is literally electrically pulsing the plasma around your body. So this is like what a meat suit, electrical meat suit.
yeah, I can tell you something. When my partner was in hospital and she was about 6 miles away, and when she had a heart attack, this was sort of like that. I would say 4:30 in the morning, so like 4 to 5 in the morning, and I never get up at that time because my working time. I started work at 10 o'clock in the morning, so there's no reason for me to get up at 5 o'clock. And so like when she had a heart attack, I immediately awoke and I knew what was going on. So like this was a message from her to me to say something is not quite right.
Yeah, I think we have. The more you hang around with someone, the more time you spend with someone, I think the more, what's the right word? The more of a connection, psychic connection that you get. Like you start to really figure people out, don't you? After a certain amount of time, to the point where it's like a spiritual connection or something.
Well, it's not just the time. Sort of like when a mother gives birth to her baby, that mother can detect the heart rate of that baby sort of virtually anywhere in the house. If there's a problem with that baby, the mother knows sort of like instantly. There's a communication between the baby and the mother. Obviously, the baby has been with the mother for 9 months, so there's sort of like a synchronicity. There is a relationship between the mother and the baby, which has always been there for 9 months, and like when the baby is born, that still exists, and it doesn't matter sort of like the distance either. It can be around the house, it could be sort of like 30 miles away. Sort of like mothers know if there's sort of like a problem with their offspring, sort of like on their children. They're just interested to know. I mean, yeah, some mothers get a signal and they might not understand it, but it sort of like more than that, they feel something, even if they don't
Yeah.
understand it.
Well, yeah, there's that, but you've also got, like how some women, when they spend a certain amount of time together, their periods synchronize. You get people who get colds and flus at the same time as their family, but they don't necessarily just get it because someone's around them. My point is that there's like synchronizations that happen with human behavior, and you can literally sync yourself with people to the point where you both become hungry at the same time. You both, feel down at the same time, and it's with women, periods synchronize. So there's that as well, isn't there?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, sort of like many people think that infections are spread sort of like by a mechanical means or sort of like a spray in the air. That's not the case. All infections are spread through the like the mechanical. Yeah, no, not mechanical. The magnetic field that
Don't
we
mean to cut
have.
you off, brother. Don't mean to cut you off, but we don't, we try not. It's my fault. I brought it up, but we don't talk about germ theory in here or terrain or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
not trying to censor you. Not trying to censor you, but we could start going down a rabbit hole, and it only leads to one conversation, one place. You know what I mean? So we try not to go
bro,
there.
and it's not just to protect the server, so that's a main thing. But also, I personally warn this to people because Discord's terms of service change. Like I want to protect your account too. I don't want you to get deleted.
Right? Yeah.
So I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So I agree with Big Root. This is to protect everybody, and it's coming from Discord. It's not us. We want to talk about literally everything.
I do.
But Discord is like, hey, no. So we're like, all right, I don't want you to delete me. So okay.
Okay, that's fair enough. I won't talk about it.
We'll Astro, we'll have another chat one day in chill chat. But I agree with you pretty
Well,
much.
even
I can tell.
there, we still there's limits to everything. We can't go
Oh, really?
so far.
Okay.
Yeah, this is sort of like, sadly, this is where the censorship has brought us. It's brought to this sort of like a situation where you can't talk about things, and that is the saddest thing.
Yeah. Well, we're live streaming on YouTube. I'm hopeful one day we just stick with Rumble, but for now it's still on YouTube.
Yeah, even with Rumble, you can't talk about certain subjects.
Well, yeah, I suppose it's just as bad now, isn't it, over there?
No, I thought like Rumble was generally good. I mean, but there's a few taboo things that you can't talk about. I mean, I could say sort of like especially World War Two.
Oh, right. Yes. There are elements of World War II that shall not be spoke about. You're right. We don't get this.
I mean,
Yeah. We don't get that here very much, though.
no. Anyway, I don't know how I come about to be on this sort of like live stream or whatever. I don't often come here, but I seem to have opened a can of worms.
No, you're good, Astro. I'm just on a rabbit hole. That's why I've been quiet.
I mean,
What are
I'm
you
trying
looking
to
at?
take anybody with me right now. Well, okay. I'll just show this one
yeah,
thing. This is from
I
NASA.
started,
And,
I started off with saying this is what I think of this patch, and everybody else wants to say, yeah, this is every other patch that I look at. There's something in there. I mean, why is it?
yeah, it is pretty revealing in some of them. But I want you guys to see this one again one more time, because look what I've found. Check this out. I think we figured out
What, slime?
Yeah, but look at the patch.
That's a case that it's in, isn't it? It's not a patch.
No, this is not a patch. I'm saying look at the patch I just posted above it. See the yellow with the four blue?
Oh, yeah. The blue and the yellow. Yeah.
What is that anyway?
What is this slime mold? I can't understand what it is from this explanation, apart from it's a single-celled organism that can move. So what? It's like black goo, but slime mold.
I'm not sure exactly what it is, but all the documents are restricted on it. The goal of the blob investigation is to observe the influence of microgravity on the blob. A ground experiment takes place in schools, and the results are compared against the results of the International Space Station. Conclusions, blah blah blah.
You are the worm can opener, bro. Now I need to know.
Oh, that's interesting. It's restricted, and all it says is, as this is an educational investigation, there is no direct space application. Here, I'll give you this. All of it's restricted, all the data they got from it for some reason.
So this is just normal mold slime or whatever. This is just nothing special. This is just slime mold. What's the connection, bro?
I don't know. I just found it very weird that it's on the patch for STS-82, which is
I
like
don't
a
think it
service.
is on the patch. Is it on the patch?
The yellow with the 4 dots around it on the right side of the patch. You don't see that.
Okay. I don't know, bro.
It looked exactly the same, almost like, not exactly, but like it had the same tones. I was like, wait, that looks like that. I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, I think I can see why you're looking into it 100%. I can see enough of a connection there, yeah. But I need to know what this. I mean, what are the hell? Why have they got slime mold in a case? Like, what's the significance of this slime mold? I don't get
I
it.
don't know. Click on the link, and you'll see. Like it's restricted.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I don't know how I found this shit, man. Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, they're talking about experiments into sort of like intelligence. That's what they're doing, sort of into. Um, I'm trying to remember the word. Oh, entanglement. Yeah, I just posted a picture. These are two particles being entangled, and they took a snapshot of it.
The thing
And
that's
that's
weird about it is that it says
that is the yin
pre-flight.
yang.
All of this is
Now you
happening
know.
pre-flight. Sorry.
Now you know what yin yang means. It means entanglement.
Hold on. So that's actually really interesting. But where's the article? Did you post? I can see the pictures of the yin and yang, but where's the link to entanglement? The quantum term entanglement. Did you post something, or you just sort of this is your theory? It's interesting.
No, this is from a post that was actually posted. I think I only captured like the images. I may have the original post. I might have to look for it.
Yeah, I'd be interested to look into that. Entanglement has a sign.
And it's pretty. I mean, that symbolism has been. I don't know how old that symbolism is, but yeah, we share sort of like multiple or thousands of years old. That sort of like yin yang thing. Now, how did they know, or did they really know it was about sort of like entanglement? Yeah, this is really sort of like crazy stuff.
Are you gonna post it?
I probably can't find it right now, but yeah, maybe.
Where'd you get
Yeah,
that? Where'd you get that image from? Like,
Yeah,
what
it's
is
from
that?
yeah, it's the sort of like the moment when two particles become entangled. That's
No,
what that is.
I'm saying, where'd you get the picture? Where's the article behind it? Like, did you take a screenshot?
Yeah, it was a screenshot.
Okay. Do you remember where you took the screenshot from?
Not quite now. I may be able to find it. Yeah, but I don't really want to do it right at this moment. But I could definitely look for it. And if I find it, I'll send you a post here.
Yeah, not to put you on the spot, but it makes a hell of a lot of sense. I've never really seen the yin and yang compared to quantum entanglement, which is cool as fuck, to be honest. So, yeah, I want to know more.
Yeah, this is something I just come across. There was an article and it said, look at
I
the
found it.
moment of it.
I
Oh,
found the
you found it?
article.
Oh,
Physics.org.
good.
Nice.
Sorry?
It's from physics.org.
Yeah, probably.
See, Beast, when I'm focused, I can research.
Haha. Nice.
Yeah, you know, when you research, it's not just you, it's sort of like synchronicities as well.
Yeah, 100%. Things will come to you, right?
Things will come to you because you want it to come. And yeah, the other day I was looking at sort of like a yellow objects in my house, and I went outside and I was walking about the streets, and everything I saw was yellow. There was yellow on the pavement, there was yellow signs, yellow everywhere, just because I've sort of like concentrated on something that was yellow.
What in the world? Space Station Research Explorer on NASA is wild. I didn't expect this to be here. There's like so many things that are like not space related that are also really in like okay. What does this mean? Sorry, I'm talking out loud. Hang tight. Root, I think you can get lost here on this page, so
I'm reading the quantum
yeah.
entanglement one. Is that what you're reading?
No. I'm gonna send you that, and then so that's the experiment tab, and then just browse by expeditions. I'm on expedition 0 right now. Oh, this is wild. Sorry.
I was thinking that if I posted that sort of like images about sort of like the particle entanglement, and like the second person here sort of like found like the article, did I change his timeline to enable him to find it?
Say that again. What changes timeline?
Now, I posted the sort of like the first images about entanglement of particles, which I said was like the yin and yang symbol, and then sort of like someone else posted the sort of like the original article to what I was referring to. Now, did in my sense that I posted sort of like one image, did I change your timeline to enable you to find it?
Well, if it wasn't for you, I would never have looked for it.
Exactly. And is that like a timeline change?
Yeah, but that happens every day. That's part of life, isn't it? I mentioned something
Yeah.
to you. That's called inspiration. So we just
Yeah.
inspire each other. Yeah.
Yeah. How did you find it so quickly? I mean, that was amazing. That was
Because I
amazing.
was listening. I was listening to what you said, and I just
Yeah.
googled the moment of entanglement, and I went to images.
Yeah. But I never really explained it sort of like properly. I put it as, I didn't say sort of like entanglement. I said spooky action.
Yeah, but I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, I was trying to think of the word entanglement. But I remember sort of like the Einstein saying sort of like spooky action, and that's what came to my mind. And I was trying to think of entanglement, but it never really come to my mind. And
Just want to mention, I know we've got somebody here, Felicia, I think it is. Felicia Midgarder. I think they just have a listening pass. So, Felicia, if you do want to use your microphone or get involved, pop up to VC check-in 1 or 2, and somebody can give you the power to speak. We'd love to have you on.
yeah, I must have did the BC check-in sort of about 4 years ago. I can't even. I remember what I was asked now, but I guess I passed.
Everybody passes, unless you're a troll.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, do you get many that you don't pass?
Not too many, but a few a week, I think.
I feel like, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's if you're pretending to be a flat earther and you're not, it's pretty obvious. You know, you can't hold it down for longer than a few sentences. So one conversation cuts that out straight away.
yeah, it probably does. Yeah, I mean, probably now I might be sort of like rejected because I don't think I don't believe in the globe, and I don't think the flat Earth is perfectly right. I think that we got something else, something going on. I don't really know what's
But
absolutely going on.
remember, flat's not a shape. Flat is just a description of the surface of the Earth. So the actual
Yeah,
term, the Earth is flat, is a correct term. Do you know what I mean? Even though it's not a
yeah,
shape.
yeah. What I think is that the Earth is flat, but we got like a sort of like a circular sort of like field around us, which is sort of like similar to what the globe model would say, that there's a round Earth, but not in the sense that the Earth is going round, that we got a field that is round. That's what I think.
Ah, sounds a bit like the cosmic egg to me.
Yeah, possibly not the cosmic end. I don't think that. I think that we live in a toroid field, probably like a double toroid, and we got sort of like there's a flat plane of inertia, and that is where the land is, and then we got a field above and a field below.
Yeah, can't argue, mate. Who knows? What's up,
And
Kemba?
yeah,
Kimbo.
as above, so below.
Hmm. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought it froze. Okay.
Hard Rocking's been quiet today. Hope you're good, bro.
I'm
Julius
finding
J. Yeah.
finding a bunch of these experiments on NASA.
Oh, we got Fal V as well.
This
How you
is
doing, sir? Long time. Is it Fal V or is it Falv? Falv, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't mean to cut anybody out there. I was just taking stock of. Oh, we got Wave Mixer as well. AJ, One Deck, Amish, Battle Match. Got a full house. Valve's mic's busted. Okay, sir. Good to see you anyway.
hmm.
It is normal for here. We get sort of like sort of like two or three people talking, and about 9 people listening.
I think it's the time of day. I think it's the calm before the storm. It starts getting busy in the next 2 hours. What time is it in America and where you are, Beast Calls?
Oh, 7 in the morning.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
still.
tired.
Yeah.
But some of this stuff I'm finding is crazy. Like there's so many, dude. So have you went to the see the
Did you ever go to sleep?
no.
Oh,
I woke
shit.
up at 5 yesterday. I'm
Yeah.
good.
Insomniacs unite.
Fair play, man. I don't know how you do it, bro.
Well,
It's 9
I'm
a.m. where Sydney is.
technically I'm only up 14 hours.
Only.
That's not bad.
So I'm guessing Sydney must be closer to the east, and Beast, you must be closer to the west, yeah?
I don't know where Sydney is. Oh, 9 a.m. So she's central.
Could be central, yeah.
Oh, what is this? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find these
Yeah, right.
future expeditions here.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here.
Yep. Same. Do you live, Astro, in the UK?
Yep, I do.
Whereabouts?
I live in the southeast of England, probably about sort of about 25 miles, sort of like northeast of sort of like London.
Yep. Around Kent way?
No, not Kent.
No.
That would be sort of like south of me. I live north of London.
Oh, so over, not quite as far as Norwich. I'm trying to think. I don't know the east that well.
No, we got a county called Essex, and
Yeah, you are in Essex.
yeah,
Yeah.
county.
Yeah.
So it's actually Harlow. I live in the town of Harlow. If you want to
Oh,
know,
Harlow.
yeah,
I call that London.
yeah, probably do. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, cool. I'm from Birmingham.
yeah. What's happening at the Birmingham City Council? They've gone sort of
We're broke.
bankrupt.
Yeah, we're broke, mate. We're fucked. They didn't collect my bins yesterday. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Well, I can think that you think of something. I mean, this is like a state of affairs which never should have happened. Like all the sort of like councils are all like personally liable.
Yeah, I don't quite know how it's happened. I don't know who's to blame or whatever, but it's been a long time coming apparently. So apparently we're the ones who are going to pay for it. They've just decided to go bankrupt, and now all the services are going to be effed for a few months. Load of bollocks, man. I feel like it's just psychological conditioning, mate. It's all a fucking game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all a game really. The sort of like the states in America, in the sort of like all the states, they have a lien against them. I don't know if you understand the legal term lien, but they have a 999 sort of like trillion sort of like lien against them, which means that they can't do anything sort of like financially now. They are stuck and they can't pay any wages. They can't do anything financially. And the only way out of it is to sort of like cooperate with whoever sort of like who's lent the lien against them, so like financially.
Yeah. No, I agree, and I agree with what Sydney put in the chat. I think it's they're just setting us up to do us over, and I think the first ones to pay in the UK will be the NHS, followed by the services. And that's where they're going to hit people because there's a lot of people who work for the NHS. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sort of like in the job wise sort of situation, there's a massive drive to get people to sort of like go to the NHS because they got no people going to them. They've either left or sort of like the original people in the NHS had left and they got no one out, and there's a massive drive to sort of like a recruitment drive to get people to go to the NHS in the UK now.
Yeah. Since COVID, people have stopped going. I've spotted that. I don't know why I said that. I try not to use that buzzword. But since then, yeah, I've noticed people haven't been going as much. I don't think I've been to a doctor or a dentist for 10 years. personally. Well, I don't.
No,
People don't
actually,
need
last
to go.
year, sort of like last year, I became ill, sort of like last year, August, and yeah, I phoned up an ambulance, and they were excellent. I was admitted to the hospital, and they did a very good job. They were sort of like outstanding. Um,
Hey, can you hear me?
I had absolutely no faults against the
Loud and clear.
Wonderful. All right, cool. I'm just going to listen and I'm going to use mobile just in case. Hello,
Yo, you have a
hey,
voice.
Ruth.
Hey, Cindy.
Nice to finally
Hey,
hear
hey,
you.
hey.
Hi. Just doing exam prep for a test this afternoon. And then, yeah, this subject is super every day on my mind. So if I wanted to say something, at least I have the freedom for now until somebody might come in as a troll and interrupt me. But for now, I have the voice. Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I should say good night soon, though. For real, for real.
You've missed your chance to sleep now, bro. It's over. On to the next day.
Never. Never.
And thank
Okay.
you, Beasticles, for trying to help me that day. It's not even worth it on my PC. It got so messed up by somebody, so it's all good.
For sure. If you ever need a hand to wipe it or whatever, I got you.
Possibly after you sleep.
Yeah. Well, here, I'm going to leave this with Root. We'll have to talk later about it.
Yeah, I will read those articles you sent me. I'm just trying to finish off my day's work before I get distracted.
Oh, this is so interesting. Has anyone ever heard of nanoracks self-assembly? Mesoscopic lipid mimics?
Yeah. It's part of the RNA vaccine tech, right?
No.
Is this hydrogel?
Careful with the terms.
Yeah. I keep forgetting where we are. Yeah.
But
Stop asking me questions that make me think. Then.
but listen to this, right? Nanoracks lipid mimic self-assembly is housed in an Arduino designed and produced by Infinity Aerospace. It is operated by an Arduino Mega 2560 microcontroller board. Nanoracks lipid mimic self-assembly 3D prints small millimeter range lipid quote-unquote structures that have a quote-unquote magnetic head and an electrostatic tail. An assembly chamber is then constructed which allows the lipids to self-assemble into stable macrostructures. The lipids are then manipulated by collecting them with an electromagnet into a side chamber. The effective concentration of lipids is varied by adjusting the size of the container. The lipids are free from direct interactions with the container using an eccentric motor and vibration device. This device also provides some energy to allow the structures to move about the chamber and encounter each other. The variables include the number of effective concentration of lipids in the interaction chamber, the field strength of electromagnet, the vibration frequency of the eccentric motor. The data is collected via video and analyzed according to the relative symmetries and structures of self-assembly as a function of vibration frequency and electromagnetic field. Whew!
Yeah, bro. Look at what I've just sent you. You don't have to read it, but just look at the and remember what I said.
No, I know. But the reason why I wanted to read it is because this is from 2002. Yeah. I'm talking about like way before any of this. Like the earliest articles I was finding on this was like 2008, 6 maybe.
Yeah, that's when they were working on it, but they mastered it, and now the lipid nanoparticles are for mRNA delivery.
But check it out. Check it out. Careful.
That's what it's for. No, that's not even anything to worry about, brother. You can go and read articles on lipid nanoparticle delivery for mRNA vaccines. It's like normal. It's just part of vaccines now.
And whether or not they actually do that is another thing. I've learned so much real history through phony history, like in the last 3 months, like from military to just everything that they release in general. Like I have a whole new eye to see a lot of this stuff. It's crazy. I can totally entertain the idea, but at some point I'm just like, yo, use it or lose it, because it's I just, so much of what we do, especially in papers and patents and stuff, is like, I'm sorry to say, it is just a load of crap. I hate that I found that out. I mean, I'm okay with that, but I also just I can't even take that seriously, just because we do so much for show over here, you know.
Right.
If they did do
Well, I
something
can tell
like
you,
that, I don't know. I feel like they would focus it on more like how to wipe our memories for good this time, you know. But
no, it's never going to happen. We're always going to have our memories.
I think
What's going to happen in the future? There is going to be sort of like electromagnetic sort of like pulse, and that is going to destroy all this nano stuff.
it is our collective
It's just,
memory, and it is much more powerful. I completely agree.
yeah,
Completely.
yeah. Not only that, they've got the technology to destroy all this nano stuff, and that's what they're going to use. There's going to be sort of like a pulse technology, and they're going to use that to destroy all these
Yeah,
nanoparticles. Yeah, yeah.
I like
They're
you,
just going to take.
Astro.
That's because I'm always positive.
hmm Yeah, dude, God's been working, or Creator's been working crazy over time. At least with me, like I'm just getting imprints and memories, and things are up. Things are definitely upcoming. So I just gotta say, like, get right with your Creator, get right with yourself, because there is a sense of urgency here. I have no other way to say it because I don't really know what the event's going to be, but I think you and I and all of us in here are on the right side, so we'll be okay. But yeah, crazy.
Yeah, we will be okay. A lot of people think of all like like the negative things which are going on, and I just listen to them and I just laugh at them. I just think,
Mhm.
I just laugh. I just laugh. And I think when they introduced sort of like the monkeypox, what did we do?
I laughed.
We all laughed at it. That's what you got to do.
It is funny though. The digital overlay, if you will, is so obvious when it's fake to me now that like it almost makes me feel unbreakable, and I know that only comes from the Creator. So none of it's my doing, but Discord has been a crazy test in a good way. uh, since it found me just 3 months ago. So I enjoy myself here. Thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah, I mean, sort of like amongst us, we have got an unbreakable field that they can't disrupt
Yeah,
because,
it's really amusing, but the attacks never cease when you have that around you, you know? So it's just almost, it's like the most fun I have in any day, to be honest, interacting with those constant attacks in different forms. It's really, really amusing at this point, because none of it has any power, really, just like you said.
yeah, because when you laugh at it, sort of like, yeah, the monkeypox and all that sort of stuff, I just think it's sort of totally funny. I just laugh at it. And if you laugh at all their stuff, you realise sort of like most of their stuff is just fake.
Absolutely, it is.
Most of it's just fear-based. Get you all riled up.
Oh, of course. That way the energy can go elsewhere besides the positive uniting with the creator energy. Yeah, I know.
I think like literally all of it, but most of it, I'll just say, just for.
We'll just say like 95%, but online about 99%. Totally. Completely agree.
Let's see here. So this is interesting. I'm just gonna post this one real quick. This one's pretty crazy. So yeah, I'm going down this list here of experiments that NASA has done and focused on the quote unquote on ground ones that have no space like application. So it's like, why are you? What are you guys doing? You know, so I'm just looking at these essentially.
Yeah, we had a sort of like a news article in the UK, and it was saying that the government was going to ban anybody putting heaters on sort of like during the winter. Now, how is the government going to ban anybody putting heaters on during the winter? If you've got a cold winter spell, people are going to put their heaters on because they're obviously cold. Now, if this did come into law, the UK government would be responsible for tens of thousands of deaths. Now,
They
that
already
is
are.
never going to.
They already are. They use smart meters. You know about them?
It
Smart
doesn't
meters.
matter about smart meters.
Well, a
Now,
lot of them they get switched on to pay as you go if they fall behind, and that's way more
yeah,
expensive.
but they can't, yeah, but in law they can't switch them off.
Yeah, but if you've got no money and you've been switched to pay as you go, then effectively you have been switched off. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but yeah, there is that thing. But
I have a random question to the UK people. Is the Isle of Wight worth visiting?
sorry,
Astral can tell you about that. He was
Well,
talking
what?
about it earlier.
Were you really? I've been dying to go. I have no idea why, so I'm just gonna guess it's like a family thing, an ancestral thing. But I've just been curious about it recently.
yeah, the Isle of Wight, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there probably sort of like about twice, I think. Sort of like in my sort of like teens, I guess. Yeah, yeah, it's a nice place.
I've never been, but it's very apparently it's it's off the mainland, so it's very quiet, very beautiful, not very polluted, all the good stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, there's got to be a B&B there or something.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of it's a lot of tourism there. Yeah. Do you Astro? Is that anywhere near the cliffs of Dover, the Isle of Wight, or is that the Isle of Man?
Am I
No,
anywhere near the cliffs of,
the Isle of Wight, or is it the Isle
oh,
of
the
Man?
Isle of
I'm thinking
Wight?
of one of
Yeah,
them is
you got
close. Yeah.
yeah, you've got the cliffs of Dover, which are on the sort of like the eastern side of England, and then you got like the central part, and you got sort of like Southampton, and you also got sort of like Portsmouth. But yeah, to get to the Isle of Wight, you would typically go out of Southampton, and you would do it by sort of like a ferry, and yeah, it's like a 30-minute trip to the Isle of Wight. Mm.
Yeah, I was saying if you go down that way, you've got to see the cliffs of Dover, man. They are something else to look at. They get your brain going.
I'm going to look up pictures of them. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, the cliffs of Dover are sort of like white chalk. Um, yeah, they're pretty. Yeah, they're pretty amazing.
That definitely gets my brain going. Wow. That's lovely. Wow.
Apparently, there's tunnels all through them as well. So
Oh,
if you find an entrance, you can find your way in there somehow.
well, it looks like it could have been, a great mound like all the other ones, like Serpent Mound, but bigger for some sort of purpose underneath. Of course, definitely looks like it just got hacked off somewhere. That's unfortunate, but hey, more exploring to do.
It's like an ice shelf without the ice.
I love how bright green that grass on top is. It's like like fresh moss. That's like one of my favorite things. Very cool.
Yeah, the signature of Britain, they call it. The Green
Really
Meadows.
interesting.
What are you guys looking at? Or you didn't post it, you're just looking at it?
Just the White Cliffs of Dover, yeah. Pictures.
Yeah, that's too perfect on the top and on the sides, even though it's hacked off to have anything besides something inside or underneath.
I know. I just feel like they're so unusual. The fact they've got tunnels through them as well is quite mysterious and
Well,
interesting.
people had to do all this other, many of the other, I'm just gonna say, resets in the past. It's just pretty damn obvious now. My dad even listens to me about it now. He's super interested. He's like, "Oh well, no wonder we can't find our family history." Yeah, I know. No wonder we can't find our family history, Dad. I've been doing that. Like, it's been my mission for the last year, and I keep getting stonewalled. Like, no pun intended. And all these, all these clues are everywhere in nature. It's really, really awesome. So.
Yeah, actually, that's the same way I managed to bond with my dad about history was to look at the family because we've got Caribbean descent from my dad's side.
Mhm.
So obviously the history is extremely shaky for Caribbeans
Yeah.
in general. So
Yeah.
he was more open and willing to talk about stolen history from that perspective,
Yeah.
which kind of got us to connect. Yeah.
Isn't that great? Especially when they're like, he's in his 60s and he like wants to know more about his dad's dad, and I'm like, well, whenever I find it, I'm gonna let you know first. But yeah, I have lots of African Congo in me, and I'm like, okay. And then the rest is just like what Scotland and Wales and France. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I have, I have a friend who's um, directly related to sort of like Henry Avery, and he was a pirate.
Mm.
And
Avery. Oh, Avery. Yeah, the pirate Avery.
yeah, because before he was a pirate, he was a British seaman before he became a pirate, and then sort of like he sort of like later decided to become a pirate. And this friend of mine said, "Yeah, that is my name too. That is my surname."
Yeah.
And sort of like his name is Richard Avery, and his a direct descendant of sort of like Henry Avery.
Oh no.
So they say. It may be.
Yeah, I know that there's something going on, but I mean, it makes it. I'm happy because now my family on my mom's side, what they do here with that, what I posted, all of this other stonewalling, not just from ancestry, but from government stuff, makes total sense now. I mean, it does make me feel special in a way, but I'm like, yo, homie, where's my benefits besides, protection or surveillance? Like, I don't have any. And I would like to know who I am so I can tell my children. I just got married and that's my life mission now. So either way, I'm going to find out the truth. That's like the best I can bring to it is that attitude.
It's going to bring you so much. I
There
think it'll bring you so much. Yeah, because that's how I started, and now, I uncovered something about the Caribbeans and potentially, our family lineage that opened a whole door that got me into, I then discovered phantom time. So, I just think you start with your own family, and I think that's a good place to, eventually, you'll get there, innit?
I like hearing that I'm not the only one. That makes me extremely happy because, there's a few of us that definitely are just on the radar, and when you don't know why, it makes it, they wanted me to go insane, and I'm glad that wasn't the route I took. But yeah.
Yeah, and as time goes on, I think more's coming out about that subject. So people, in general, people are just coming across inconsistencies in history now.
Absolutely. Well, they're everywhere. Every single thing we have, really. So.
And always have been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm like, Dad, I wonder why we can't see any records before 1881, and then it's like a different name in a different country, and then it's the same person. How does this make sense? It doesn't. So there you go. It'll all come together.
Yeah, I think they did sort of like what we call like in modern times, sort of like a cut and paste.
Yeah, I know, right? And I used to
Oh,
do
yeah.
records. It's so easy to friggin' fake PDFs and stuff. It's super easy. So whatever. God wins. That's the story. There we go.
Exactly.
Well, I think it also reinforces like it's a little bit futile to try and claim like you are this or I am that, or you know what I mean? Because
Right.
so much mixing, so much chaos in the past, and there's been so much movement and so much hidden that it's I think it's almost impossible to be sure of exactly where you come from or lineage and blood wise. Yeah.
But I do know that the spiritual metaphysical capabilities that have been bestowed upon me, like not being cocky at all, I'm just not like that, but I have a few different gifts that now that I dropped a few substances out of my life, I feel like I can finally connect with those again. That's a blessing, and I think that a lot of us have that, and so that's really what you can't fake that, you can't make that up. So even if I don't know fully what I am, I can know what I can do,
100%. Well said.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I just say something on that? Sort of like when I talk to people, I talk to them over technology, which we obviously do, but I also talk to them over, I'm not sure what you would call it, sort of like a telepathic realm. And I also talk to them, yeah, they
That's
speak to me and I speak to them.
awesome.
Yeah, because when I'm talking to them on the sort of like, the technology side, I can also pick up their own sort of like vibrations, and I can also sort of talk to them.
What?
Yeah,
You're in my life.
like they're sort of like like the technology starts the conversation, but it ends with sort of like telepathically.
I agree. It's not just the vibrations of other people. You can get their intent. I can really easily. So I think that that's awesome that we have that in common.
Yeah, because I was talking to someone and I was talking to them for sort of like we had an audio chat the first time, and I was just listening to what she was saying, and I had to stop her, and I said to her, "Why am I seeing old clothes? I'm seeing sort of like old clothes that are about sort of like 200 years old." And I said, all these old clothes, sort of like images coming into my head. And she said, yeah, that's because I make and design old clothes and I wear them.
Nice.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
This time,
saw that.
weird sense of time. Anyway, it's never really been equal to whatever I'm presently in. You know what I'm saying? So that is really what because the creator, where he exists, there's not such thing as measurement or time in the way we have it here. So what I find so interesting is that these people that have done this to us, or whatever, with the timelines and whatever, they've already lost, and that's fine. They can only outrun for so long. But if the trivial stuff is just so meaningless to me that when I get back to, or when me and my husband do here soon, it's going to feel really good. That's all I got to say, because what is time anyway?
Yeah, I sort of get what you're saying, because when I think of time, it's already happened.
Of course.
Yeah, this is what I feel. There is no time.
Yeah. We're all old farts. I certainly am. So.
Excuse me, I'm a fresh fart.
I was gonna do an
Yeah, because
there, but I didn't.
I can speak to people. I do such things as remote viewing, so I can see. Now, the way I do my remote viewing is not like the same way as sort of like many people do theirs. I sort of like talk to people, and I'm locked onto their sort of like signal, because they have sort of like communicated me via this sort of like the technology that we're all using now, and I just lock onto the signal, and I can sense them, and I can name all the objects that they can see.
I like you, man. You're speaking language. As a kid, it was really
Yeah,
hard for me to understand, because a lot of my memories are gone now, and I understand that, and the significance of my uncle, so to speak. But it's just, we're not meant to live in the dark. So I do put my trust in the creator. I'm very grateful that I'm not the only one in this space. Even Astro, you and I have a lot in common.
yeah. The creator sends us signals
Yeah.
all the time.
Oh yeah.
Sort of like most people don't understand that
Well,
they are receiving signals from the creator, and
I
they're
know.
just sort of yeah, I don't understand it.
Yeah, but it's like I said to Dan the Waterman the other day. I said it is a physical sensation for me, and probably you too. It's a physical thing that I feel, that gives me everything that I intuitively know, and know it's from the creator. So it's not something you can teach to somebody that doesn't have a belief system in that, unless they feel it themselves. It's nothing that I can do to help, unfortunately. But yeah, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
Like
at
for me,
times
I would
I'm
have gladly stayed the train wreck that I was 10 years ago. I was perfectly fine with that, but I was going to kill myself, and God had other plans, So,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, personally, from my point of view, I just open my mind. Yeah, anything sort of like is possible. Sort of like when I lose, I lost my keys. Someone, and I thought, yeah, I can't find my keys, and now I'm stuck. So what do I do? And I thought, wow, there is a power in us, innate in all humanity, that can sort of like talk to things, and
Oh yeah.
Even if it's just a set of keys, you can still talk to your keys. So I just said, keys, tell me where you are.
I love that. No, that's literally how you have to do it. Like they're all have a soul or something. But yeah, I talk to plants a lot. Talk to inanimate objects. Always have, because certain things like to go missing.
Yeah. It's strange because I told my keys I don't know where you are, and they just said, I'm here. No worries, I'm here. And I just saw after 2 days of searching for my keys, I just leant over and picked them up instantly because
We can do that.
we have this ability to talk to our keys.
Yes. No, I dig it. I'm going to get back to studying, but this has been like the highlight of my morning, and I'm feeling a good vibration. I might go on a walk, which I never do. So carry on.
There you go. You should
Never
take
do.
walks more often if you don't.
Definitely should, man. People get in the way, and so I sometimes get this little twang of anger, and anger's not cute on me, but I just got to put headphones in as a decoy. Like, don't talk to me, you know?
I feel that. It's funny. I'm like, you should go walk more. 7 hours on the white screen here.
Yeah, right.
Uh,
You should have a nap. You should have a nap.
you hypocrite beast.
Ow. Ow, ow. Not a hypocrite. I got to take my own medicine. I'm not judging. Jesus.
Hey, I'm glad that you stay up, bro. It means that I get to spend more time with you because on your evening, it's just I have to go to bed fairly early because of the kids, so I just can't have too late at night. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's why I stay up. You're the reason why I stay up. You, AJ's cool. All those
The crew.
crew. I like how
I want to
some
hear.
people come in and just fall asleep. Sorry.
I know, right? People just come in to hear our dulcet tones. You know, just chill out before bed.
Right.
Yeah, well, I just feel sort of like how sort of like what we feel as real reality is not the whole thing. I just feel that there's something beyond that, and if you can tap into that, and sort of like you see all these weird sort of like things going around you, like I could see sort of like when I lose objects in my house, I just ask for them where you are, and they tell me. I think it's absolutely amazing that you could have the concepts of talking to sort of like a pen, sort of like a pen that you lost,
Yeah.
and where it is, and you just ask the pen, where are you, and it tells you.
Yes.
Yep. No, I agree. I don't have anything against that. We know from all the experiments that Japanese guy did that you can literally like code water, and then we know through quantum that everything is energy. So we know that the matter objects are the same as energy, and energy is affected by sound, and so it's all connected. So can't argue with you, brother, one bit. And then you've got epigenetics. I mean, since 2007, now scientists say, hey, your trauma is passed on. Hey, every word has an effect on your body and your kids, by the way. And if you don't move it, you're going to lose it, like Stacey said earlier. You know, this is all fucking science now, isn't it?
Yep.
Sorry, Sydney,
Yeah,
not Stacey.
Oh, okay.
sort of like there's a whole new meaning to things like chemotherapy, and sort of like the doctors say one thing, you sort of like you got to do this, and you think, nah. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to believe that the doctor said I've got 3 months to live. And
Good man.
because you don't believe, sort of like the doctor said you've got 3 months to live, you can live for 20 years.
Yeah, I believe until you get diagnosed, a lot of your symptoms don't show. Till you get that diagnosis, and then boom, all of a sudden, all the symptoms come along, right? Once you've been told you've got something. I hear it all the time. There is a placebo. There is truth to the placebo effect, and this is epigenetics mixed with fucking, the
Yeah, it's all in your mind.
quintessence.
Basically,
Wait, so
all in your mind. I have a friend of mine who has cancer, like he has lung cancer, and because he thinks because his father had the same thing that he died of, he is going to die of it. Now I don't know whether it's going to be truth or not, but he is so convinced that he is going to die of lung cancer that he probably will.
it probably will. I was going to say that. Right, I'm with you there.
Wow. Yep, I think they call that a self-fulfilling prophecy. I do
Yeah,
believe.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, and you know what? Sorry to cut you off. I recently heard somebody talking about, in a way that I've never heard before, about predictive programming. I don't know, maybe I missed it the first time if it came across me, but so a lot of people say, well, they got to tell you according to the law of karma, whatever. No, they want you to pay attention to this programming so it will remain in your thoughts like a virus. And then you, without even know what's going on, you manifest it. Not just you, but a million other people. It's just
Yeah,
like
I can tell you,
whoosh.
oh yeah, yeah,
I can tell you something about predictive programming. It's not really sort of like what you think it is, because the sort of like the artist who has drawn these sort of like images, which are supposedly some sort of predictive sort of like programming, he has no idea what he's drawing. That's not him. He's not been told
Are
what to
you?
write. He has
Oh,
not been told more. The information that the artist is picking up is sort of like from the future. He is seeing sort of like future ideas, and they're coming into his head, and he is just drawing sort of like images, and he has no idea.
well, I'm a little bit disappointed because I've seen, a handful of, predictive programming kind of videos from like the 1950s, from TV when it was black and white and everything. The nuclear family, like
Yeah,
the kitchen or
yeah,
home of tomorrow, the car of tomorrow. According to the 1950s, with that predictive programming, we should have flying cars right now. So I'm a little bit disappointed. I mean, like, what happened? Not enough people manifested it. I mean, why weren't people paying attention? I mean, is that the whole deal about it? They know how many are paying attention if certain shit don't happen. I mean, ugh.
yeah. What I'm talking about sort of like shows like Simpsons, and sort of like the way we see they have done predictive sort of programming. It's not the
What?
artist doing that. They,
Well, I want to know, why is Elon Musk the only one that gets to like fly a car to space? I just can't get that out of my head. Sorry, bro. I got to bring that back up. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead with what you're saying.
I lost you a bit. Can you say that again? Because you was sort of like roboting a bit.
Oh no. I gotta put the Wi-Fi home base in a different spot, I think, because I'm just a tad bit too far away. And I'm just so overwhelmed today, bro. I don't remember what I just said. I'm not even playing around. I'm gonna have to write shit down today.
I
I could
was
say
listening.
the one key predictive
Oh,
programming is
well, help me out. Maybe I could reiterate again.
I
So
don't think
So let me
yeah
bridge the gap for you two, because I think Astro was along the lines of like, okay, this stuff, this predictive programming is creating these events, and your response was, okay, why the fuck haven't we created these flying cars that they've been telling us about all these years? And then you were asking her to repeat that, but that was the main part that I got out of what she said. I don't know if that's what you wanted to respond to, Astro.
No, I think it was what I said after that.
yeah the main thing that
Maybe.
I about
Yeah.
predictive programming is that the people who you think that they are sort of like in the dark image that they're doing this, they're not doing it. They have no clue what they're
Well,
doing.
it's a subconscious type of series of actions that happen in the brain,
Yeah,
and all the people that tell us what to do, they know exactly what's happening. So there's that. I mean,
yeah, they
it's
don't
probably
know.
some sort of military operation. I would be willing to really put out there, like fringe discussion there.
Sort of like when you have a conversation with these artists that do like the Simpsons sort of like drawings, they haven't got a clue. They haven't got a clue what this
Well, I mean, you don't
predictive
mean Matt
programming.
Groening. You mean everybody else besides Matt Groening.
Yeah, but
I mean, very few people would be in the know, is basically what you're saying.
yeah, what I'm saying is the information comes from us, and sort of like
Oh.
as an artist myself, and I can have sort of I can do artistic things. I retrieve information from past, and I could also sort of like get that same information sort of like from the future. That is up to me. That's what occurs in my head, and I can visualize sort of like future events. And if I want to put that down in a artistic form, and if I'm in a job that I'm employed, say by the Simpsons, that information which is coming to my head will come out in my drawing. It's not their fault. They are just a
Oh, yeah. I totally get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying, bro. It's kind of like when people say, when you start going deep diving into the indoctrination happening in public schools, and, people say, well, teachers are lying. No, they're not. And shut your damn mouth.
Look how weird that is.
So, yeah. What? What the?
Called it
Come on, dude.
What's that?
Where are you getting these? I want a link.
all NASA. This is all from NASA. The twin study.
I know, but you got a link then? You got a link?
Yeah.
Why has it
Okay,
got
cool.
is that the medical the medical stick and thistle? What's it called? Sickle and
Fun
snake.
fact. I love that.
Study.
Fun
I saw that
facts. and
I saw that
shareables.
patch. And I was like, what the hell is that?
Okay,
I'm
I
gonna
can
be
tell you something.
investigating that later. Thank you so much, brother.
You're welcome.
We should almost pin that shit. Damn.
I can tell you something which probably none of you believe to. Okay, sometimes I look at my walls, which is sort of like whitish, and I see. Now I look at my walls, and I see writing all over my walls, and I just sometimes I see sort of like hieroglyphics all over my walls. I look at my clothes, and I see sort of like, yeah, I see writing all over my clothes and hieroglyphics. And this is not something that is real, but this is something that comes into my mind. Now, where did this injection into my mind come from? Why am I seeing sort of writing?
Yeah, you know what, man? That makes me think of when you start going in that deep. Is are your thoughts your own? No, that's something to chew on for a little bit, right? I mean, it kind of goes in line with what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, because I'm in like the 3D world, which you explain, but I can see other dimensions too. Now, these appear as sort of, they appear like writing on the wall. They appear as sort of like they appear as like spinning images, like a kaleidoscope of it, sort of like images sort of like spinning in my head. And then the kaleidoscope sort of like images fade, and then I can see sort of like more. It's more, it's, I've spoken to people who have like a DMT sort of like trip, and I said, that is what I see. That is what I'm getting. I am self producing sort of like a DMT trip. And if you know anything about DMT, it's produced in your head already all the time. It's probably of a low quantity that you don't activate all this stuff. But from time to time, not now, not now for me, but some days it gets activated and I see all this stuff and all this.
I would
What I
argue
was
though.
basically saying is like I'm not seeing the 3D world that we live in.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. There is something to tune in and tap into, definitely. But I do like what Jenny asked, which was, are your thoughts your own? Because all of these, if you go to somebody who is less logical minded, their acid trip involves all sorts of creatures and entities, and they get very elaborate. But if you go to a very logical minded person, you'll find that in their trips, it was more the wind, it was more the atmosphere in the room, it was my own senses, my nerves. So you get two different experiences. It's the same situation, but they describe the experiences differently. So I believe that the more logical you are, the less you will fill the gaps. Fill all the gaps in where your knowledge is, and I just think you'll end up with a more logical sort of experience with it. And I actually think that when you get to the bottom of it, you'll find that all of your thoughts are being influenced from elsewhere. All of your emotions that kick in, if you can just hold it down past that, that point where you burst off your emotion, you actually
Oh
are
yeah,
happy.
emotional
Yeah,
intelligence is a skill that
yeah.
in today's world it really is, man. I hear
But if
you,
you
bro.
but
Appreciate
if
you.
you
Keep going.
No, I'm just saying, if you couple these experiences with DMT and then you're not like emotionally intelligent, what happens is you start to experience things and claim that this is the gospel truth, but actually, your mind kind of created stuff based on your beliefs. So I think, yeah, where
Well,
are your
yeah,
ideas coming from? I think that's the main point I was trying to make,
yeah.
you know.
It's definitely subjective, although there are, as you are probably well aware and more knowledgeable than me about, like the DMT entities. You know, there's that type of thing. I think that's really fascinating. I came across someone by the YouTube channel named, I think, Josiekins, and she actually did an elaborate analysis of the different types of character, things that you experience in different levels and in great detail. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, there's a lot of info out there, a lot of people talking about it. And I think over in Colorado or something, they have legalized recreational mushrooms, I do believe. I could be highly misinformed, but I mean, that's pretty awesome because then
Yeah.
other states are going to eventually do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say when I have these sort of like DMT experiences, I just have a laugh.
I
I
think I'd
don't take it.
rather have a decent mushroom trip before I did DMT. It just seems like that would be more logical in my eyes, like baby steps. I don't want to just jump in and go Geronimo and shit. Ugh. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I
DMT
just have a laugh
is
at it. I don't.
It's pretty serious.
How can I say I have lucid dreams
Oh, that's cool.
oftentimes, and so like when I have a lucid, I can say I can be in that dream, sort of like I can take control of that dream. But more often than not, I just let the dream play on. I just say, "Yeah, I'm watching the dream," and I say, "You can take its course." I let the dream take its course, and I'm just watching.
Have you seen it's a show about, let me look it up real quick, dude. Hold on. Sorry. Keep going. I'll get back to you. My
Something
bad.
inside is begging. I'm hopeful you're going to say Quantum Leap. I used to love that show.
No.
You're not going to though, I know.
Oh, it's called Undone. It's pretty good.
Undone.
No,
I think
never
I've
heard
Yeah,
of
I'm
it.
gonna share it. Hold on. It's actually worthy of a second watch. I mean, you know how valuable time is. I mean, it's not on the subject
Is this worth
directly
watching?
of. It's not directly related to the topic, but it just popped in my head, so I thought I'd share it. Oh, when you said lucid dreaming, but this person is, whether or not they're schizophrenic and what that actually means. I mean, you guys can read up on it. Probably be better if you read it. I'm going on I'm
I
lucky
get
my internet works.
I get lucid dreams all the time. I can be sort of like doing sort of like normal activities during the day, and then I shut my eyes, and then the instant I shut my eyes, I'm in the dream world, and I thought,
Well,
yeah,
in the show, the person, like, the reality is really in question type of thing. So
yeah,
maybe
my
that's why
reality,
when you're talking about DMT and what you said, whatever it was.
yeah, my
I mean, so
is
I think
probably
everything's happening in her head. You know what I'm saying? So what I think that's what you said, that it's all in your head. That's when I
it's
thought of
all
Undone. Yay! I figured it
yeah.
out. Woohoo!
I mean,
Almost forgot it.
I don't effing care where it is because it's in my head, and that's what I'm thinking about. And if I can be the aptitude to control my thoughts to change the lucid dream that I'm in, I'm just gonna enjoy it because
Well, a lot of things, a lot of people are being manipulated subconsciously. Wouldn't you say so?
yeah, I've had states where I done like this, sort of like this, this lucid dreaming, and I said, okay, I'm in a lucid dream. Now that's
Oh, I got a question for you related to flat Earth. So that's why I got to interrupt you. Okay. What about people? And I wish I had an example, a link to share, whatever, but maybe it wouldn't be hard to find. But people who say they are in a lucid dream state or maybe something higher than that, and they look down at the Earth and they see a globe. What's up with that? I mean, if it's real, is it real or is it in your head? You know what I'm saying?
It's in your head. Lucid dreaming is just you taking control of your dream for a minute or two. So whatever you think the Earth is probably what you'll see. You know.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I had it sort of like a lucid dream. Therefore, I was thinking of the fire.
Okay,
Well, I was
so
thinking
the
of
astro.
sort of like, can I view the Earth? Yep, I can view that. Does it look round? Yes, it looks round to me. And
So
it's
I have
flat.
to ask you your opinion about something. So the astral world, that's not real.
Yeah, the astral world.
The astro world's different to lucid. Sorry to butt in. I just wanted to jump it. The astro world's different to lucid dreaming. Like it's two different things, right?
Yeah, the astral world
Okay, well,
is.
I thought
Yeah,
that's
the
what
astral
you
world is kind of real.
did or where you went when you lucid dreamed.
Yeah, the astral world is sort of like another world. If you can
I said
imagine,
astral, I meant astral. Oh, sorry.
if you can imagine that the world that now is a sort of like world that you live in, and there's an astral world, which sort of like typically that you don't live. Now, it's sort of like when you jump to your world, which is sort of like yeah, when you jump to the world which you are now to the astral world, then that is sort of like a jump, and there is something sort of like totally different to that world that is not the same as your physical world. Now, things can happen in the astral world which don't happen in sort of like the natural world. Now,
Right.
yeah, when you're in the astral space, you don't really see sort of like through your eyes. Do you see?
Right, correct.
Yeah, you see. There's a
Mhm.
360.
Well, it's
There's
kind of like what you're referring to a little bit makes me think of, how can you hear your own thoughts? If you don't say anything, how can you quote unquote hear anything? So it's the same with your eyes. Yeah, I got you, bro.
yeah.
Hmm.
What it is with your
But please
eyes?
continue.
What it is with your eyes? You don't actually see the astral world through your normal eyes. You see the astral
I
world
know it's crazy.
through your
Mhm.
brain or some sort of like senses, which are not through your eyes. So, so you can see sort of like 360 all around you,
Right.
and looking in.
Like a
You're,
hologram, right?
it's like hologram.
No, I'm kidding.
You're
I
looking in.
know. Sorry. I just had that vision. Sorry.
No,
It's Elijah's fault.
you are not looking in one direction. You are looking in all directions, and at the same time, 360 left, right, east, west, north, south. You see everything. What is going on?
Oh, what about this? And this is not my own discovery of knowledge or what have you, but we have all of our directions up, down, left, right. Um I think they're called the cardinal directions. Is that correct, you guys?
I don't know what they call them.
Oh. Anyway, I'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one. Never mind. I don't want to take up time. Can you keep going with what you're saying? I'm good.
All I see is I can see sort of like when I did my astral travel, I was raised sort of like from my bed, I suppose, and I was lifted up to the ceiling, and I was looking up at the ceiling. And I thought, well, yeah, that's the ceiling. And now I was looking up to the ceiling, and I thought, yeah, and not only can I see the ceiling that I'm looking straight up to, I can see straight down to, and I can see every sort of like a dimension in between. So I was looking up, down, right, left, centre, and at the same time I saw my body sort of like, which was
Right. That's the in and the out. That's what I was trying to get at. So,
yeah,
up, down, left, right, backwards, forwards, and then you have in and out.
yeah, I could see my body that was lying on my
Mhm.
bed as a person who was asleep. This is me asleep.
It's just me.
I
I
was
love that.
also like up in the clouds. And I thought, well, this is strange. And my conclusion was, yeah, I've got two bodies. And I thought I had a great relationship.
Yeah, that's awesome. You have that ability. I appreciate that for sure. But I gotta head out, y'all. I gotta get some shit done. I might be back later. Good talk, everybody. Bye.
Yeah,
See you later,
bye,
Jenny.
Later.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Beasticles, how are you still here, dude?
Bro, I'm finding some
I
cool
don't know how
fucking
I'm
shit.
still here.
What did you say, bro?
How do
I'm just finding some
how do you
pretty
feel
wild.
You
that
keep
in the
talking through him,
situation?
Astro.
Yeah, how do you feel that in the situation that I felt that I had sort of like two bodies?
What?
It's just remote viewing, right?
No, wait, what was the question?
How do we feel about the fact he's claiming to have astral projected and remote viewed his own body?
Indifferent.
Yeah, same.
I feel like there's a lot about dreaming that we really don't understand a lot of. I mean, I've had lucid dreams too, and a lot of it feels like moving beyond just three-dimensional. Because I mean, if you think about what dreams are, this is not flat Earth topic, so I apologize, but when you have lucid dreams, a lot of it feels like it's moving between time, and there's not a coherent timeline to it. That's why it feels like it's more than just I don't know how to put it into words. This is not a flat Earth topic, so I don't want to.
Hey, don't worry, bro. You've heard the last hour, right? You've been here, right?
I have been here. We've been off topic for a while, but lucid dreaming is like no one can really explain what it is. I mean, you can just wave it away as like just evolution. You're just
semi-consciousness.
Yeah, it's
semi-conscious.
just
Yeah.
it's just your body just doing, your mind is just doing things for the reasons, but
Right.
if you really
say
think
something.
about, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I can say something about my own sort of like lucid dreaming because sort of like for a long time I could never sleep, and sort of like about a year or two ago, sort of like for like a 3-year period, I I never slept, and the only reason I slept is because I had sort of like a few beers or something like that because I got drunk or
Alright.
something like that. If it wasn't for the beer or something like that, I would be awake all the time. So, like my brain decided, because I never slept, it decided on an alternative way of being. Now, the alternative way of being to me was to sort of like dream. I had dreams when I was awake. I had sort of like a multitask in dreams, and I was sort of like totally awake, and I was a dream at the same time. And sort of like I would open my eyes and I would open my eyes and see like the natural world, what everybody sees with their natural eyes. When I closed my eyes, I was in the dream world.
Hmm.
Almost instantaneously into the dream world. And I thought, yeah, how can I shift from real to dream world sort of like this in, instantaneously way? And I thought this was like a byproduct of the brain sleeping. The brain sort of like didn't sleep, and so it compromised the situation to say that, okay, you are not sleeping, but yeah, we can solve the problem by having you dream during the day. And this is
Right.
where I was multitasking into the dream world and to the sort of like the natural world, which everybody else felt. So I had sort of like a dream world, and I had, every time I closed my eyes, I was in, and every time I opened my eyes, I could see sort of like the real stuff everybody sort of like sees. And even though I opened my eyes and I saw like the real stuff everybody sees, there was a background happening. I was still in the dream world.
That's hard to it's hard to relate to that. I don't think I've ever had
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't hear you too well. If you could try again.
Sorry, I was just saying that it's hard to relate to that. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me. I see what you're saying though.
Yeah, most people don't sort of see the things that I experience because I have multitasked the real world and the
This is pretty wild.
yeah, someone said something I didn't hear.
Oh, sorry. I'm just looking at this this picture from Concordia in Antarctica, and they call this the Pillar of Light. Oh, Creation Bear, when did you get in here? You little sneaky dog, you.
Snuck in the back door.
Snuck in. That's crazy.
I'm still awake.
Oh, you never went to sleep last night?
Well, I woke up at 5 yesterday, so PM.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I would say in my dream state and my awakening state, which occurs at like the same time, I can process sort of like images which I imagine to be sort of like two images of like the people that I see. I can process sort of like 6,000 images a day. So, no, 6,000 images an hour.
Sorry.
I think dreams are very. We still. I'll admit I'm not educated about this. I don't know what modern science says about dreams, but what we perceive in dreams, I just feel is still not really understood. Like it's. This conversation is still probably getting off. We're still off topic, but it doesn't really matter, I guess. But I've had dreams that are so beyond. I mean, I've seen things, premonitions of things happening, deja vu. It's the mind works in such a weird way that I don't think. I feel like most people here would agree they've experienced deja vu, or we've experienced things that have happened that we saw happening in the past that have happened further on, and it doesn't make sense how things lay out in our timeline. And I don't know. It's such a complicated thing because it almost sounds incoherent trying to discuss this, but
yeah, I think that the mind sort of like projects to you a dream, and it's up to you it's up to you to sort the dream out. It's not. Yeah, it's not going to solve. It's not going to solve the dream problem for you. It's going to say, okay, these are the set of circumstances which I'm going to present to you, and it's up to you
Right.
how
Kinda
you
dig
sort
that.
this dream out.
I actually really dig that, and I think that applies not only just dreams. There's a quote that I really like that goes, "It's not nature that is mute; it's man who is deaf." So I agree with what Astro K said there. It's up to you. You have to listen, even if it's in your dreams. You know,
It's
sometimes you
pretty
can get signs
profound.
from anywhere. So yeah, so I agree with him. It's not necessarily going to tell you its meaning directly. Just like even if you believe in a creator, it's not like he's gonna come to you directly and say, "Here I am, and here's what you need to know." Like and from my understanding, he'll put it in movies, billboards, a license
Yeah,
plate, a dream.
basically speaking, I like my dreams. I uh, I try to encourage my dreams because, yeah, this is sort of like a whole new world. This is not a world that I live in. This is a world alternative to the world that I live in. And I think, yeah, this can be a world. And I think, yeah. So why do my thoughts sort of like why do my thoughts resonate to a world which does not exist
Because
as
you said we all fall short of the glory of God. Thank goodness He's merciful.
I wanted to, like the dreams thing is really interesting. I wanted to riff on that just a little bit longer. Because you pointed out something very interesting there, Fab, and I think that's part of life that a lot of I think our Globie opponents don't recognize is the mystery. There's so much mystery, and dreams are another part of that. It's not like anyone knows what those are. I just went to some random article and looked up like facts about dreaming. Right? What does it say? We dream every night. We dream because of REM. We are especially wired not to act out our dreams. Many dreams are bizarre because our brain shuts down. Blah blah blah. So it's not like they know either, you know. So um, there's a movie. There's a movie that I think you guys should check out if you haven't seen it. It's by Pixar. It's called Inside Out. Um, Maybe you've heard of it before. Yeah, it's oh my gosh, it's so good. I really liked it. You know, don't let the kid thing, you know, deter you from watching it. It's very good. And the way they depict dreams in that movie is also very interesting. If you guys have seen it, it's like a little sloppy. It's like they have they put a lens over the screen. It's a little goofy, and I just find the way they depicted it quite interesting. Not how I would have imagined it. So you guys should definitely check that out. I'll get a screenshot for anyone that needs it. But Inside Out is the movie.
yeah. When I created my lucid dreams, I thought of sort of I thought of sort of like several sort of things that may happen in my dream. And because it was like a lucid dream, I thought, well, I have absolute control of my lucid dream. And I thought,
Right.
yeah, if I have absolute control of my dream, I can create anything in my dream. So I thought about this thing, and I did. I just I decided to explore this, and I thought, well, yeah, okay, I'm in a lucid dream, and let's sort of like bring on some action. Characters, like sort of like people that were outside my dream, and I brought them all in, and they all had a conversation with me, and I thought, well, yeah, that's pretty good. And I said, yeah, let's go this further. How can I expand this lucid dream that I'm having to be more? And I thought, yeah, I thought, okay. I thought that's lucid dream of sort of like a park, and I was in a park. That's sort of like lucid dream. I was sort of like walking in the park, and I was walking in the park, and there was houses, and there was grass, and there was trees, and there was all this sort of stuff going about me, and I thought, well, if I can do that, what is the ultimate power of a lucid dream? And I thought, okay, let's make it snow. And I said, let's make it snow. And all the ground, all the imagery that I could see was snow. And I thought, well, that's pretty good. How did I create that imagery of the snow? And I thought, well, yeah, if I could do that, I can do anything. And I thought, yeah, I thought I could do anything. I just did sort of random things, and everything sort of came to pass. And yeah, one time I was in like an alleyway, and the alleyway was sort of like bricks and walls and all this sort of stuff. And I decided in sort of like my lucid dream to sort of like I wanted to sort of like touch the walls, because yeah, this is what I wanted to do.
Right.
So I was thinking about touching the walls, and in my lucid dream, sort of like a hand came out from sort of like somewhere, and it touched the walls. I don't really know what hand sort of like came out, but it absolutely did, and it touched the walls because I was thinking about things of that nature. And this was like a sort of like, yeah, it was a shock. I was feeling a shock to
bro.
me.
I'm really trying to keep up, bro. Like, could you help us out, man? You were talking about astral
Yeah,
projection or something like that? You want to just kind of wrap up the point so maybe people can chime in?
yeah, because this is in my dream world, and I created these uh, things in my dream world,
Yeah, we got that.
and yeah, and I was so sort of like shocked that I could touch the wall, I could do all these things, and yeah, this was sort of like, yeah, this doesn't really happen
Yeah, well,
in the
if
real
you really,
world.
if you think about it, that's just as amazing in real, like when you're awake, being able to do those same things. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, compared to the way they say all this came to be, just a big explosion, and poof, here we are. I don't think it's that simple. So, I've only had a few of those types of lucid dreams, and they were very interesting. But if you think about it, you're actually doing some of those things in real time.
Yeah.
When you touch a wall, you're like touching, you're feeling how your mind feels in a way. Go ahead, Elijah.
No, I was just gonna say I'm probably super low. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have a lot of lucid dreams. And I don't remember my dreams. Like, I mean, who the hell are they to say that I'm dreaming when I'm not experiencing a dream? You know, like you said, that like, what the hell do they know? But anyway, that's like aside from. So the lucid dreams itself, like it was one time where I had a dream or whatever it was that ended up happening. So my bike got stolen. You know what? I'm not even gonna tell the story because it's like for those that don't really know me, are gonna be like, "Oh, he's lying, he's bullshitting." Um, but I assure you, I'll tell you one half of that. I got my bike stolen in the dream, and then that morning, I went out. I, parked my bike up in the CVS in the vestibule area. I like must have taken like 10 steps into the CVS. Then I turned around, my bike was gone. Like dreams are weird.
That
Another
is,
thing I realized,
go
another
on.
thing I realized about dreams is that if
Yeah,
you really think about it, we're not controlling
I
it. We're eh, fam. Who the fuck is that? I know you
I
hear me trying to
believe,
get the rest of my thought out. Who's that?
yeah,
Just hold on.
I believe in absolutely what you're saying. This is
All
what
right.
happened.
So
This is
anyway,
our
as I wasn't
copycat
done,
2.0. But go ahead, Elijah.
yo, is it just me? Like, do people like get their rocks off of? I don't know. Was I cutting out or something?
No, you were fine.
So, as I was trying to say before I was brutally interrupted, um, it's crazy because if you really think about it, you're not controlling your dream. Like you're put in an environment that you're experiencing in a way, like a movie. Like you're interacting, but you're not really setting it up or making the decisions as to what you're experiencing. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, that's how Inside Out depicted it as well. If you look at the screenshot I posted, it's like they call it the Dream Productions, and that's like a studio, and there's people, with boom mics and actors and all types of stuff. So I really thought that was interesting. You're right, Elijah. It's not like you choose the setting unless you're really good at astral projection, I guess. But even then, you're put in a setting. You're not. I don't know. I'm not that experienced
I
with it.
think a lot of it has to do with the premonitions as well. A lot of people have premonitions and they experience things occurring that happen that they saw happening beforehand that they can't predict happening and that they can't control. Like it's you can't do it on command.
Right.
It's there's forces at work that we just I don't see it. It's so beyond what we can even.
Exactly.
I don't have words for it.
Like deja vu. What is that? It's not like any. I don't
There's no words
expect
for
anyone to
it.
have an answer. Yeah, I don't expect people to know that or have an answer. But I'm sure many people have experienced it. And the fact that Elijah had a dream, dream comes true. Like, yeah, there's a reason why that saying exists. Probably for multiple reasons. But if I had deja vu, I'm
They,
like, what the fuck?
yeah, like they and you know what they say? They say, oh, that's just because your brain is catching up to what your eyes saw. Yeah, suck my dick. You don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
it does not feel like my brain was catching up to my eyeballs. Whatever the fuck you're talking about. I really, really have a strong feeling. Like sometimes the deja vu lasts
Oh yeah, it's like
like
extended.
a minute.
Yeah, and then it fades off. You're like, wait a minute, what the? Like, yeah, dude. I've had many of those over the years, and unexplainable.
You know what's interesting? I haven't had one of those in a while.
I had one in a dream recently. It wasn't like deja vu style, but it was just one of those dreams that really speak to you like loudly. I woke up and I drew what I saw in my dream and stuff. Like it was really strong. Like I forgot some of it too, and that's another element. You know, I've heard people say that when you sleep, your brain releases DMT or whatever, and I'm not sure who has experience with that, but very interesting, and it makes a little bit of sense why, like, you sort of slowly you wake up, you're like, "Wow, I had this thing," and then wait, what was I doing? You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it fades fast, and uh, we don't have to get into it, but a lot of these trips and experiences that people have are very similar. It's like being poured. You know, say you don't have a container, you don't have a cup, and I take this cup of liquid gold and I pour it into your hands. There's really no way to keep it all. It's gonna fall through your fingers, etc. So it's like that's kind of how I look at these dreams, these experiences. You can't keep them very long, so you have to sort of, you know, you've got to write it down or something because it's gonna fade away. It's gonna go away. So um, yeah, very interesting. It makes a little bit of sense why they say like the DMT and the sleeping and dreaming goes together. Why you wake up, and you're like, wait a minute, it was amazing, and then what was I doing? So
Well, it's almost the same thing for LSD as well.
yeah, yeah,
Again, don't recommend, doing drugs or anything. But for those who have already done it,
yeah,
yeah, it's like you're having a thought and then you're like, oh, it's like at the tip of my brain. It's like
right,
I want to. There's something that I'm trying to articulate, and I know it so well, but I don't. I
yeah,
don't know how to describe what I can't even really remember. And it's gone.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. That's why it's good to journal and write stuff down, even whether you're doing those types of things or you're just having a regular deja vu in the middle of the day. Write it down. Like, or you wake up from a dream, write it down because you will forget, bro. I forgot like part of that dream. All I remembered was this one moment, and it still kind of hits me today. But like, yeah, so this stuff fades, and so yeah, that's why you have to really pay attention. You need to be sharp, aware. You can't be blunted and ignorant. You will miss a lot of messages by not paying attention. And
well, I guess I could expand the conversation by going like kind of what's the word, segueing into something slightly different. Look, just if we keep it real with ourselves, we waste so much of life. Like when I say waste, I mean there are things that you intend to do and things that happen that aren't intentional. Like getting on Facebook and looking up an hour later going, damn, I'm still doing this? What the hell? I just meant to check my message or something. Like, and it's like, there's two things that I think if you want to be successful, and when I say successful, successful is just the ability to do what you set out to do, what your purpose was. I don't know what that is for you guys, whoever I'm talking to. I'm just saying, if you want to fulfill your purpose and be successful, you should do these two things. Number one, every day when you wake up, you write your goals down, your daily goals, something that you're going to do that day. That night, You write them down again. As soon as you wake up, you write them down and you go set out to do what you planned on doing. Step number 2, every hour on the hour, you ask yourself, am I doing something right now that is bringing me closer to my goals or further away from my goals? If you do these 2 things, there's no way you cannot be successful. There's literally zero. As a matter of fact, that is a level of discipline that none of us can really follow, to keep it real. Even though I said it, I'm having trouble keeping pace with it. But I guarantee you, people like Kobe Bryant, people like Tiger Woods, they do these kinds of things. And they're very intentional about every hour of the day that they are awake. And that's why they seem like demigods to us. It's like, how do you do that? How do you get that ball in that small ass hole in a way that most people can't? Because they really have a level of discipline that a lot of us lack. You got to pay attention, man, to your life, to your dreams, to everything, because it's all a gift. All of this is a gift. We don't have to be here. So, yeah.
That you reminded me of an old saying is shoot for the stars and land on the moon. And as cringe as that is, looking back and knowing what we know now, there is some truth to that. So, like you said, Elijah, like you can set a standard, and even if you don't hit it, like you're doing better than nothing. So I think that's wise advice, and I applaud you for putting it out there. That's not something we normally talk about here, but I think that is good. And yeah, shoot for the stars, land on the moon. Kind of cringe saying it
Get
because
some of that little fresh and fit juice up in here. You know what I'm saying?
that's right. Yeah, we gotta.
Like, that's what I would
Give
tell them
back.
if I was on the podcast.
Yeah, giving people real value. The sauce. I need a Don DeMarco. I gotta add that to the soundboard.
Don DeMarco. Yeah. What's crazy is, people will hear that. Like, I'll guarantee, I'll tell you what, the first time I heard that 10 years ago, because number one, everybody that I know that's successful, they definitely say write your goals down, like make it material. Don't let it stay this ethereal thing that you're. Oh, I thought to do this thing and then I didn't do it, and it's like, no, write that sucker down, because the next day when you don't do it, you're gonna be like, damn, that wasn't even that hard to do and I didn't do it. Let me go ahead and let me put that on the list again today and let me just tackle that. Because not not doing what you say makes you lose faith in yourself. The last person you want to lie to is yourself, because that's what causes depression. That's what causes disbelief in yourself. If you don't believe what you say, if you look in the mirror and you're like, I'm great, and there's something reflecting back to you saying, no, you're not,
Yeah.
it's because you're lying to yourself.
Right.
So the quick fix is stop doing that, set a goal, let it be very small, and just accomplish it and go, you know what? I did that shit. And see how much you build it. You got it so fast. You'll be amazed at how much better you feel about yourself when you just do what you say you're gonna do.
You know what? And that's what's bad about, like, I hear a lot of our opponents, our Glober friends, they're not only lying to themselves, they're lying, they're like lying to you as well. It's I just think that because they're trying to convince you and themselves at the same time. That's what I hear a lot of times when I hear them speak. They're saying things that they don't even believe, but they're trying to sell it to you and themselves at the same time. So, and there's another thing too. Like, why do you think they call us truthers? Because anyone that's not is a liar. Period.
Basically. Yeah.
So don't be a liar. It doesn't matter how big or small. So I think that's what it is. If you're not a truther, you're a liar. It's like period. Tell the truth
That's
or
a
you're
true
lying.
dichotomy right there.
So I'd rather be a truther any
You
day.
know what I'd appreciate if more people got involved in this. Come on, man,
I know, man. Why y'all
join
shy?
in on the conversation. I know I flipped out on somebody earlier, but to be fair, you were talking when I was. Come on, like get off mic and share your views.
Come on, guys. Aren't you here to win the show?
You're here to win. I understand. Did you come here to win this show? Yeah, I did. But well, you have an opportunity now to get back on another team. You can go home and do push-ups and cartwheels and off and whatever the you want to do, wasting his time and my time and your own time.
Dude, I love the Dana White clips.
I just can't believe I'm still awake, honestly. But
I know,
I'm not
bro.
gonna lie to
You're
myself
dreaming
and
right
say
now.
I'm fine. But I'm still gonna stay. Oh, there we go. I don't know if you guys saw earlier, in the voice stream, all those weird badges, but I found another interesting part of NASA.
Oh yeah, look at that.
The little city in the background. Ice.
So where are these posted? On their website?
Yeah, it's on the NASA analog emissions. Right here.
Yeah. That'd be a good place to hide some stuff.
It's crazy.
Yeah, instead of saying things point blank, just put it in a little art, leave it up to interpretation. That's why they say that, what do they say? Lies in the news, truth in the fiction. Truth in media, fiction in the news, or whatever, however the saying goes.
Right.
That's exactly how you put the truth out there. Put it in the art, put it in the movies and whatever. That's where you gotta find it.
Have you seen those badges I posted?
I saw a couple of them. Let me scroll up. I did see this one.
There's
The
so many
twin
crazy
study.
ones. The twin study, yeah, but if you go back up a bit more.
There's the Smith Tanner Lee. Oh, there's more.
Some of these
Collins.
are so weird looking.
You know what's interesting to tie this back to the dream thing is like, I sometimes wonder who and how all this stuff, all this lore, like they came up with so much, you know, outer space, the idea of space and all the galaxies. Like, it's almost like someone had a dream and they like, that's the dream that they had, you know? And so they brought it and now it's like people are living in that dream with them. Does that make sense? Like, it's almost like someone had like a crazy DMT trip or something, saw outer space and all these planets, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna make that. And
I kind
then
of get what you're saying.
how else would you come up with that, all that stuff, you know?
You ever heard of that
It's crazy.
saying, people don't have ideas, ideas have people?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like a radio frequency, you know, like people just tune in type of thing. Yeah, absolutely.
It's like, you know, we made like cups and bowls and, you know, useful things in society, and it's just like, who came up with the can opener?
Right. Yeah.
You know, did the can opener say like, you know what, that's my guy, I'm going in him.
Right.
Make me.
Yeah, bro. I've thought about that before as well.
Because I feel like that's okay. This can get a little woo
Go
woo,
deep,
but
bro. Go deep.
you guys ever heard of morphogenic resonance? So
I've never heard that term. Well, maybe I've heard it, but I don't know what it is.
So it kind of comes from this guy Rupert Sheldrake. He's really big in epigenetics and stuff like that.
Oh, you mean the one? Oh, one of the evolutionists?
No.
Hmm.
No, he doesn't think. Well, actually, I think he is the evolutionist. That's right.
One of the elitists.
Well, he did have this interesting thing about morphic fields here. So, essentially, why does an oak tree like form into an oak tree? You know what I mean? It's like there's when you're looking at the DNA of an oak tree, it's just an oak tree, but nothing special about a cell or seed determines that, oh, I'm going to grow into an oak tree instead of a pine tree instead of this. Where's that blueprint stored in terms of like, I'm going to be this thing? And it's like it's kind of like an outside, it's almost like collective consciousness, but it's like a collective subconscious. Like it's I don't know how to explain it, but morphogenic resonance or morphic resonance, basically it's like, you know, you speak into existence something because you say it every day. You know, it's not there. There's no place for this idea that's stored, like physical place, but you can picture it, you can see it, and then eventually you can kind of like bring it into existence, especially with more people. That's the weird part about it.
Yeah, you
with
guys are
more
familiar with that
people. Yeah.
saying. You guys have probably heard the saying, bringing heaven down to earth. And I think that's kind of what Beast was talking about there is I've thought about this before in my own way. Like when you have an idea, if you literally put it on paper, like that's the idea of bringing heaven down to earth. You're taking it out of wherever the realm of ideas is that Beast is kind of pointing out, like that resonance or whatever, and you're extracting it down on paper. You're
Bro,
bringing heaven down to earth.
I gotta ask you because you just said that. Okay. Have you guys ever heard of the inventor's curse?
Nah, what's that?
So no matter
Oh,
what you do on a piece of paper for like to write down an idea or a blueprint, whatever it is you do, you have no choice but to start with either a line or a circle.
Hmm.
Even just a dot is a dot.
Wait,
That's
say
how
that
we see.
again. The
Not a
inventor's curse is
line or a curve. Let's say
But
curve even.
I'm just
Hmm.
saying when you want to invent something, anything, you have to start with a line or a circle.
interesting.
That is interesting.
Isn't it? So check it out, right? And go a little deeper with it. So if you think about it, how do we see as humans? We see in lines and circles. Just take a second to look at all the shapes around your room, everything. It's just like that's like the fundamental building blocks of our reality in a sense. Like sperm and egg, 0, 1, you know. Uh it's pretty wild to think about, but how would you make that thing you're inventing, right? How would you make that uh, into 3D per se? You got to add or subtract the difference between light and dark. You have to have depth. So that's what we are. We're like light and dark creatures on a 3D realm, or whatever this place is. You know, it's pretty weird. Pretty weird to think about.
Yeah, it's deep. I don't think it's as simple as most people make it out to be. Like the further I go into this, the more I realize like the complexities and the mysteries. And like most normal, like normies don't even consider all those mysteries, things that we've been talking about, dreams and all that stuff. Like there's so much that we don't know. And I don't know, people just think it's so simple. Oh, little globe, planet, we're good. Like no, like we have no idea. It's definitely not that type of thing. So
Well, in terms of like perception and consciousness, right? Um, we could say it's subjective to an extent, but you know, at a certain point, you know, if you have consent, right? Like let's say you and a friend, and you both are consenting to think about the same thing at the same time, or go on the same goal. Like when you team up with somebody, when everyone has the same goal in your group, right?
Hmm.
It's like it's not only powerful um from your initial want, right? Like the initial idea gets amplified, but it also kind of attracts other lesser ideas that are curious in a sense, or lesser people that are curious. They're like, what's going on over here? It's kind of like, you know, you walk down the street and there's two bars right across the street from each other. You see one that's bumping, right, and you see another one that's like dead. It's like, which one are you gonna go into? You know, just
We're
to see,
getting
like,
lit. We're going in the popping bar, baby. Let's go.
right? You're like, oh, these guys are having what? Something's going on. Let's at least check it out. It's like the law of large numbers, right? You got to start snowballing.
Mhm.
You roll this, what is it? You roll a snowball down a hill. It just gets bigger, and as it gets bigger, it accumulates more and more, and hence, like, you know, we get into things like Zipf's law and stuff like that with language, and I feel like these fractal patterns are like inherent in nature, no matter like anything in this visible universe, right? Like the visible spectrum of light, in a sense, because I don't know what light is, but I do know that it's important. It's super important for us to operate. You know, like try being in the dark for like 5 days. See how that works. You know, it's But then again, we're so crazy we can adapt though. Like, you know, blind, deaf, whatever other, you know, impairments we could have or obtain. It's just like we'll still adapt. It's pretty cool. I don't know. Told me to go deep. I went deep.
Oh
That's what's up.
my.
I like
I'm
going
gonna
deep.
see you guys in about 1 hour.
All right.
I got a meeting. Catch you guys in a minute.
Thanks for
For
the
sure.
combo. We'll catch you later, bro.
What do you think, Creation Bear?
Been a good one, man. I don't think that many people can go deep like this, but you know, there's ways to point out the truth without saying it directly, and I think that's the work of a good shaman, or you know, just I don't know, someone trying to share a little bit of light. Sometimes you can't just say it point blank. Sometimes you just have to point in that direction. And there's an old saying that about a finger, you know, the finger pointing at the moon. You are supposed to turn your gaze to the moon, not to the finger. And I think that's what a lot of like globies do with us. We're like, okay, listen, go outside. Our finger's pointing at the ocean, right? Go over there, test
Well,
that.
what about the sky?
Yeah, well, they'll be like, yeah, well, your finger, like they're getting distracted. You'll notice instead of talking about the flat Earth, they want to talk about flat earthers. I'll get that quote about the finger pointing at the moon, but the goal is to not suck on the finger. Oh my.
Oh my.
I heard that from Alan Watts. So let me grab that.
Alan Watts. I like that guy.
Never mistake the finger for the moon.
You
The
know,
Buddha once said to imagine someone is trying to show you the moon by pointing at it. The finger pointing is what guides you to the moon. Without the finger, you might not notice it. But the finger pointing, the pointing finger isn't what matters most. It only matters because it helps you see the moon for itself. But yeah, so you don't want to get distracted and start staring at the finger when we're pointing at the light, the truth over there. So, but you'll notice Globers do that all the time. They're like, but your finger. It's like, no, dude. Look over there, bro. Look at the horizon, okay?
that's
Yeah,
why
but you're...
psychology is like so important. Sorry.
No, I was just... You're good. Go ahead.
But that's like why psychology is so important in terms of understanding and being aware of like how you talk to people and communicate this information to people, and at the same time receive their information that they're trying to give to you. And it's like that exchange of data, in a sense, or energy, if you will. It doesn't matter what you're saying, right? It's how you say it, because that makes all the difference in terms of being able to absorb the information and express the information.
That's really interesting that you say that. They talk about this on Fresh and Fit a lot, like how people, well, not to get all misogynist up in here, but like it seems like a lot of gals like you have to say it a certain way, like and so Myron will make the example, part of Fresh and Fit. He'll be like, so if I'm like 1 + 1 is 2 or 1 + 1 is fucking 2, it's still the same information. So they try to help the ladies out by helping them understand, like, sometimes I don't need to sweet talk you or say it in a certain way, but I do acknowledge that people get triggered. Even if you say 1 + 1 is fucking 2 or whatever, like, they'll get triggered and not even hear the information. So sometimes you do have to be careful about the way you
Exactly
say
right.
things. But it's
Yep.
just those people also need to understand that it's not always about how it's said, it's about what is being said. Like another example he'll use, like, say you're like, walking with your girl down an alley and you hear some gunshots and you're like, all right, babe, get the fuck out of here, get in the car right now. Versus like, babe, do you mind if we maybe like go this way?
Run for
Like,
our lives.
yeah, so it's like sometimes it's not, yeah, so sometimes it's not about how it's said, it's about what's being said. So just there's two sides to that coin for sure.
Well, yeah, but it's still how you say it, though.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Is
I
the important
completely
part.
agree. Yeah, I do agree, and especially if you're dealing with someone and you want to help them out and share them information, like, your best bet is to probably, do it in a way that will be helpful to them. So
But like you said, though, it's two sides to the coin. But like how you say it is subjective. It is
true. Yeah, true.
subjective to the person, and it's like, but that is the most important. Is like to be able to discern the person that you're talking to. It's just like, what can I do, with this person? Like who is this person? That's why questions are the best way to basically get a tell on people.
One,
Baseline questions.
that's true. Actually, that's a great way to do it. It's like flat earth jujitsu when you do
Ask,
it that way.
yeah, like ask a question that they have no reason to lie to you about.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like one thing with the Fresh and Fit, like they'll be like, okay, so girls, what do you have any disagreements? Is there something we said you disagree with? And a lot of them be like, yeah, I disagreed with you. And he'll go, okay, so what did you disagree with specifically? And they'll be like, well, you just made me feel a certain type of way.
Mhm.
It's like, well, what they're saying essentially is like, I didn't like the way you said it, even though like they agreed with what he said. And initially they're like, I disagree with you. But when you asked them specifically what they disagreed with, they didn't disagree with anything. They just didn't like the way it made them feel, the information. So yeah, you can you can sort of use that to your own benefit. Maybe try to say things differently, or just acknowledge that people will get triggered if you say things a certain type of way. So it is kind of frustrating. But
Well,
yeah,
I wouldn't say frustrating. It's a learning experience. You're like, oh, I know how this person's gonna be.
yeah.
Can't tell them anything that I want to actually tell them. Let's start slow,
Right, right.
especially in this topic, flat Earth. It's like,
Definitely.
oh, wait, what? This is flat. Oh, you're trying to destroy my entire worldview. I kept kept to myself like since I was a kid, kind of
Well,
thing.
that's that snowball effect, actually. I've said this before, is like there's a reason why a lot of people have that triggered response. Is like they don't even want to let that little snowball start rolling. You know what I mean? Because once it gets going, there's really no stopping it. That snowball might turn into an avalanche, and
Yep.
then you got a big freaking problem on your hands. So I think a lot of people are like, nope, nope, don't talk to me about it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to think about it, because then it's like pulling a thread on an old sweater. Like you might start unraveling that thing quite a bit. So yeah, they're like, don't touch me. And I've had friends that I had that response, good friends that were like, I try to talk about some of these subjects. They're like, no, do not talk to me about that. It's like, okay, bro, whatever, dude. It's a defense mechanism. That's what I see.
No, yeah. It's just interesting how the cool thing is though, right? How we're talking about psychology, we're not using labels. You know what I mean? It's almost like different ways you talk to people, because I think that's a huge problem too. Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get off track. It's my ADHD. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get like they have some type of diagnosis or whatever about psychology. You know what I mean? Like that they can point to and just like, oh, this is why I'm an asshole, kind of thing. Oh, it's my this. Oh, it's my that. And it's just like, no, you can't just fall back on that as an excuse. You have to take accountability for what you did in the moment and what you are doing. And I think that type of self-awareness is the first like building block to being able to critically think, is being aware of what you are doing and how you're affecting your environment, you know?
Yeah, bro. I was just looking for some clips in the chat there, but yeah, you've been cooking, so keep going. I was just looking for an Alan Watts clip about flat Earth. So,
Oh yeah, dude. I'm cooking. I'm cooking
bro, stay
my
cooking, dude.
brain and staying awake, but hey, the boys are here.
We got a couple chefs in the kitchen this morning. We got Beast. I heard Astral earlier, Valve. So guys, don't be sure to chime in. We lost a couple people here. Let me talk some trash about who's leaving. I'm just kidding. Car, TOS. It's all good. Maybe they got some stuff to do. But yeah, Kembo, Trinity, Johannes, Godrockin, Felicia, FEG, FEB, Big Root. Big Root was cooking yesterday, so shout out to him. But yeah, guys, if you want to chime in, let us know. I can stick on a clip if it gets quiet. I've got a small clip from Alan Watts talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, yeah. As a matter of fact, that'd be
But,
perfect. We'll go outside,
cool.
listen to it.
It's only like 2 minutes, so let me just I'll put it in the chat first so you guys can see. I also put the finger and the moon screenshot there as well for anyone interested.
Hmm.
So let's see. And somebody just joined. Car's back. So welcome back, dude. Yeah, so I guess we can stick on the Alan Watts clip here. I think yeah, we'll do this one. Don't get triggered, guys. I think that
Triggered already.
yeah, well, he will say some things that might trigger you, but I did have
Really?
some folks. Yeah, I mean, you'll hear it. You'll hear it. Like,
Okay.
I did have some folks in the chat that were sticking up for Alan. They were like, "Well, maybe he, knows more than he's letting on, and he's using it as an analogy, and those kind of things." And maybe I did like Alan Watts for many years. He was somebody that helped me out on my path, and I have a lot of respect. I don't really go back to him that much. I mean, I've definitely gone back and listened to a few things, but he
Oh,
talks a lot
dude.
about galaxy and the universe and stuff like that. So he uses that as a canvas to paint on. So I can understand that.
That's
But
the
he
wrong
never
Alan
did.
Watts I was thinking of.
Oh, you're talking about Alan Watt?
No, I thought you were talking about Reggie Watts for a second. I was like, oh yeah, I like him.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Reggie
Who
Watts.
the fuck is that?
Yeah, he's just like a.
Yeah, I had to look him up. Reggie Watts is a comedian, actor, beatboxer, and musician. I think I've seen him before.
He's also he was like this activist for the Yes Men. I gotta show you it. It's totally out of context. But yeah, go ahead, play the clip, brother.
All right. Oh, I got a screenshot of Reggie for those who don't know, 'cause I did not know who this was. Yeah, I'll stick on the clips like 2 minutes, guys. Don't get triggered, and we can react to it afterwards.
But you see, you can't tell people that. And just by telling, get them to see it. Just in exactly this way, people who know that the earth is flat can't be reasoned with. People who believe that the Bible is the literal word of God, absolutely impossible to reason with them at all, because they know it is so. So in the same way, we tend to know that we're all separate, poor little me, and that we are in need of salvation or something. And we know this is so. And so somebody says, well, you're not really that. You know that that feeling of separateness is an illusion. Well, that's all very nice in theory, but I don't feel it. So what will you do? What will you do with a person who is convinced that the earth is flat? No way of reasoning with him. If it's for some reason important that he discovered that the earth is round, you've got to play a game with him. You've got to play a trick on him. You tell him, great, the earth is flat. Let's go and look over the edge. Wouldn't that be fun? Of course, if we're going to look over the edge of the earth, we must be very, very careful that we don't go round in circles, or we'll never get to the edge.
Bruh.
So we've got to go along consistently, along a certain line of latitude westwards. And then we're going to come to the edge of the earth, just so long as we're consistent.
What?
In other words, in order to convince a flat earthist that the world is round, you've got to make him act consistently on his own proposition and go consistently westwards to find the edge of the world. Now, at last, by going consistently westwards, he comes back to the place where he started. He's been convinced that the earth is at least cylindrical.
Bruh.
And he may believe you. Then take it on faith that if he goes along a line of longitude, the same thing will happen. But you see, what you did was to make him persist in his folly. Now that's the whole method of Zen. To make people become perfect egotists.
That's it. That's it. I mean, there's some truth to what he's saying there about how to make a fool persist in his folly, and we do that a lot here. Bob, do you want to react to that? Go ahead, brother.
No, that's exactly what I was gonna say. There's some wisdom in what he's saying. There's wisdom in what he's saying. He's coming to the wrong conclusion on a lot of things, but it would be folly to not listen to what he's saying, because some of it's true. Some of it's true.
Yeah.
I like what he said at the end.
Yeah, go ahead.
We need to make people become perfect egotists. Right? That's what he said at the end.
Mm-hmm.
That's a deep statement, though, because there is no such thing as perfect egotism. You know what I mean? It'll never be perfect. So by forcing someone to try and be perfect with their ego, it kind of forces them to drop it.
Okay. Okay, I see you. Yeah, that's deep. I mean, like what he's saying, that kind of method is what we do here with Globies. We make them persist in their folly. Oh, so
Yeah.
you think buildings move? So you make them consistently, they have to stick with that. And
Mhm.
then eventually they'll realize that, oh wait, man, maybe my position's a little goofier than I thought.
Yeah. They'll defend the ego until they can't, and they'll do one of two things. Break down or have an ego death.
Right.
It's
Well,
just
those are the fool's two options. You persist in your folly, or you become wise eventually. So yeah, those you got options, folks.
wise is such a unique word too, though. You
Yeah,
know,
sure.
I mean, think about the what's it called when it's not. It sounds the same, but it's not spelled the same.
I know what
Wise.
you mean.
It's
Yeah.
a bunch of
Oh,
wise.
wise. Nice. Let me get the 33 music.
When someone is wise, that's what they ask.
Why? Yeah, I like that.
I totally just came up with that on the spot. I'm
We're going deep today, folks.
definitely sleep deprived. Let's go. Just kidding. Don't do that, folks.
I also see our boy Grace just snuck in the back door.
Damn,
Shout
bro,
out
I
to the
should stay
homie.
up all night more often. This is great. All the boys are here.
What's up? What's up?
Hanging with the boys. It's a UFC reference.
So you guys at
Yeah.
work right now? What are you doing?
Hell no.
Hell no.
Okay.
I'm just at home.
Same.
I was thinking about finishing off my interview with Lucker Larson, and then after that, I gotta find something else to do with this stuff.
I got
Lucker Larson, dude. That's so funny. You're picking up on the Zoomer stuff, aren't you, Drace? Because they do that W and L of if someone they'll be like if you do something good, it's W. If you do something bad, it's L. Lucker Larson. That's super funny.
so
Yeah.
weird.
I didn't think that far
Oh,
into
what?
it. To me, it's just I make these characters, I give them names, and they're based on someone in reality. But we're gonna use some of these characters in an animated series that we're gonna work on, and as being like background characters.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, that's what they do. That's what the kids will do now. Like if they're watching like a Sneeko stream and he says something stupid, they'll be like El Sneeko or Lico or whatever, right? Or like if I said something stupid, they'd be like Lee Asian Bear. So like
Well,
Asian
it's
I
a
didn't
new
know that.
thing. Yeah, it's totally like a new thing right now. W Drace, or they'll be like Lace. He said something stupid. So yeah, dude. Leasticles.
That's so stupid. Leasticles.
Yeah. So it's I don't know. I love slang. I don't know how it comes
You
up.
like wordplay.
Maybe it's like part of that ether thing, how words just sort of like manifest or whatever. Like how is it that one guy came up with half the slang that we came up with, Like
Yeah, that's like Zipf's law I was telling you about. You seen that? You ever heard of Zipf's law?
you mentioned it earlier, right? Let me
Mhm.
look it up.
Yeah, Zipf's law is basically the crazy part about Zipf's law is like it's this pattern. It kind of comes from like the 80-20 Pareto principle.
Ooh, I like that.
Have you heard of the Pareto principle?
Yeah, I love the Pareto principle. I use it all the time.
So Zipf's law is mostly used in terms of language, right? So yeah, perfect. So see all those graphs, like see that kind of pattern right there?
Yeah.
So not only does it happen with English, but like every single language. Like every single one. It's strange, bro. But basically it's like the more someone uses like what becomes the easiest way to convey information becomes the most used
Okay.
term. Like the least amount of times you like. Okay, for example, let me show you. Let me see here.
Things
So,
get more efficient over time.
Yeah.
well, it's like
that makes
literally
sense.
the word use, like its rank over how many times it's used. It's or something like that. Here, let me see. Ifs.
Well, dude, that's what's so interesting is that it makes sense what you said there, Trace. Is like it does seem like some of the things that we say are more efficient than the way we used to say. And it's like I never used to say certain things that I say now. I'm trying to think of some examples, but um,
Here we
I'm
go,
sure
right
someone
here.
come
You
to
could
me.
see it. You can see it with the texting from kids when we got texting. Like
Right,
it was
LOL.
burdensome to
Right.
say longer words, so you just shorten it, and then LOL and abbreviations, and it you're communicating faster and more efficiently, and so the kids pick up on that very fast, and so the culture kind of changes as the kids change.
I honestly love it. And Val, did you want to chime in? I saw you wanted to maybe react to that.
No, it's it you you just really have to look back to history, right? I mean, I don't want to like call back to like hieroglyphics and things like that, but like, I mean, there were languages
Mm,
being spoken, but there were also hieroglyphs.
mm, mhm.
So I don't know if this correlates to what we're discussing now, but
Absolutely.
it I mean, you see that modern day like emojis and texts
Right,
and
right.
like memes and Discord and like it,
It's all in a
it
full circle.
yeah, it almost feels like
Right.
it comes full circle. It's hard to ignore it. It's hard to ignore it. I don't know that it's like one to one, but it's how can you ignore like the the correlation, the relationship between these things?
Right.
It's
Yeah, I think it's if you look at how bone script or Japanese writing was developed. In the beginning, it was just pure hieroglyphics, pictures of what you were talking about, and you had to understand the concepts and what was related to that picture to be able to read it. But then, as time passed, people got into power, and they're like, "I like this style," so this style got popularized, and then over time, the original depictions kind of get lost in this super stylized versions, so you can't really see the hieroglyph anymore. And I think in a similar way, people try to be like, if you look at Shakespeare and that kind of stuff, there's a lot of flowery languaging, and there was a development of that kind of languaging. And as that development runs out, like you want to return to what's most efficient. So it's kind of like a cycle. It goes like outwards and then back inwards again, and then probably outwards again.
It's yeah. What you just said though, if you had to map that on a graph, would look um like a spiral. It would look like yeah, or like a
Yeah,
helix, double
you're
helix
totally
kind of thing.
right because you're never gonna be in the exact same position. Like if you were going in a circle, you're always gonna be
right.
with new perspective, with all of the old stuff now compounding on top, changing everything.
Right, you learn new things. That causes you to have your eyes open a little bit more, to cause you to learn more things. Knowledge is power. It really is though. The more you know, the more you the better chance of knowing more in a sense. It's like, oh, I never seen a car before. Oh, there's a car. Oh wow, what are those? Doors? Windows? Like it compounds like exponentially in terms of like the amount of information that you potentially can learn.
What's interesting about that too, though, Beast, is like the more you learn, the more you realize that you don't
Don't
know.
know.
Yeah, so it's like it's like a video game that keeps loading as you get farther and farther. You know what I mean? I don't know what
Mhm.
I don't know what that's called. Where like it renders as you get to
Renders,
the
yeah.
border, like it renders more. So yeah,
Yeah.
man, this place is interesting, man. I do wish that more people would acknowledge the mystery. I think that the people we talk to that come here to try to debate us, they're like, "No, we've got it all figured out." No, you don't. Like, not even close, dude.
But
We're
aren't
just a
all
little bit
video
ahead.
games, or aren't all good video games like that? They keep giving you more things to keep you interested.
If they're good games, yeah, exactly.
Some about playback or playback. No, what's it called? Playability.
Yeah,
Playability.
replayability.
Replayability. Thank you. No, yeah, but just think about like the Pareto principle, right?
Mhm.
They call it a power law. It's so weird because power laws, in statistics, a power law is a functional relationship between two quantities where relative change in one quantity results in the relative change in the other quantity proportional to a power of change. So Moore's law, for example, is a power law. You guys know Moore's law?
Oh, hit it. I'm gonna look it up.
So Moore's law is the law about computing power doubling every so often, but it kind of hit a plateau recently. There we go. Posted it. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like you have more computing power, boom, and then it becomes easier to do tasks that, cause you to learn more computing power, stuff like that. And it's also the same kind of power law we see when it comes to information or informatics, I guess, data analytics. So the more power we have in terms of like computing power, the faster we can analyze data, and then that also kind of slingshots us further into the future with technology. It's pretty wild, but makes total sense why like the fastest growing industry in the world still is geospatial intelligence. It's just like the more data you have, the the more concise your decision will be in terms of like what direction your company or business goes.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about this Moore's law and transistors and microchips and all that, them plateauing because they couldn't make them any smaller until there's been some claims of a recent discovery they can make them even smaller, and so they're still going on with it. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean at a certain point it's there. Yeah, everything will plateau with the law of diminishing returns, and then yeah, it's just the same pattern we see over and over in life. Like the fourth turning. You guys ever heard of the fourth turning? Because some people claim
No,
we're in the
what's that?
fourth turning. The fourth turning. Let's see here.
I heard about it, but I've forgotten most of it.
So is this kind of like a? You talking about technology increasing and increasing?
Yeah.
This picture's not loading. I didn't even move my freaking laptop, I guess.
So the fourth turning, which described a 4-generational cycle of renewal, stabilization, decline, and crisis in Anglo-American history. Each generational turning takes about 20 years, so a complete cycle takes roughly 80 years.
Sounds like the yugas in like Hinduism. They have like
Mm-hmm.
the 4 yugas. I forget what the first 3 are called, but I know the last one is the Kali
Kali
Yuga.
Yuga.
Yeah,
Yep.
where things kind
Yeah,
of
but the
like
yugas last for thousands of years.
yeah, way longer. Yeah. But
Either
I
way,
always
scale it down.
right.
Sorry.
I
Go
like
ahead.
the way they. What's fine.
1,000-year timeline.
I kind of like the way they depict it though. I use it for certain things. Like if you look at a flower, right? It's like you would think like, oh, wow, flowers are beautiful, but they don't start that way and they don't end that way either. You know, like they start from a little seed, then they have to turn into a root and grow, and then you know, for say it has like 100-day life cycle. It's only blossomed for like what, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. Not that long. That's the beautiful era. I think that's like the third or the second yuga. And then you have it like die, basically. It falls apart, the petals fall off, and then it wilts. And so that is really interesting that they were able to sort of highlight that part of nature. Like it's, like look at a beautiful woman, for example. Like she's not always gonna be beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Same with men. So like yeah, it's just really interesting how that's part of life. Things like have to get to their peak and then they like lose their,
Check this. If you want to see what the third turning and fourth turning, it's almost like a perfect explanation of like what's going on in our lives.
I wanted to respond to something Ethergris said in the chat. He says the temporal nature of the flower is what makes it beautiful. Yeah, so like yeah, and so I was just typing that it wouldn't be it wouldn't be as appreciated if it was just always beautiful, always around, like it never needed to blossom. It was just always blossom.
Don't wear
And
out your welcome.
yeah. Well, there's like okay, that is represented in a show I watched recently, where I mean I've talked about it before. The show's called Hell's Paradise, and these criminals get sent to an island dubbed Paradise, and not many people have been there, and so there's a lot of mystery around the island. And right when they get there, the main character's like, man, like I mean, the main character's assistant is like, wow, this place is amazing, right? But the main character's a little bit more sharp. He's like, well, there's something off about it. Like look at all these flowers. They're all like too perfect everywhere, and like so. Yeah, there's a
Kind of like a Pleasantville kind of vibe.
But that's how the hyper rich also live. They live with servants replacing the roses every day, so the roses always look fresh.
Well,
And
that's
so
yeah. Sorry.
I can understand them getting bored of all this stuff and just spending on more stuff because they don't have that beautiful moment
Right.
of struggle and overcoming it.
Right. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I'm glad either said that. It's like it's the rare ability, if that's the right word, that makes it so special and beautiful. Like, yeah, so yeah, so I'll try to get a screenshot of when they enter the Paradise Island or whatever. And it's like so beautiful the way they do it in the show, like when they arrive. It's like, wow, this place is sick. But then you you learn a little bit more. That show is so good, guys. Like I've talked about it before. It's like top 5 for me. Very good. Hell's Paradise. And yeah, we don't have to go super deep on that, but I could. Let me get some screenshots first.
Yeah, I love that show. It's a good show.
Oh, you watched it? Yeah, dude. Wow. And it was I only found it because it was new. Like it was trending, and it got a huge following like really quickly. So I'm like, yo, let me watch this. And it's new for 2023, so it's like whoever wrote it seems like they're I don't know. there's a certain vibe going on right now, and I love the way they do that show, Hell's Paradise. Like, well, is it a paradise or is it some kind of hell? And it's not the only show that's like that. There's another show called Tengoku Daimakyo that translates to heavenly delusion. So both those shows got really popular in 2023 earlier this year. And it's like, why did they get popular? Why is this idea of heaven and hell on people's minds? And it's weird. It's almost like we're sold. And this might be my hot take here, folks. Don't criticize me, but it's almost like we're sold a paradise, right? We're told you can be anything you want to be. If you want to be a president, you can do that. We're sold this paradise, but it's like, is it really a paradise?
Right.
Some people say it is, and I understand, but
One of the things I like about
Hey,
Hell's
CV.
Paradise is
It gives me an
it's
idea.
essentially about an island that people don't know about. So it's like a hidden island, and it's hard to approach, and that only appears from time to time.
yeah, not many people have been there. Number one, there's a lot of mystery surrounded by it. He said that it's hard to get to, but not only that, it's hard to leave, folks. It's not very easy to leave there either. I have a screenshot for that. Let me grab it. If you guys haven't seen the show, it's only like 10 episodes. That's it. It's like 11 episodes and it's over.
I'll watch it.
Bro, like I would heavily recommend you watch it. It's sick, and I think they're trying to point at something. Like we talked about how there's like truth in the media, truth in fiction. I really think they're trying to point at some things in this show. And again, like some people might disagree, but I can name 3 shows in particular that talk about they sell you an idea of a paradise, but it's actually some super hell. Like okay, we talked about Hell's Paradise. We talked about Attack on Titan before. What is the name of the
How about
the original part of Attack on
I
Titan?
got
It's
another
called
one.
Paradis.
Oh yeah.
It's
That's right.
paradise. But really, when you watch the show, you learn it's definitely not a paradise. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
You
same
ever
thing.
seen Mr. Robot?
No,
You never seen Mr. Robot?
no,
Okay, I'll watch Paradise.
Mr. Robot. Let me write it
Hell's
down.
Paradise.
Yeah, I got you.
Seriously, if you
I'll
want to
write this
see
down.
like just watch. I can't explain it. I don't want to explain it.
I got you. I got 2 shows to watch. Karma gave me one yesterday too, so
Oh,
I'll
which
be
one?
busy. What was it?
I got 2 more for you, man.
Okay, yeah, keep them coming, bro.
We need to just write a list and post the
Oh,
list, bro.
We'll have to
your
do a
mic.
Stevie's Anime Hour here.
Promise
soon.
Neverland and
Yeah, that's what it was.
Pantheon.
Seen it.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm sorry, CV.
That's what it was. No, you're good. You're roboting just a little bit either. It's just a little glitchy. But Promise Neverland was the show that Karma recommended.
Oh, you never seen it?
No,
Okay.
no, it must be
Yeah,
good.
yeah. It's good. It's good. But I'm glad it ended. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. Yeah, all right, I wrote those down, so I'll be sure to check those out.
That's how I feel about it as well. I'm glad it ended.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Well, before the point gets too lost, I just wanted to add a couple more things here, like the that island that Drace was talking about and I was talking about. There was a moment in the show where, like, I posted the screenshot that, like, well, this island most likely has a creator. Like, huh. What does that sound like? It's like something that we figured out as well. Obviously, we don't really depict Earth as an island, although you could. Even we're like kind of all separated on our little continents and whatnot. But if really, we don't know what's south to the quote shore. We don't know what's out there. So,
Right.
you could look at it kind of like an island, and I think most of us have probably realized there's some sort of creator as well. So I found that super interesting. I have one more set of screenshots I want to post. There's a couple of them, so bear with me. But this is from that third show I mentioned, the Tengoku Daimakyo. So the idea is, again, the show translates to heavenly delusion. And so it's set in 2034, so 10 years from next year. And things are a bit collapsed. The cities are pretty much abandoned. You know, people like scavenge through, they like break in a building and scavenge through and see if they can find a can of food and whatever. And there's people like living out in the sticks, like Owen Benjamin growing tomatoes and weed and stuff like that, right? So it's kind of set in the future. And the idea is they want to get to some sort of heaven. And let me post these screenshots here. You'll see. Hopefully, this doesn't spoil it for folks. But the lady says, "It's up to me to ensure with my own eyes that heaven blooms in this utterly broken world." So you see how they want to return to some sort of heaven, and they feel like they're in some sort of hell. So let me. There's a few more screenshots. Let me keep posting these here, but I want you guys to follow along. The guy says, "Well, you expect this kind of absurdity to be permitted?" And she goes, "Permitted? By who?" Here, so I'll keep them coming. She goes, "Permitted by what? Law?" Um, sorry. Permitted by law or by public opinion? And it gets good. She says, "Those things are long gone." So again, they're in a broken down place. There's no laws. There's no, you know. Anyway, so she goes, "Or could you mean?" Here, let me just post them first. I'm gonna do too much. Here it goes. So she goes, "Or could you mean God?" And puts her hands up and laughs. And bro, like, dude, it's such a deep show. I think you guys should definitely watch this one too.
Left hand, right hand laughs. Sorry.
So yeah, she's like, yeah. So they don't. There's no God. There's no laws. Things are broken to hell, right? And they're trying to bring back some sort of heaven. So yeah, and again, this was a 2023 show. It's new. It was really popular. It's over. There's only like a few episodes, and so I just wonder why this is on people's minds. This idea of like heaven or hell here, and so I mean, I don't want to make it
Well,
too dark or whatever, but I do
no,
find it
you're
quite
good.
interesting.
Think of it like this, right? Imagine you had life in prison. That's it. You have life in prison, right? That is your life. What are you gonna do, right? You have no choice but to make yourself more comfortable. You know, put little pictures on the whatever. You make it as comfortable as possible because that's your life now. And that's exactly what we've done as, you know, humanity. You know, we have technology and you know, we can boil water easily. We have electricity. It's just like all we're doing is making this prison more comfortable.
And CB, you need to watch that show soon because there's a lot of
Okay.
things I wanna talk to you about,
Okay.
or like at least point out things that are interesting if you look at it not from such a literal perspective of the show, but from a flat Earth perspective.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, there's only 12 episodes, so I can totally just like crush it. And there's, I guess, second season with another 11, so that shouldn't be too much. I can crush it through it. It looks like it got really good scores as well. 9.9, 9.19 out of 10. So that's good. I like that. I will
What
definitely check it out.
Promised Neverland?
Yeah, Promised Neverland. And then you said,
Don't watch anything about it.
yeah, that's what
Don't
she
even
said.
read the story. Don't not just watch.
Yeah, that's exactly what Karma said. She just go into it blind. So I will.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
I did too.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, anime is underrated. Like, dude, most people kind of memeify it. They're like, oh, well, it's just panties or whatever. It's like, no, dude, it can get real deep real quick. So, yeah. Well, thanks for tuning in to CB's Anime Hour. I might have to fire that up.
No, you're good, dude. If you watch Mr. Robot, it's my favorite show of all time. 100%.
Okay, wow, that's
It's a bold statement.
yeah, that is bold.
But I'm rewatching it again with my friend Zario. Yeah, I've seen it like 6 times over. It's so good.
Ah, nice. Mr. Robot. Okay, damn. Let me check that. Let me pull up a little tab with it, see what kind of scores it got. I've never heard of it.
Most people haven't.
Okay.
It was it's really crazy. Just to give you an idea, imagine, you know, you're just an antisocial hacker, right? Completely antisocial, don't know really how to talk to people. And you have an opportunity to take out the largest conglomerate in the world and like basically remove debt from everybody by encrypting their data.
Oh, is this a live action or a cartoon or what?
Oh, it's real. It's,
Yeah,
yeah, live
Oh,
action.
live action.
Okay, I was gonna say I
Yeah,
didn't find.
it's a
I'm
really
looking on
good
this
show.
anime
I
website.
recommend
Like,
it as well.
what? Okay. Gotcha. Mr. Robot. This is a TV series from 2015 to 2019. 8.5 out of 10. Cool.
Yeah,
It's
it's got nice
crazy.
twists and turns. It's a good show. I wouldn't recommend reading too much about it before going into it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will do. I think Ethergris said also check out Pantheon.
Oh yeah. We gotta watch that Ether.
Oh, that's
Oh, he's not in here.
okay. There's 8 episodes there. Okay. All right, cool, man. I got some homework to do, huh?
Dude,
Yeah.
if you can do like the first clip of Mr. Rope, not like in here, but
Yeah, and Karma was telling me she can't wait for you to watch that episode of or that anime because of what you've been saying about Shinjin no Kyojin or.
He sees the symbology in it.
You could see the symbology in Attack on Titan. You should be able to see it in this.
Okay, great. I love that. I love the fact that it's almost like I don't know who the writer, like how you come up with this stuff, but it's like they're trying to point at something, and we talked about the finger pointing at the moon earlier. So you have to be able to like see the light, see whatever it is they're pointing at. It's not going to be obvious. They're not just telling you point blank, this is what we are saying. You have to, kind of have the they live glasses on to see what they're showing you. And I think a lot of these shows are pointing at something, and it's very hard to just say point blank what it is. That's why I'm trying my best to try to hint at it here. Like I don't know. I'm just trying to point for you guys.
Good writing doesn't just slap you in the face with what the author wants, and you can feel and see in the writing that the author just wanted this, and therefore all this happened. It's just so badly written. With these kinds of stories and really good animes, they also have really good writing, and so you want to draw the writer or the audience with you into that world and have them learn and experience it at that time. You don't want to information dump them with some stuff that they have to believe. You want them to experience it.
And it's amazing how they do it too. And again, like there's a lot of things that when it comes to like telling the truth, that's why it's sometimes best to put it in a story, because it's hard to just say point blank things to people. So you kind of have to string them along, like Drace was saying. And sometimes you can do that really well with a story or a poem or a koan. So that's why it's like you can relate these things to the conversations that we have here. Telling someone the earth is, what we know it to be. Sometimes you can't just say it point blank. Like there's ways to go about it.
Have you heard of Jordan Peterson's explanation about that? About narrative?
I used to be a big Peterson guy. I saw him live here, but no, what did he say about that?
He talks about how humans remember in stories. So when you're conveying a story, and it has to be a good story, you can picture yourself in that story, and it's like that's how we can tell lessons and themes, and it's like storytelling is the strongest form of communication when it comes to remembering it. That's why the Bible is the greatest story ever told.
That's deep.
Yeah, it's very true. A nephew of ours had problem learning, and so his parents took a bunch of yes, he had a problem learning the mythology, who was related to who, and how all that was connected. Hard to remember all those things for the test. So the parents just took all his G.I. Joes and different figurines and toys they had, and explained it all with the figures, so that he would have like the story and a visual to help him remember.
Yeah, like the top of the table would be one world, the bottom of the table would be hell, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so in his mind, he can access into that story where he played with all those guys, and it's so much easier for him to get a good grade.
Right. Look at you. Tengoku? Tengoku and Maikyo?
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to get like interrupt Karma and Drace's point. I was just trying to grab some screenshots, but yeah, that's the those are the two new shows for 2023, and you can see Hell's Paradise was scoring super high, top anime of the month, right behind One Piece and Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is so fire, but I don't really talk about Demon Slayer here because it doesn't really I don't think it has a lot of correlation to stuff that we do here. So I try to stick to shows that actually have things that might relate. So
What's the CC microphone and that number 13 next to it?
Oh, uh, the 13 is how many episodes total. The
CC is
6,
how many captioned, I
the
guess?
CC is the
Closed
what is it?
captions?
The subtitled version,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
the yellow is the dubbed
Dubbed.
version. It's done now, so all 13 are on there now, but this was a while ago. But yeah, dude, guys, definitely
So
worth checking
it's
out.
brand new?
Yeah, I mean, it was made in 2023. Let me just double check that. So both of
Interesting.
those shows were recently written. So that's what's got me thinking, like, these types of ideas are on the forefront of people's minds. Like, I mean, you look around, you go outside, and things are quite beautiful. Like, you know, it's summer here, the birds are chirping, the weather's nice. And then, but if you sort of like zoom out and look at the big picture and like see what's going on with, there's like a lot of like bad stuff going on around here. We don't talk about it a lot, but you know, the last 3 years, people had to cover their face and like take this thing, and that's not paradise. You know what I'm saying? That's not,
Right.
you know, that doesn't
It
matter.
also ain't the worst of it either.
Exactly. And there's way more nasty stuff going on. Like I remember before, right when I was starting to get into FE, like I was going down the rabbit hole of like, oh, what is the rap industry doing and the music industry and this, that, and the other, and like all this demonic stuff. And I'm so glad I found something that was a little bit more positive, you know, because all that stuff is just so negative. And
So you
but
know,
anyway, so
what is it? You crisis, you know, confusion solution, something like that. Create a crisis and you have the solution for it.
yeah, what do they call that? The
Oh, problem reaction solution. There we go. That's what I'm thinking of. Yes, the
yeah, the
Hegelian
Hegelian
dialect.
dialectic. Yeah, thanks, Hazen.
Right. Now, here's the thing, right? What happens when everyone sees past the Hegelian dialect?
I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be like a mass thing. I think there's like a select group of people that are to know things, and I think there's a group of people that won't. But I that might be a hot take. People might not agree with me on that, but I
No,
don't think this information's for everybody.
but just think about it, right? What happens when okay, not everybody, but let's just say what happens when a small group of people get past the Hegelian dialect? What happens?
Oh yeah, do that. I don't know. What do you think? Yeah.
Look at us. When you get past the Hegelian dialect, right? You can be creative. You can make your own. You can do whatever you want. It's freedom, essentially. But then the other people on the other side as well that created the Hegelian dialect in the first place are watching. Bless you. So it's like it's an thesis and antithesis, right? Kind of thing. Always when you have a certain level of, let's just say, thought, right, that you've achieved over experience and learning and research, that there's always the opposite, the shadow. Could be in you, could be around you, but there's always adaptation on both sides, if that makes sense. The arguments evolve, the discussions evolve. That's why I think evolution is real, but not biological evolution, but evolution of thought, in a sense.
Everything changes, and the stars are constantly changing. Like, the system is modular. Like, it doesn't mean that that evolution is real or anything like that. It just means that we operate within the parameters that were set for us.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
True. Like we can only sense so much, kind of thing. No, I always found that to be interesting about, oh, there's only 5 senses. You ever think that's just like a limitation? I don't know.
Well, we got 5 senses to sense the physical world.
But
Then
do
we
we
have,
though?
well, what else? What other sense do we use to sense the physical world?
Our mind, our
Yeah, but
imagination.
that's not sensing the physical world, is it?
But it is though, because
No,
memory.
it's not. No, it's
So
not.
like,
Memory is not physical. Don't make language more complicated than it already is. Our 5 senses deal with the physical things. Our mind deals with everything else that isn't physical. Don't do that.
Yep. That's how I see it, basically.
okay,
It's a slippery slope, gentlemen. When we start having these conversations with the what ifs and the speculations, they can go right into the place where we start to question everything that reality is made of. And we don't want to go there here in this chat. We want to stick to what can be known and what is known. Does that make sense?
Facts.
yeah,
Beasticles
Yeah.
is asking too many what ifs and too many speculations and starts waxing himself a bit intelligent. And we start to get into these conversations that near path get us into thinking like these Globers do. And that's exactly how they got in that state in the first place with those types of conversations. Be careful.
Yeah.
okay.
Well said.
Yeah, we were just talking about different concepts and stuff.
We were going deep there for a second. The music.
Yeah, you can have you can have an impression of the physical in your mind,
Mm-hmm.
like a memory, but you can also edit that memory until it's nothing like what actually happened.
Right. Yeah, I actually just rewatched Ghost in the Shell.
Nice.
And talked about that. About ghost hacked humans or whatever. That's it's just an interesting thing though. Just how we have 5 senses and only 5 senses.
Yo, Karma's in the chat spitting bars right now. I totally agree with what she's saying. I wanted to regurgitate this message. She said like the whole like this is paradise, don't leave is always an interesting element, as well as using paradise to lure similar how to Greenland was named. Yeah, it's like, bro, it's just really funny. We don't talk about that a lot. It's kind of dark, I will admit. It's a little dark to get into stuff like that, but I do think about that from time to time.
Yeah. You ever watch Westworld?
I heard in high school, my friends really liked it, but I never really watched it. I heard it was good.
I've seen it.
There was a quote in there where it's like, you're at your most real when you're suffering,
Mm.
in a sense. It's like, that's when reality really feels real, when you're suffering. 'Cause all you want to do is get out.
Well, it's like, I mean, again, this kind of dark, but like, there's a lot of things that they're telling you, oh, definitely don't do this, or definitely do this, and then you definitely shouldn't do it. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes, people say like do the opposite. So they're saying like, oh, this thing is safe and effective. You need to do this. Definitely do this. And I think, clearly a lot of people are like, nah, I'm not doing that. But then the opposite is true. They're like, definitely don't do this. And it's like, well, are you sure? So I don't know. And again, that's super. It can be taken like very dark, but just
No,
it is interesting.
it's like a double cross.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like you'd kind of fall into the thing of like, well, I don't trust the government, but I trust NASA. Like,
Yeah,
So.
exactly. But see, that's the
It's
thing.
crazy because you
Oh,
don't have
sorry.
to trust you don't have to trust it. Just trust anybody. You just use your brain
Right,
and
right.
you're
Yeah.
determined. It's like this. I hate. You know what? I kind of low key hate the word trust.
Yeah.
Only by its usage because uh like for example, women think that I am vying for their trust. No, I'm not. I'm really not. Like, what kind of person tells you, "Hey, trust me"? Like, you might have to tell your children trust you, but other than that, like, you don't. Why are you telling a grown person, "Hey, trust me"? Hey, love me because of this. Like all of these things to try to get you to do something that should be natural. Like, because things like trust and love happen after you've done things to gain it.
Right.
You don't say, trust me. You can't give somebody or take a bottle of trust. So it's like, what is the point of asking for trust? I think you're lying. I really don't care. I think you're not telling me that. I really don't care because I'm doing what I'm doing. You're either experiencing something real or you're experiencing something unreal. And I know for damn sure you didn't experience me lie. You're speculating, perhaps, right? So it's like you can't get caught up in shit like that. It's like, nah, okay, I don't know how much time you want to waste today trying to figure out how much you can trust me or not, but I'm still going to be the same Eli. And you're going to figure it out sooner or later anyway. So I hate that whole trust thing. It's like, it just comes if it's supposed to come and it doesn't, if it doesn't.
It's funny you say that, right, with trust and how you don't like just even the term of it. What do you call a person who trusts easily, right? Credulous. Easily believes. Someone who trusts something, easily.
You just kind of you take on information and you go, oh, okay, you know, and you deal with it on a experiential basis.
Right.
You say you guys don't trust the government. I'm not even fucking thinking about the government.
Right.
Actually,
Yeah, right.
like,
And that's one of those things they try to pin on to us. That's why I came up with the saying like this isn't a pawn shop because they're trying to pawn off all these sloppy, low value ideas that we don't even like. We never would sell here in this shop. You know, that's one of them. Oh, you guys just hate the government. Like, we don't even give a shit about the government. Like, what? That has nothing to do with what we're doing here. Oh, you just only flat because you distrust them. Like, no, dude. No. Like, that's just a sloppy idea. You're trying to pin the tail on the donkey. Sorry, bro. Like, I do that with lots of things. I played the clip yesterday from Tim Pool. They're like, "Yeah, the flat earthers think there's a bunch of people guarding the ice wall in the edge." What? No, dude. So they try to bring these ideas like a pawn shop and sell it to us. Like, nope, we're not buying.
Grow up. We're allowed to have critical thought. We're allowed to talk about things with a critical undertone of sorts. We're allowed to speculate and have a conversation, you insufferable ivory tower morons.
Shout out to Tim
I think
Pool,
a
man.
lot of us missed how wrong everyone could be at the same time.
Yeah.
Who is that?
That was
Cool.
Coffeezilla, the last one.
Oh, really? Damn. You got some good clips there, Trace.
CoffeeZilla is the one that goes after scams or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like us. We're going after the scammers, the globers.
And we also help the scammed.
Yep.
Very just strongly dislike the laugh track. Yeah, sorry, Sid. It's too funny. I'm not gonna stop doing it.
I got another clip. This is the World Economic Forum, so...
Becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Who's that?
It's one of the ladies of the World Economic Forum talking about how they own the science.
Oh, aren't they like a philanthropic? No, I'm just kidding. I couldn't even finish that. Can't even make that a joke. Crazy. Who's in here? There's a lot of people in here.
Yeah, I'm trying to juggle so many things. We got good recommendations from the chat. We got freaking Drace cooking with his soundboard. We got Cacti that just joined no rolls. We got Miggy in the background. Dude, let's go, y'all. Don DeMarco. We need a Don DeMarco for that.
Yeah, I'm just lurking at the moment. Lurking to see what everybody's talking about. Making sure that we keep things on point, because there's been some flat earth conversations in here that have went kind of like sideways. And they can get into the speculation realm, then all of a sudden people start really going like, really, what is the color blue anyways? How did it become blue? Why did we name it blue?
Yeah.
We don't need to go there, guys. It's too much. We're in the really is level, and we've already have defined terms to kind of communicate with each other, so we don't need to go that far into the weeds. There's no need for that.
Yeah, it is kind of like stoner talk a little bit, huh?
Just a bit. Yeah.
Smoking them tweeds and everything.
So
I feel you. Someone's got to keep this train on the track. So shout out to Miggy.
Yeah. I'm the party pooper.
It's all good, man. I mean, someone's got to reground this thing. We were going deep there for a second, bro. We were going super
Yeah.
deep.
Well, and that kind of breeds. I mean, it's speculate. Let's listen, man. Everybody likes to speculate every now and again, but when you start getting into like, come on, guys, what do you think? And then people are like, man, that could be half. Well, I don't know, shit. Orange is a new blue. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Like it's crazy because speculation is very necessary. At the same time, it's not. It's not. It's something that you use on your way to discovery. So there are those that hijack that process because they can hide in the shadows and deter people in speculation land. Like you use speculation to get to something tangible, not speculation that breeds speculation that goes nowhere. That's why it's very dangerous, because it's like if I'm talking to my brother and we're speculating, we know that we're on a path to somewhere from somewhere.
Yeah. Right.
That's another
Nobody's
thing. You
circling the drain.
speculate because you're coming from a place of knowing and you're going to a place of knowing. Some people like just think that you can just poof speculation out of thin air. And it's like, nah, you can't. That doesn't feel right. You know.
Right.
I can drop a few examples. Like, you guys have we thought about what's beyond the ice walls? Let's hear what you guys think. What's beyond the ice walls? And then we're here. Well, I don't know, man. There could be more land. And the other guys all like, well, they could have military bases, and we're just doing that all day long. So,
Yeah.
Right. Like Elijah said, it should go somewhere, it should lead somewhere, as opposed to just circling the drain like some dookie. So, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the honest answer is we don't know. Because we can't explore past the 60th parallel if we wanted to. Period.
Yeah, that's it.
That's why I generally don't like speculation. Like, I'm fine with speculating a little bit from time to time, but that's not a good conversation in the long run.
Right.
Yeah, in order to teach critical thinking, just like Elijah was saying, you have to teach the purpose of what speculation's for. And if you don't understand that point, then you're just going to use it and wield it incorrectly. Next thing you know, you're talking like the Globers are. Well, shit, I don't know, man. We're calling them dark matter out there. You don't know what's going on, and you start speculating about everything in the whole existence.
Yeah,
What
if
is
you speculate, if you
are thoughts
if you spec,
physical or the not physical? I think they're physical. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, if you start speculating too much, you end up being like, I believe it's like this, and
yeah.
I believe it's like that, and now you're just creating your own cosmology, and I can't stand behind you.
Right. It's a house of cards.
Yeah, it is. It's just like
Imagine starting.
You go on.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, imagine starting because people just pick and choose to speculate about certain things, and sometimes we get it, and sometimes we don't. So if I take it to like a level of absurdity right now, you'll understand. Like, what if somebody just chose to speculate about water? Like, ooh, what is water really? Okay, is it wet, or like what is it? Like, how do you you drink it, you boil it, you use it, like that's what we know. Like it's not that deep. Like
Right. It's starting to get into that 99% territory. Like, are you sure we're sitting in a chair right now?
Oh shit.
Oh, Miggy, you missed it. Yo, CB, tell them about the other
Oh,
day.
do you want to read?
Huh?
Tell them, Beast.
No.
I missed a lot of that, but go ahead, Beast. You know you were there, right?
Oh yeah. No, I was there. This essentially Elijah could not get this dude to agree that a chair is a chair, right? A chair is
What?
he was like, he had to like ask someone at Walmart. He was like, ma'am, a chair is a chair, right? Like, is there anybody in it? No. Yeah, it's still a chair. Like, it's like, and he still just like, I don't know. It could be a chair or whatever. It was so bad. It was.
He didn't know what a chair was? Or he didn't understand like what you guys meant by chair. Like, what do you mean by chair? I sit on
he,
or-
he was saying that either something is true or it's not true, and I was like, exactly. So I was like, when it comes to how tall I am, I can't really exactly remember, but he was like, yeah, but then so he went to say that things were objective, but then when I tried to bring it to the geometry of the Earth, he's like, yeah, it's not a one size fits all thing. You know, I understand what you guys are saying about the horizon and all that, but I'm like, no, but a measurement is a measurement. Either it's true or it's not true, right? And he's like, well, it's not as simple. I was like, look. A chair is a chair. And he's like, is it a recliner? Does it have four legs?
Stupid.
It's still a chair.
Yeah, he was
Yo,
like, if it has a back and legs, I'm like, I have a back and legs. Am I a chair? Like, what? Come on, dude. Holy. But it's like, why do we have to twist people's arms to say this is what's crazy, bro? I did not think that they would get worse and worse over time. We're at the point where we're having to twist people's arms to get them to say they're on Discord.
Bruh.
Like, come on, dude. That's the biggest failure. You would have thought they would get more and more because we're evolving. I mean, no pun intended, we're evolving. We're getting better. Our arguments are getting sharper. I'm finding better and newer ways to say things. They're getting worse and worse. Yeah, Karma says they're getting more and more desperate. That's true too.
Yeah.
So
It's
desperate they're trying to drag you down with them. It's that crabs in a bucket mentality. Well, if I'm wrong, then you guys are wrong too. Yeah, no. Sorry. No, we're
nobody.
not.
Sorry.
Well, if I'm 99%, then you have to be. No, dude, we're 100% sure, dude. Like, sorry, dude.
Dude, I've only been here like since August 21st, and the amount of times I've seen someone say, "I don't know that I'm talking in a Discord call,"
Bruh.
is shocking. It's shocking.
I know.
You've heard people run the reality check on.
I've done it myself. Yeah.
They've told you the same. Well, I don't know if I'm talking on Discord.
I might be a brain in a jar. That's like the most popular one I hear. It's just crazy shit. Where is this brain in a jar
What?
thing coming from?
Well, this is the mindset of how like science doesn't prove things. So they have to go to a place in their mind where reality is malleable that way. But see, in that same mindset, they want to say that it's settled science. Science says that the Earth is a globe, and so on and so forth. But yet, it's settled in one side of their mouth. The other side is saying that it's not settled because it can be malleable tomorrow. You know, who
It's
knows?
not settled for your argument. It's settled for
They're
mine.
trying to bring reality into things that to a point of arbitrarity.
Yes.
So that's why Miggy was saying be careful, because reality is what we can experience at least with our five senses. And then also there's the metaphysical, like information, love,
Right.
things like this that you can't put in a bottle.
Yeah,
But
thoughts, memory,
it gets scary when
dream.
people say you can't know anything.
Right.
That
That's when it's like, well,
the metaphysical touches upon things like emotions, thoughts, dreams, um, things that we can talk about that we experience, but we can't define in terms that are
Objective.
quantifiable.
Yeah,
Can't
quantifiable, right.
quantify these things in a physical form. So the things that we can't quantify but we experience, and like perhaps like dreams that you have that seem so real, we enter those things in different states. In the awake state, you can daydream, you could you could think about things, you could have memories in the awake state. And when you're sleep state, you enter into different levels of consciousness where you dream. You can sometimes don't even have dreams when you're sleeping. So there's different things that happen within what we talk about, what reality is, the really is level. But we can parse it out so that we can give discernment to that, and kind of give a good understanding of it. But it starts to blur the lines when people start having those conversations in here where they're trying to say, do we have five senses? What about the sixth sense? Have you thought about that? Like, it's not what we can understand. What we can understand to be true and know for sure, that's what we say that the five senses are used for, the physical and tangible world. Now, the other things that separate that from what we say the metaphysical, which, like I said, dreams and thoughts and memories and emotions, stuff like that, that all comes from someplace. I mean, I don't know, somebody might think it comes from internal, like inside, but if that were true, then we could manufacture certain things, that we have. But usually, what I talk about is some people may not agree with this, but the way I see the world is everything is a reaction to, you're reacting to your surroundings, you're reacting to your hunger, you're reacting to your tiredness and go to sleep, you're reacting to the need to go use the restroom, you're reacting to everything. So everything is a reaction, it's not an action. The reason why you want to stand up is because you thought about it and it became, the thought process started to move your muscles and then so forth, and you stood up. So everything is a reaction to something else. Ever since the day you were born, all the way back down to the first cause, to the first action. So there's a prime mover, which is the creator, who put everything into motion, set everything, all of creation into motion. And if we revert all the way back to the first action, the creator would be the first one to have that action taken place. That's the only action that ever took place. Creation was set into motion. Everything else followed that, preceded that, was a reaction to everything from that one starting point. Now that is true, because if you think about everything that you do and everything that's metaphysical and physical can only amount to being a reaction. And if you think about it, try to really think if it was an actual action that you took place without any influence from anything else, just your own, and you're going to find out that no, that action was actually a reaction to something else. So the way I explain it is, and it reverts all the way back to the first cause, the prime mover, which is the creator.
It's like the ultimate butterfly effect, if you're looking at it like that, kind of.
Well, the butterfly effect has to deal with things that could change in the past and would change in the future. So the butterfly effect wouldn't be applicable to this. But what this is the actual reverting back to, like, well, if we're not the action, if we're not causing the action, then what are we reacting to? And that would be the surroundings, or all of our surroundings. So everything from our emotional state to things that we feel like hunger, tired, like anxious, whatever it is, we're reacting to our surroundings. So we're never causing any action, we're only reacting to things that we're surrounded by. Even the words you hear me speak right now, you guys, thought processes are acting up or reacting to what I'm saying and thinking about what else to say after I'm finished. So all of these things are reacting to the physical natural world and the metaphysical one too. So
Well, yeah, and it's not like the butterfly effect. It's definitely different. But I don't know what you call it when, it's like everything happens for a reason. If you didn't make the decision to pop in, right, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Like if I decided to go to sleep at an earlier time.
There's a song that Drake said. It's called God's Plan.
Yeah.
But it's not like his song. It's actually God's actual plan. His blueprint for all of reality, the really is level. You're living it. I'm living it right now, and we're going through it. Well,
I love it.
Yeah, a lot of people say that they want to have a handle on it by trying to predict what's happening in the future, but you never really can know until you get there.
What's the point of doing that anyway? It's like it's God's plan. it's already in motion.
Yeah, a lot of people. I've used to have this discussion with people about the really is level and that being destiny or something that's already written. Like, because if it's going upon like any account of like something that's been written about the future, that means it's already going to happen. If you think about it like that.
Right. Yeah.
Some people can't live in that mindset, because it's like, if I can't live where I know that I'm actually doing something, then what's life worth living for? Kind of like what you just said, in a way. So you might as well just smoke weed and play Xbox all day, because everything should be already planned for me. That's not how that works. We live in the unknown. The creator lives in the known. We exist in the.
You
Yeah,
have the
go
free
ahead.
choice to take part in the plan and help further the plan, whatever that is, by living right and being a good person, or you can destroy your own life and not take part.
Yeah, there's the idea that freedom of the will is another thing, and we've been around this discussion for quite some time in the server, but it enacts into the really is level. If that were the case, then everything that you think of wouldn't be a reaction; it would be an action. And the way I stated it before was, a reaction is simply you reacting to your surroundings. So if you had an action, a freedom, something that you weren't held by anything that was around you, and you was your own original thought, own original action, then you could say yes, you're sovereign over your thoughts and actions. But that's not how it is. You're reacting simply to the surrounding, and you're only going through everything because that's how it was supposed to be. Why are you hungry for cheeseburgers and not fish? Why do you want to take a walk and not swim? Why do you want to talk to your
Habit.
mom? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things, and you say, well, I had a freedom of the choice to go and do this one thing, but really you're reacting to your surroundings, and you're giving into the this.
It's called habit.
Well, habit
People.
is one thing, right? But that's not.
Yeah.
That doesn't explain the action and the reaction part. It only explains
But
like
the
the
thing is,
actual method of what.
you can react in the moment, but then you can make a conscious choice to do something different.
Yes, but where does the conscious choice that to do something different originate from?
From within you, somewhere within your mind, within your soul, within your consciousness.
Yeah, but what prompted
Maybe
you?
from the creator.
What
That's unknown.
Yeah, right. So the unknown situation of it becomes the part where you don't know where it came from. You just know that whatever you receive that information, you start to act differently. That right there is what I'm talking about. It's the reaction to that. It's
Yeah, you
never.
can't control what
But
happens
it's
to
not
you.
always that.
You can only
Sometimes it's
control how you react to it.
sometimes it's also a logical thing. You might like think it through logically, and you're like come to the conclusion based on the logic that no, I'm not going to do this anymore, even though you were reacting in that way to begin with.
Yeah, the outcome of that and the the process of by what you're just explaining the process. That's the process. When you're going through it, you start to think about things. But what I'm saying is there is always the reaction to why you started that process in the beginning. So you're just explaining the process. I'm explaining the reason why you started to do that in the first place is a reaction. It's never been something because you're like, okay, let me sit down and think about something that's original, something that no one's ever thought about, something that I can only be the first person or the first action or do something the first time. And, you start to realize that, well, all of that started from a process that made you think before you started that was a reaction to something else. So it's always been it's just moving forward. So you're just completing tasks basically.
I get what you're saying. You're basically saying that using the reasoning afterwards is a reaction to the first reaction based on your previous knowledge, basically.
Right. And then as you attain more, it changes your state of mind, and you start to react differently to that different thought processes. And that's all it is. And we try to understand why. Even sometimes you think like, man, why do I feel like doing this one thing? And you're like, I don't know why. Where does this come from? So there's this type of thing where you start to realize like something of why you thinking the way you do are coming from somewhere, and you still act upon it. You don't know why. He's like, I don't know. I just feel like taking a walk. Maybe just felt like it. And then that's what I'm talking about. It's like these parts of the metaphysical really is level that we're at right now are something that we can't comprehend. So we try to put them in a category where we can quantify them.
Right.
And
Digest.
that's where I think that this starts veering off into the realm of like, speculation. It's too much. So at the same time, I think Elijah was in there. I don't know, he's still in here. We can talk about like, okay, what is water? Well, we can define it by what we know it to be. Outside of that, like, can you destroy water? I mean, can you make it to where water does not exist, and then you can poof it back into existence, or what it is? Nobody can ever do that. Like, that's something that's here. You can change states. You can change. It can change states of what form it is, but it can never be destroyed, or recreate or created from nothing. It has to have like elements that put it together. So
Yeah,
therefore,
and even with the state change, for instance, it's not like you're making new states for it. It can only change based on the parameters that were already set for whatever it is.
right.
We
The
can't
laws
affect
that
that.
govern. That's the laws that govern it. Yep. Which is, I mean, we talk about this many times in here. Like when people bring up the idea of gravity, right? They want to talk about like, okay, so why does gravity do what it does, and so on. If the ballers are talking about stuff falling down based on Newtonian or Einsteinian, gravitational theories. Why does it react that way? if those theories are correct. Like, because it sounds like they're talking about something, but they're really just talking about the idea of the effect. They're looking at the effect and they're trying to quantify it. Like, basically the God knowledge. I call it the God knowledge, right? No one has the God knowledge. We don't know what gives things the propensity to move in the directionality that they do based upon the set parameters that the things in this really is level operate on. So if we're looking at this world like, okay, I know that trees grow up and roots grow down, but why? Why don't they just grow sideways? Or like what governs them to actually do what they do on a seedling to know exactly what time it's time to grow? Like, we're trying to put the God knowledge in a box to where we can quantify it and say, okay, that's the process and so forth. But we're really just looking at the effects. We don't know what the movement for that is for. So, like, what I'm saying though, just regressing back to the premise of what I'm saying, going back to the reaction to everything in all of creation, including physical and metaphysical, all are reacting to what the prime mover has set it forth into. So everything's in motion right now. It's all moving into a different. You might call it. I don't know. I heard the words being like the if you think about things, they evolve into something else, and it's just changing states. It's moving forward. It's not the same way as it was yesterday, and so on. But that in and of itself is everything is reacting to the thing around it. It all is all of it.
Right.
I think it's like I don't know. Some people might look at it like chaos. I see it like a beautiful symphony. It's all working. It's orchestrated. The laws that govern it are, water can only be what it is. It can never change into fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always going to be what it is.
Right. See, metaphysics, it even says, um, it's relating to God, because it's like you're trying to understand God's mind, and like that'll never happen. So it's a waste of time, in a sense.
Well, it doesn't seem like it when people are the Globers come in here, because they're always like, using these theories and ideas, and what's actually out there in space, and it's ever expanding. So they try to assert that information as in they've already quantified things, like with the moon, how far away the sun is, like, and this is the realm. I think that this is why you could get into a really bad situation with like going and talking about flat Earth, because at some point you can start saying, yeah, we know that this and that, and being a person who, like, once you start to realize the little that you know, you only just can say things that you actually do know. Well, I know this, but I can't tell you what the moon is. Like, nobody knows.
Right.
Like the guy yesterday, he's in here right now. Flav was talking about Falv or whatever his name is.
Falvey? Falv?
Yeah, Falv.
Yeah, see,
Yeah, I'm here.
what's up, man?
No, I wasn't calling on you, man. I was just like talking about yesterday's conversation. And this is the reason why people like the Globers that come in here, they're sort of clueless, because they really are. Their head is filled with knowledge that they only regurgitate about what they know they heard in class, or some of them, they think they're, high IQ people. They come in here and wax themselves intelligent because they're using $10 words. And, it's
Using $10 words. That's funny.
yeah,
I gotta remember that.
they do. They start telling you about, well, you don't know because we studied these calculations and the way, they postulate these theories, and you just like, dude, you don't know what you're saying, man. First of all, because if you did, you'd be able to explain to them what you're talking about. Because they're like, well, it's all in the Wikipedia. Like, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You don't know what you're saying, and you just basically, it annoys me, man, because it's like we're just regular people. We just want to talk like straight across the couch to you and like what's going on, But the Glober mindset is like they have to come in here with some kind of superior knowledge to kind of like, you guys don't have any, you guys are science deniers and you're uneducated, so I don't know. That's their fallacy though, because when they come in here, they find out. Anyway, I just,
Yeah. And the thing
these are
is, they'll mix metaphysics, right, with what they know, and say, "No, I know that," but no, they don't know that. It's It's act no how no. These are theories. Like there's a difference between what you know, what you can prove, and what you believe. And I just feel like that, like with us, like I appreciate you, telling us, hey, guys getting into the weeds a little bit. It's like, okay, you're right. Boom. To be able to differentiate between those three is, I think, critical thinking at where it's
Yeah, we
needed.
don't. We teach people here how to critically think about topics and not to kind of. Flat Earth can get into a sort of cultish mindset if you really let it. Because you can say, no, we say this and we say that. It's like, well, how do we think, first of all? Are we thinking correctly? Can we assess the argument correctly as well? Because it's just any argument, because you've heard of the beef that's been going on between like Jaron and Nathan and stuff, and there's a lot of people like, well, I'm going to choose this side, and I'm going to choose this side. Well, I don't like that guy, and I don't like this guy, and so it's like, damn that, man. Like, what is the argument here? What's being
Right.
said? Are we paying attention to what's being said? Because that's the only thing we should be concerned about. And if what
Honestly, I don't know. Yes.
right, and so that's the thing, though. If we talk about the argument, it takes focus on the character. It takes the focus off the character. The character can be saying whatever, but the argument is going to stand alone, whether it is or not, like by what someone's saying. And that's
Right.
where critical thinking should be applied. When someone says something, can you run it through some steps where you're like, okay, he just said that rocks can make waterfalls or whatever. Like, is that something that we can demonstrate in the physical and natural world? How can we do this? What tests can be done? How can we verify? Like all those steps that you would think of something, making sure that you test what the person's saying, could then either vilify the person to be someone who's like, oh yeah, that guy, he's on point. I gotta say, even if I like the other guy, I like the other guy, but this guy's on point with what he's saying. So you have to. It takes the bias out of like, well, I like drinking beers with the guy, so I'm gonna side with this guy no matter what. It's like, then what are you doing with critical thinking? Then you might as well not even be in this arena if that's all it is.
Yeah,
You know what?
it's being like, what do we know for sure, and sticking to that. That's it. That's what we know for sure. Otherwise, it's like you said, speculation or some other type of um, theory that's we don't know. Like we can't really know. We can get to a point where we might prove something else, but you got to be able to prove it. Like you got to actually prove it.
I use the term God knowledge with a lot of what cannot be explained and what people try to quantify. And it seems like in this arena, there's been a lot of that. If I was to ask you, what is the total viewpoint of the Earth is in its entirety? Could anybody show me the whole Earth in its entirety? Anyone in this room right now?
No.
This is God knowledge.
Hell no.
Does anybody have that God knowledge to tell me what the whole Earth looks like? Whether AE map or, I don't know, globe, whatever map, you pick anything you want. Could you tell me that you could 100% stand behind whatever you say the Earth looks like right now?
No.
Right. So then why are we pushing out AE maps, Gleason's maps? And then saying, well, that's the best we got. And then when you turn around to the Glober, why do you push out the globe? Well, that's the best we got. That sounds identical, doesn't it?
You said Gleason
Mhm.
maps?
Yeah, Gleason.
What's wrong with Gleason map?
Well, okay, is it the entirety of the Earth? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Then you asked me what's wrong with it. I just pointed it out.
Oh, that it's claiming to be the entirety of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's any map, really.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
You see how critical thinking is applied to when you don't understand these things and you're going into these arguments, you pick sides. You're like, oh, I like the way this sounds. I'm going to use it. I'm going to go ahead and just talk about it this way. Yeah, ice walls. Let's go. And then, without even thinking about it, you're like, have you verified the perimeter of the Earth? Is this what it looks like? Can we say that this is what it is? Are you sure? And if the answer is no, then why are you using it?
Right.
Okay. And then people would say, well, if that's the case, then we can probably talk about, like, on one hand, I can count how many things we can talk about. Well, what does that mean then?
What do you mean?
Well, what would it mean if you can only talk about like a few things that you can know for sure versus the things that you don't know?
And the argument stops.
Right. Because it shouldn't be an argument. It should be
Right.
an unveiling of like how little we know, right? And which
Right.
gives someone pause. You're like, oh shit, I thought it was the Earth. Okay, so I can't debate it. It's not a debate, so it isn't. And we tell people it's like, okay, if you have, and I'd say it this way: globe Earth or flat Earth. If you're saying something and you want to bring it forth into the council will review it. Okay, you said AE map, you said globe. Now, what can we verify? Can we go and see if this is true or not? Does anybody know, or has anybody taken a bird's eye view or a rocket's eye view of the Earth from a top-down perspective like you see it here? Anybody?
Right.
Names? Anyone?
Hell no.
Nope. So what do we have after that? Got a bunch
Our
of
5
people who,
senses.
well, yeah, but I'm saying you got a bunch of people in a room trying to discuss a topic that they say, no, flat Earth, AE map, bro. The other guys are like, globe Earth, man, for the win. It's like, who's right there? No one. This is a false dichotomy. There is no such thing as those two overall worldview, look down on the Earth kind of vantage points.
Right.
That makes sense?
Yeah, and the truth is so much simpler. If it's
Well,
the
of
truth,
course.
and you have to be honest too. You have to be
Exactly.
honest about it, like what you
So,
don't know versus what you know, and then the conversation does become boring because it's only 10 minutes long if both parties are doing it.
yeah, exactly. Well, what else did we get to the end of the if we know if the Earth's an AE map or not? Of course, because nobody knows. Do you know? Have you verified it? No?
Right.
Okay. Like who's gonna come up and say, yes, I know the Earth's an AE map. I know it for 100% sure. All right, then tell us how you know. Captain Cook? How does he know? Like we can't to him. Like so it's just going to go to a place of where it's never going to end from the speculation arena. We can never bring it into the really is level where people actually know things.
Yeah. And it's because we're actually limited too,
Right.
bureaucratically.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And that's the reason why when, people come in here and they're like, yeah, I know the Earth's a globe. No, you don't. You really don't. Honestly, you could just end it like in about 5 minutes if they allow you to, because they're usually going to try to stop you because nobody likes the ego death. Not a flat earther, not a globe earther, no one. That ego death, it sucks.
Right.
You have to go through it. I've been through it a few times here, actually.
What do you say to this question?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think you're on a flat Earth? That question.
What do you say to this question? What do you mean, like, as
That.
in how I retort that?
Yeah.
Because the Earth doesn't measure any convexity or convexity. Concavity or convexity. And if it's not curving anywhere, then what else can it be? Because if the Earth isn't measured to have any curvature, then it can only be flat. That's it.
Right. And flat's not a shape.
It's a
We don't know
description.
the
Surface.
right, and we don't know how big Earth is because we're
Of
not
course.
allowed to fully explore.
Well, that doesn't need to be caveated into. Obviously, you can just say because we don't know. That's it. If somebody
Right.
says, well, can we just go, south? Well, you can try to go south. How about that? And if you attempt it, let me know if you can see what you meet up at when you go wherever you want to go. Come back and tell me how that went.
Right.
There's a lot of people with misconceptions right now in their minds that they think they can do whatever they want. But CB brought it up. It was like just about 2 years ago. We weren't able to even go to our nearest supermarket. Remember that?
Yeah.
So
That's
everybody's like, dude, what do you think? There's military on the ice with machine guns? I'm like, nah. There are people on boats with them. They're on the boats. They're on the ice.
right.
They're on the boats. They will intercept your dumbass and tell you to turn around. And if you say no, It's your ass. What's gonna happen?
You can be like
Don't
Gerald
think
Anderhoy.
you're right now because you think that you can do whatever you want. That's the silliest thing ever.
Prisons in the mind of these guys, though, right? In their minds.
Yeah. And they want to believe that they can do anything they want to. No, you can travel anywhere. Oh yeah, you can't even go to the next state or excuse me, the next country if you're at the border of like Canada and America without having some type of passport, papers, and whatnot. You can go anywhere you want. Come on, man. Let's be realistic. Let's get into the really is level and talk about what it means to travel somewhere. You need passports, you need papers and documents and all kinds of stuff just to get from one place to the next place on the earth. And then you
Right.
want to talk about going to a place that's restricted or protected.
Some
That's
of the
silly.
harshest environments too.
Yeah, not to mention the environment itself is going to kick your ass. You want to take a couple of sleeping bags from Walmart and pack a few peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and go down there and see what's up. It's like you got to be kidding me, man. A mindset on these people, man. It's ridiculous.
People can't even follow their dreams. There's people that I try to inspire all the time that are down and depressing. Like, do this. Why don't you do that? I can't do it. I
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah. Oh, it's because of my ADHD or my blah 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 or this or that or blah blah blah. And it's just like
My
the more.
family. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
Oh no, you're good. It was just like we didn't get smarter and like figure out. Oh, you know, we have all these traumas and blah blah blah. We just figured out the names for them. That's it. But everyone's always had this stuff. It's like you have to go through it. Like you have to figure it out on your own, and you can't let it hold you back. You can't fall back on it as an excuse. It's the worst thing you can do is just be like, yeah, but this, and this, and it's just like, okay, excuses. I'm gonna look that up actually. What excuses are in terms of etymology.
When they get there as well. Like, what they're going to do when they get beyond the ice wall. Okay, we proved that there's extra land. Now
So
what?
free from blame. Look at that.
I would
What the
always talk.
definition?
I would talk to people about that though. Big Root. I would tell them like, okay, so let's just say for example, you got to the damn ice wall. You started touching the damn thing, and you're like, damn, let's record this. Take your phone out. You recorded it. You're touching the ice wall. Not the perimeter. The wall that's around the earth holding the waters. But I'm talking about the actual dome touching the ice. Let's say you got there. You touched that. And you're like, look at this dome. Look how far it extends. And you recorded it. You come back, and everybody's like, wow, that's kind of neat. But what do you think is going to happen to everybody else that's here? Do you think everybody's going to bum rush the South? No.
No.
You're going to make the one of the I guess you can say a start of a new religion, right? Because you're not going to be able to show them, because obviously it would take logistically, it would take a lot of money, it would take resources, it would take stuff, right, to get down there. So essentially, you might be the only one that knows that, but everybody else would just be believers. They'll be like, yeah, look at this guy. He got the video, man. I swear it. The video's right here. And isn't that what they're doing with NASA?
Mm-hmm.
So we could say that that they went to space and they came back down and they're now showing videos. But no one can prove that shit because no one can go to the area that they have because it's like unreachable. It's not like you can just easily go into, let me get into a vehicle that's going to take me to this location, or try to anyway, because it doesn't even exist in the first place. Cannot exist. But yet there's people that want to say they want to go touch ice walls over there, bring back video, and just to solidify it. And then somebody in the flat earth is like, I think that's a good idea. That's probably a great, if it's there, it's like,
Let's do it.
you're failing to see the point here. The point is, it doesn't matter if there is or there isn't that. You're coming back to make a bunch of believers that are going to blindly believe in what you're doing without even verifying or questioning or actually going to check themselves. Things that can be known are known. That's what I say. Things that can be known are known. Like This person goes to, I don't know, part of the ocean and finds a fish that wasn't recently known about. Once it's discovered, it can be known now, and people can actually bring that fish. It's in the really is level. It can be brought into a tangible existence where people can study it and see it and do all kinds of stuff with it. It's in the really is level.
Question.
Yeah.
When what is a preponderance of evidence? Like, when does that start?
Preponderance of evidence? What do you mean? For what?
I'm just saying, like, doesn't that determine if something new can be known with
So,
preponderance of evidence?
what would the preponderance of evidence be for?
I'm not saying no claim or anything. I'm just saying, like, that would be you would need to have a preponderance of evidence, right?
That means a lot of.
Right.
A lot of. So what do you need a lot of concerning the ice wall?
No, I'm just saying for any new claim or new thing, like, you have to have evidence of it, right?
Well, the evidence has to be verified. Not just evidence, but it has to be able to be verified. Because I can tell you, look, the evidence is I'm touching the ice wall. Do you see me in the video? I'm touching the ice wall. That's not evidence. Because that's what they say about NASA. Look at that astronaut. He's in the ISS. He's floating around. That's not.
But if it's only a select few that can go and experience it,
It's
yeah, right.
So when you say preponderance of evidence, well, if we're talking about science, then no, because you're talking about the quantity of something. You only need one of something. Now you may have to vary, you know, a certain quantity of something, but once you quantify that it's that something, that is the cause of an effect. And that would be evidence in the way of cause and effect relationship. What you're talking about is something like in a courtroom where people are trying to figure out if someone is the murderer. Okay, well, you have eyewitness testimony that saw this person go from here to here. You have also camera evidence of this person being in this vicinity at that time. You also have text messages from the murderer's phone. You also have a murder weapon in that you found near on the murderer's property.
Right.
That is preponderance of evidence.
Right.
And with flat Earth, we have a preponderance of evidence, right?
That's kind of what I was alluding to. Essentially, like, that's why flat Earth.
Well, no,
is
actually no. I mean, you could say that, because basically what you're saying is, yeah, we've measured that there's no convexity anywhere, like a thousand times. Okay, but I mean, you really only need to do it once. You don't need a bunch of different evidences to evidence that there is no curvature. You only need one.
Well,
everything else is, like, honestly irrelevant.
Like, what is okay? So, what's the difference? Let me ask you, what's the difference between evidence and proof?
They're synonymous.
Synonymous. Okay.
At what point does evidence become proof?
They're synonymous. At what point does proof become evidence? Well, you either have proof or evidence, or you don't.
That a preponderance of evidence is proof. That's what a preponderance of evidence is. Eventually, you have enough evidence that you have proof.
Well, what are we talking about? It depends on what you're talking about, because obviously evidence doesn't mean the same thing in all categories. So it's contextual. You can't just you basically just hand waved everything I just told you.
Yeah, he gave that was a pretty good
No, I'm
example.
challenging you.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, think about it like this. It was a good example because let's say a person was put on trial, and so he has, I don't know, text messages that put him out on the scene of the crime. Let's just say, right? So those text messages could be challenged, and they could be like, okay, so you say this text message was him, but he was actually in a different location. He wasn't at his phone to do these text messages. So, but then Eli said, well, what if there was a camera that caught him? So that's adding to the preponderance of evidence. It's adding to it, like to build the case up to say it's not just text messages, but it's also the video camera. And then you could have an eyewitness that said, I put him at the scene of the crime. Everything was like stacking it up and building the amount of evidence that would hold that person to whatever, So it's contextual in that way. But in, let's say, if you're trying to figure out if the Earth is curving or not, you would just need to do a measurement there, and if it is, it would measure curve, and if it wouldn't, it's not going to be curved. But then there's no other extra steps that you need to take. Okay, now that we reached that there is no curvature with the measurement, let's see what other preponderance of evidence would then credit the Earth to not be a globe as well. Like, you don't need anymore. You just need that one thing. Whereas in the court case, you would need a lot more to actually convict somebody, let's say. And then that would be the preponderance versus not needing the preponderance contextually.
Yep.
Right. But I can see how that could go down a rabbit hole, right, of trying to get more and more evidence rather than
Well, that's what that's why
rather than putting
people
the
are.
burden of proof on them. But that's why I see, like, I get that strategy now more so in my head now, because it's easier to put the burden of proof on someone who's lying than putting the burden of proof on someone who's telling the truth.
Are you sure you didn't say that backwards?
I think it was back. Yeah, it's backwards.
No, I'm saying, like, in the argument wise, like, the burden of proof should be on the person who's claiming something that's a lie. You get what I mean? Like,
No. Yeah, that is backwards. Okay, so we got a little bit of work to do on you guys. We're just finding out
Yeah.
today, based on all the conversation I've heard this morning up until now. Huh. That's why Mickey comes in and does some wellness checks. See, like the reasoning you're offering is, and you may not have been here long enough, is the same reasoning Globers use when they come in here. I don't know if you knew that or not. And I'll give you an example. So a Glober will say, well, we have a preponderance of evidence. And we'll say, no, just give us the evidence of curvature. And they're like, no, you can look at this, you can look at that, you can get with this, you can get with that. Right? So we say falsification is what is it? Say it, Miggy. Independent. Right. Falsification is independent of replacement. Well, the Glober says no. Actually, the preponderance of evidence suggests that what I'm saying is true. So I'm also going to use the fallacy of ad populum and say that most people, all of the science, all of the preponderances of evidence say that it's a globe. Therefore, the burden is on you to prove it's false. So this is basically what you're telling us right now.
No, but I would say, show me one piece of evidence, right? If they have this preponderance of evidence that they're
No. I
claiming.
mean, you just have to. I just need to know that everything that I've taken, poured my blood, sweat, and tear to help you identify where your logic is going wrong, because you can't say no. No, I just exampled exactly the same thing that you said only 2 minutes ago. You have to go. I see what you're saying. To be honest, right now.
Or not.
If you don't see what I'm saying, I mean, I could clip it out, go back to the live stream, play back what you said, and then give the example again to show you how they're exactly the same. But I hope we don't have to go that far.
No. I mean, you could just talk to me.
I
Because
am
I'm trying
talking.
to.
That's what I'm saying.
I know,
That's
but
why I'm saying it.
let me get it through my brain real quick. Okay. So
All right.
if let's say the burden of proof, right, should be on the person making the claim. Period.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
The
what I
positive
was
claim. Yes.
right. So what I was saying is it would be easier to show that person is lying if they have to show that burden of proof. You get what I mean? Like, that's
Not
why.
quite.
Well, because we're telling the truth, right? We can measure it, you can demonstrate it. There's our evidence. Boom. And it's like their claims become evidently a lie. because they can't show it. They can't show those. They can't show the evidence for those claims.
But
Oh,
they're
so
not.
you're saying you have to prove that they're not lying. They have to prove that they're not lying.
Right.
Well, I mean that's kind of redundant, isn't it? Because you already have evidence of the contrapositive. Like
Okay.
there's nothing that they can
I
do.
got that. Okay, I got you now. Right, that is redundant in a sense. But for argument's sake, right? Because they're not. I'm just saying it's people, that are seeing the conversation go down, right? If the truth is evident because it's the truth, like here you go, right here. This is what I do. This is what I did. Whatever. It's evident if it's true. The lie becomes also clear because if they can't back anything, if they can't back it up with anything, right? With any demonstration, source, citation, then I don't get why a preponderance of evidence wouldn't be taken into consideration.
Because they have a preponderance of evidence. We just have a qualifier that there is no curvature. It's not a preponderance. It's just one thing. It
And
isn't
if
many things equaling one premise. It is one premise proven. That's the difference.
so, their idea of bringing you that question is already, it's something that you're going to be. If you enter, let's say, if you enter into the conversation and say, okay, you say you have a preponderance of evidence. Go ahead and show me your preponderance. You're already doing injustice. What you should do is tell them, because they don't ever. None of these guys that come in here will ever say, I got the direct measurement of the drop over distance. They won't say that. What they'll say is just like the way you framed it, is I got a preponderance of evidence to show you. Will you accept my challenge? And you're like, go ahead, Glober, show me your preponderance. You're already wrong, because of the fact that now they're going to bring you a laundry list of like what different things, like little puzzle pieces, add up to the globe. That's their preponderance. They want to talk about ISS. They want to talk about, refraction, just everything. They want to throw everything into this pot, give you a gish gallop mixture of different things that they can talk about. Meanwhile, you're going to try to retort or rebuttal back all their garbage. It's going to take you like, wait, I'm not done yet, and they're going to keep going. So the
Right.
thing, when you get down to it, right, the only thing that we're asking right now is direct evidence of the Earth's geometry. So the actual geometry of the Earth, it's like if you have a sphere in your hand, how are you going to go about measuring the sphere, right? There's certain ways to do it. Radius, diameter, circumference, right? You're going to be able to find out, what the rotundity of the thing is. So once you do that, you can say, okay, this sphere that I'm showing you is this, it's this size and it's got these values. So now they're telling us that the Earth already has those values. How did they get that? Not by a preponderance of evidence. All you got to do is measure it. That's all you got to do. See, it eliminates their their nonsensical way at approaching this topic. But if you entertain that information, you're like, guys, but how do we handle the question of preponderance of evidence? Well, I'm telling you, would you need a preponderance of evidence to measure a geometric shape? No, you just measure it, find out what size it is, and voila, there you go. You know the size of the geometric shape that you have. That's pretty easy, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm just letting
So
it sink in.
what preponderance of evidence do I need to tell you what measurement this geometric shape is? I don't need a preponderance. I just need to tell you directly how I measured it and how you can do it too. And then once I can measure it, say, yep, correct. The geometric shape that you have in your hand is exactly the size. The dimensions and the values all fit for what you're saying.
Right.
That's it. So when we're talking about geometric shapes and we say the Earth is an oblate spheroid, well, guess what? We can measure the geometric shape. If it were one, then it would surely demonstrate itself out in the field. Therefore, I don't need to go to the ISS. I don't need to know a distance from here to the moon is, or from Venus, and I don't need to know any of that. None of it. There's no preponderance of evidence needed. All I need to do is measure the geometric shape, find out directly what the size is, and then tell you the values. Okay, so yeah, the Earth measures from point A, let's say, and point B is like about 20 miles. We find out we got a Sagittarius and the hump of Earth curve between there is whatever, and so you can now start to go over those values. But if the Earth does not measure like they say that it does, because there's a set rate at which the Earth's supposed to be curving, right? And if it doesn't measure to that, then it's not curving. Furthermore, if there is no curvature measured, then what do you have? Do you follow?
Right.
So what preponderance of evidence do we need more to get people to understand that it's not a globe? And here's the wrong thing. Let me caveat to say this. If you go into the weeds with them and entertain their question, okay, let's hear your preponderance of evidence, and you're just going to do yourself more damage because they're not going to stop talking. They will, like the way I'm not stop talking. They'll just keep going and going until the cows come home, and you got like about 20,000 questions to answer. Anyway.
No, it's a good. I'm just thinking in my mind because I'm not saying I want their preponderance of evidence. I just want them to prove one thing. You get what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that's it.
Which wouldn't be a preponderance of evidence, which is what you asked about, right?
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying,
Right. Because
if
remember,
we
your
have
position was what's wrong with the preponderance of evidence.
right.
Now you're saying you just want them to prove one thing. That's exactly what I was telling you in the beginning.
But I'm saying the truth. Like, let's just say it's true that we do have a preponderance of evidence, then we should be able to prove
No, you're
every
flipping
single one of those.
between you're
No, I'm just
flipping between positions. You have to pick one for me to help you get to an answer. I can't help you get to an answer if you're going to stay on both sides of the fence.
no. That's
Either
not
you
what I'm
need
saying.
it, well, you just said to me
Hear
that
me out real
you
quick.
want them. You just said to me, I heard what you said.
I didn't get to
I
finish
heard
what
what
I
you.
was saying though.
So let me ask you a question. Are you going to log off and stay off till the next day if I can repeat to you exactly what you're going to say right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, what you're saying is, what if we have a preponderance of evidence and then we can just show them one form of evidence? Or if they say they have a preponderance of evidence, then we can just ask them to provide one piece of evidence and then we can just have a conversation about that.
Yep.
Exactly. So why are you stopping me from talking when I
No,
already
you're
heard
good.
you
You're
say
good.
that?
It's a deal. It's a deal. I got
No,
you.
I don't want you to log off. I just want you to stop cutting me off because I'm trying to help you.
No, you're good. That's basically what I was trying to formulate. The
We
same.
know that.
Okay.
So all I'm saying is no. There's no preponderance of evidence. Like it's that. See, that's what got people so confused in this conversation. They only have one direct claim that the Earth's surface is curved. It's a sphere. It has to curve. That's the only direct claim they have. Everything else is subsequent to that. Well, because the Earth is curved and we can measure the circumference, we now have the radius from the center. Because we have that, we now know that we have satellites that are in orbit at this distance going this speed. We have the moon at this distance going this speed and it's this size, and Venus is the same size. Therefore, we can triangulate the position of the sun. Now we know it's 93 million miles. All of that has to do with the one claim that the Earth shape is geometrically a sphere, therefore the surface is curved. That's the only claim we have to deal with. We don't have to deal with anything else.
Right. No, I'm glad we're having this conversation because it's solidifying right now. Like in my mind right now. Okay. Yeah. If you go into the weeds, it's just it's
Yeah, what they offer every day, beasticles, is a smoke. It's a smoke and mirrors. They offer misdirection. They offer, hey, check out what's in this other hand, because once they got you thinking about something else, what about my preponderance of evidence? You're like, yeah, what about their preponderance of evidence? What preponderance of evidence? Did you hear what we've been going over so far, beasticles?
The preponderance of evidence amounts to the Earth being curved. So if there is no curvature, how could the preponderance of evidence amount to that?
right. Exactly. No, that's exactly my thought. Right. and instead of having them to prove that preponderance of evidence or whatever, just stick to the direct claim that they're making, that the Earth is curving.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
the direct claim that they're making though is that they have preponderance of evidence. So they're saying, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's little puzzle pieces to the Earth being a globe. And you're saying go out and directly measure it. And that's not what I'm saying. We've heard these arguments, Beasticles. We know what they're going to already tell you.
Gotcha.
This is their double speak. This is the way they talk. They don't want to ever directly be faced with accountability where they know they have to go out into the field and test for the curvature of the Earth. They're not going to do that. Because it's easy to just say, well, just look up Wikipedia or trust the we got ISS roaming around in the sky. Like, why don't you just do that? Like, they don't want to be faced with the fact that they have to do some actual field work. And when you get them to face that, then you get them to realize, look, if the Earth is exactly what you say it is, it's geometrically going to be able to directly be measured as such. No ifs, ands, or buts. There's no preponderance. You just go straight out there and you go find that curvature with drop over distance, and we got ourselves a globe. Other than that, we don't. And then everything else falls apart, which is your idea of what you think. I mean, everything, all of it.
Right. No, I'm starting to understand the simplicity of it. I like it.
So when people come into the server, what do you think I ask them when they first come in here? Because they're all about telling me everything but the direct measurement of the Earth's surface curving with drop over distance. And I'm like, okay, you've entered this council. Now you brought some evidence that we're going to look at. So go ahead, provide drop over distance, and we're going to take a look at it. Well, if I don't have that, we got Eratosthenes with 6 in shadows. Sorry, that's not drop over distance. Hand wave dismissed. Next. What else you got? Well, we got ISS. Nope, not drop over distance. If you're listening to what I'm saying, drop over distance is what I require. Do you have that? Yes or no? Well, I wasn't prepared. Okay, then please go away from the court and bring somebody who does know. Bring your champion, bring the professor, bring whoever you want. Because I'm going to ask them the same thing that I asked you. And if you think they have the answer, they're going to tell me. And if they don't, they'll be too afraid to come in here.
Right. Or too lazy to even do the field work. I'm like,
Or-
screw it. I don't care anymore. I'm out of here. Yeah.
Well, they're getting paid, son. And the
So
dollars.
they have to come back. That's
Anyway.
crazy. Sorry.
But that's to get you on the right track. These are the things that you're faced with. If you don't know, like, it goes far beyond from you just sticking to your guns and knowing the argument and kind of picking up on what we're saying here. You have to be someone who understands what archetype you're dealing with. That's important as well. It's as important as knowing the argument, to know what archetype of personality you're going to be faced with. You could be faced with a sophist. You could be faced with a weasel, like just different types, man, of people. They come in here, they're all going to apply different methods to not misdirection, get you to think about something well, what is reality anyway? Is it something that you can use your 5 senses? Because you might not. And if you were thinking the way you were earlier, you're going to get hooked into their little conversations and your mind's going to be off into the weeds like big time. You're going to be drugged around for like an hour and a half talking about whether you think orange is the new blue or whatever.
Right.
That's why you have to be good at being able to deal with these archetypes and the argument at the same time.
No, yeah. And I apologize for going on the live stream and getting into the weeds a bit. But I was just trying to just speculate with fellow flat earthers. There's no new people in that wanted to talk,
Yeah, but that's always been the case. We always get them to, like, if they're going to come in here, they're going to stand on all 10 of their toes and speak the way they should, truthfully.
Right.
And we wouldn't get anything different from you guys, but what it's just, yeah, you can't blame it on boredom either.
No,
Because
I'm not. I should just go down to chill chat if I feel that way. I feel you.
yeah, well, it's also we're trying to get to a place where people use their critical thinking in this room, because this place is on display for everybody. It's on display for YouTube and whatever, Twitter and all that. Well, not Twitter anymore, X. We call it X. But it's on display for everybody to listen to. So we need to be doing more due diligence in here to kind of keep up with the conversation.
Right. Thank you, man.
Because yeah,
I,
no more obstacles, but I'm saying
you're
be
good. You're
advised.
good. I get it. Like I totally get it. Like simplicity is the best route when it comes to these conversations. It really is. Just stick to what you know logically.
One thing that I do understand over my many years of doing this is that these guys, they thrive on civil conversations. They thrive on it. Oh, thank God, Beasticles is here. Somebody that I can talk sense to. They do that because they know that you're the guy who will entertain their garbage. And if the longer they keep us in the weeds, the longer that they're not going to see a Miggy in here or an Eli in here or an Indio in here or a CB that's going to say, no, I don't think so, man. Like, and if you disagree with them, it's like, well, you're not letting me speak. I can't talk now because you're here. It's like, no, you just want to do this kind of dog and pony show so that everybody can look at what you're saying, try to entertain that.
Because for example, I, I I tried to make the point to you what 3 times, right? And if it's one of them, right, they'll just go, yeah, I see what you're saying, but, and then they'll just loop it back around, and that conversation can go on all day. That's why I have these little tactics to, stop it in its tracks. Like, because either I'm lying or I'm not.
Right.
So it's like, okay, well, you think I'm cutting you off? You think I'm not trying to hear you? How about we make a little wager? If I'm not hearing what you're saying, then I'm not going to be able to tell you what you're about to say. Is one of my tactics. Or,
That was great,
oh,
by the way. Like you nailed it. Like I had to be truthful, but like, yeah, no, that was it. Damn. Okay, I got you.
see,
So
they
my
won't
bad.
let that. See, you know what happens when I do that to Globers, though? Tell them what happens when we get to that point where I'm like, you want to go back to the live stream? Because they'll say something like, no, I didn't say that. You said this. Or you said this, and no, that wasn't my position. What happens when I get them to that point, Meggie? What happens every single time?
They don't want to go back. They know that they were in the wrong. Even if I think you even put a monetary value to it. Look, dude, I'll bet you $100 if I'm wrong that you. That's how far Eli gets so far with it that he's like, I'll bet you. Put your money where your mouth is. I'm gonna bet you right now. And they usually concede, nah, you don't. Nah, I don't. It's too much work. No, you don't have to. It's like because they know they're in the wrong.
Sometimes they'll go, fuck you, you think you're so smart, and then they just like get like they'll just like DC from the server, and they'll go for the ban. Like, that's how bad it gets, because we're just trying to get, like, there are people who are listening out there, and they want to know how to stop the circular conversation with their moms and dads and their cousins and their aunts and their
Yeah,
uncles, and it's not that people are agents, it's this is how people think, and it's like, I'm here to stop that, to help people get to the point of, like, we just want to get to the point. That's all. You
that's what
know.
excited me, though. You know, when I
Hmm.
found this place, is how fucking sharp you guys have gotten the argument. You know, or not the argument, but just to go right to the point. You know, like cut all the fat. And I'm just like, oh my god, it's like flat Earth boot camp, in a sense.
Yeah, what usually happens though is that people don't like getting told what to do. Well, that's not me. You can't tell me what to do, and then a little bit of that pride starts to sting because they don't want to treat it like an academy. And I've always said it like this, man. In the academy, you learn from your elders, people that have been around the block. They've been through these arguments. They know what's going on, and not only that, they can teach you and help you along the way. There
Right.
is people that can do that. That have reached that particular level to be like, instructors, or however you want to look at it here. Because I always say it's like an academy. You start to learn, you get to a different level, and you're like, okay, now it's time for me to engage in a discussion with these guys when they come in here. I want to test my mettle and see if I'm able to hold up my own with these guys. And you'll find out for yourself, because you get every archetype of person that comes in here. You might get the real nice civil person that's like, yeah, I can see what you're saying. And you get the one who's abrasive, who's like, dude, shut up, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything. And then you get the sophist who starts to make shit up on the spot. Nah, we've we got a more advanced version of Snell's law. You got all kinds of people. So you have to be able to navigate within that context of that conversation. And if you don't know how to do that, these guys will have you for breakfast. I mean,
Yeah,
easily.
if you think about it, like it's not that they're nice. Their job is to get you to look like them. Like, so what they need to do is establish a foundation first, and then you become the Gish Galloper. Like, if you were in a room full of your friends and then y'all were at a party, like somebody who's quick witted like me but is a liar could do the exact same thing, but lying though. And if you don't know how to stop it, because I can do both. Why? Because I understand these things on a deeper level. It's not about rhetoric for me. It's about thought forms and this, that, and the third. So if you come across, because they exist, like Matthew Weathers, Matthew Learns will wear you down.
Who
And
the fuck
then
is that guy?
Yo,
Honestly, that's actually what I thought in my head, though.
he will wear you down, then get you to a place where, you know, whoever is listening thinks that he's just being calm and he's being reasonable, and then he'll lock you into a corner where you have to answer a question, and you're beyond like three premises that you didn't agree to, but you let him sneak them past, and now if you try to deny answering it, it looks like you're trying to deny answering the question. But you didn't lay the groundwork for the audience to understand that you're not being a weasel, but he just indirectly took you down a path that makes you look like the weasel. And I don't want that to happen for you or for anybody out there.
Let me give you guys an example of what we're talking about right now. So let's say you get into a conversation, you as a flat earther, them as a glober, and you say something like this: "Hey, they tell us that the Earth is 70% water, and that, you know, most of these oceans are on the oceans right now are flat level with flat level water. So how would you guys reconcile that?" And then he could turn it around back to you and say, "How do you know that the oceans are 70% water? Did you go measure it? Do you know that they're 70%? Yeah. So you misspoke, didn't you? Who told you that the Earth has 70% water? Did you? Because you guys are saying, you flat earthers are saying that now. So now I want to look at you and ask you the same question you're asking us. How do we have 70% water? Did you measure it? You're all about verifying, aren't you? You see what I just done? I turned it around. Now your ass is toast because you did say it. You're the one that said the Earth has 70% water, but using it in contextually, as in that's what the people in the globe are saying. But he didn't make it sound that way. He turned around and said, "No, it came out of your mouth. You said it. So now, how do you know that you did? Did you verify the Earth being 70% water? You see where I'm going with this?
That's why I like it. Like, you ask, would you agree that Earth is covered? The Earth's surface is covered in 71% of water, essentially. Like, you have to get them to agree, in a sense, to, you know, a fact.
That's basically.
You could go that route, but guess how I would handle it? Instead of going that route, I'd say, all right, you ever had you ever cup your hand to wash your face? That's a little pool of water in your hand, right? Yeah, surface of that is level. Okay. How about your bathtub? Your bathtub, you notice that the surface is level, right? Okay, great. It's outside, it's raining. See a pothole, see water in it. Level. Lake that you can see from either, not a big lake, you can see from one end to the other end. Level. Now you go out to the beach. You tell me what the difference is.
Right. I gotcha.
Because
Basically
all of a sudden it
pointing out
curves, you
to,
prove it.
yeah.
Prove it.
Start out with things that, if they say no, then you would know they would be lying, and the audience would know that they would be.
Yeah, but what I'm saying too is,
And
like,
then, yeah.
don't ever start off like a discussion with somebody thinking that they're going to play Mr. Nice Guy and answer your questions, because you're going to come in for a big surprise. The guy
Yeah,
who's
I've
like,
already had a couple
guys, I just want to
experiences.
be civil. You know, you don't want the conversation to. You don't want to be hostile. You don't want to be the guy who they look to as like, oh, that flat earther, he's pretty hostile, man. Don't talk to beasticles. No, but this is what I'm telling you. If you have this mindset, like, you know, I just want to be that nice guy. You know, it goes in there like, dude, what do you think? No, that's okay.
Yeah,
You're gonna be,
that's the TikTok crowd, right?
you're
The
gonna
so the TikTok crowd is the crowd that they're like, oh, I hate talking to flat earthers. They're so mean and they only have the same arguments. So they'll like run into your DMs and go, "Oh, you're reasonable. How about we have a conversation?" Next thing you know, like, "Oh, just come on to my live. Oh, you're so smart. I want to talk to you." Right? Then you go in their live. So now you're like in front of like 100+ people, and now the conversation is going. 10, 15 minutes later, you find yourself in a position where it's like, well, I know that the earth isn't a globe. He's asking me these questions, and now I'm detecting that he's a passive aggressive weasel. So if you just try to point that out, it's going to make you look bad. You didn't talk to this person 15, 20, 30 minutes. You done agreed to everything that they said. You were buddy buddy with them. Now all of a sudden, when it comes to the shape of the earth, all of a sudden you disagree. Off of what grounds? We just agreed here, 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 and here. And it's gonna make you look crazy. But like y'all don't understand how sinister these guys are. We've been
yeah,
talking to them for years.
yep. They're diabolical. I'm telling you guys. And you guys over here thinking that the Mr. Nice Guy approach, sitting across the couch, going like, you know, dudes, we're just hanging loose. Go ahead, try that. Here's my thing to you guys. If you think that's cool, try it out and see if what Eli's saying isn't going to pan out to be what it is. You're going to find out really quickly, like all of us did, that civil conversation that you have in your mind. I just want to have a civil conversation is going to bite you in the ass. I'm telling you, dudes. You know, you have to be straight up with them. You got evidence of the Earth having curvature with drop over distance? No, see ya. You know, and then they're like, "Dude, that's too harsh, man. Coming off too harsh." What do you want to do? What is it that you want to accomplish here? 5 sessions with a guy until he feels comfortable enough with you, so he can say, you know what? This 5th session, I feel really, I want to engage now. Is that what you're waiting on?
People think that's harsh. That's daisies. They haven't seen harsh.
Oh,
fucking clowns. Yeah, let's have a civil conversation. Yeah. Tough shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, QE knows all about that. Well, according to himself, he used to be Mr. Nice Guy back in the day. Around these circuits, he didn't just end up this way. None of us did.
He really was.
These
He was so
guys,
patient with everybody. It was amazing. Like I would learn so much just because I'm not the smartest guy. So I sometimes have to listen a few times, and he has to tell it a different way for me to understand. And when he does that, he's really a good teacher.
So what you're saying? I'm not a good teacher now?
oh yeah, but
Well, when
the
you want to
problem is
be,
people don't have context,
Yeah.
because they haven't been around long enough to see all aspects of the conversation. They don't understand that when these people come to them and they're like, "Oh, great, an honest flat earther. How about we have a conversation on my channel where you can get embarrassed by 600 people?" like they don't understand what they're walking into. We
I'll
all
do that.
walk through that door.
I'll do that. That's like bringing the pigeon to the cat.
Right.
yeah, I would say Quantum still shows a lot of patience is if he has a good student. If he has an idiot, well, he's not going to waste his time.
No, it's really simple. If I sense any pretender clown assery, and that's going to take 5 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, they're through.
Right. No,
What's that?
honestly, I don't know it all. I don't. I want to learn. I like
No one
learning.
says, no one says you have to know it all. It's just you have to read people. And I'm
Right.
not gifted with this. People, I'm not the only one. You know, if somebody comes in faking right away, everyone has some degree of discernment in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're not aware of your surroundings, which okay, I grant you. That I guess let me take that back. There's a lot of dumbasses out there.
Well, no, I was saying this about Matthew Learns when he was in here at the time, when I roasted him that one night. Like I just had enough of it, like, because I was listening to him at work. I had my earbuds on. I was paying attention to him, and he was in here just kind of being the passive aggressive weasel that he normally was. But that night, I don't know what it was about what he was saying. I think he had a conversation with Heretic, and then I was listening to him. He was being his normal passive aggressive self. And then towards the end of that conversation, he said something to him. Well, thank goodness I don't have to tell you about the globe. I got you. You got your friends and family to do that for me. I was like, this fucking guy, man. I blew my top. Next time he came on, I devoured him, man. Like the moment he set foot, I set his ass on fire. Like it was no rest. Like I didn't stop until he heard every bit. And then once after that, he was like, well, thank goodness I don't have to listen to you, or what did he say? Appeal to you, or like say said something stupid about listening to what I have to say. I was like, I know you're not, because you're out of here. And I fucking banned his ass. I couldn't take it. It's like these guys who come in here, they play off. Hey dudes, want to have a beer with me? And like fucking SDL comes in here and does that. Wants to come in here, chill with I just want to chill with you guys. He's a stone cold Glover. Doesn't care. He does not care for Flat Earth one iota. But he comes in here and he's like, hey, yeah, let's chill, let's hang out. Why? So you can wait for your next champion to come in here, rah behind him, and mock us? No, I don't think so. Get out of here. Like this. It just feels like these guys, they want to put one over on you, and it's like the more you got, that's cool, man. STL is pretty cool. Or Matthew Learns is kind of chill. Well, he's chill, but at least we got content from him, you know. But on the other side, he's mocking and degrading your conversations that you have.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you saying wolves in sheep clothing? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah. Plenty of those.
Yep. You know, you got to be on the lookout for those because you'll have people like maybe Miggy or Kiwi or myself will speak up and be like, yeah, this guy's a weasel. And other people will be like, oh, you're being mean to him and whatever. It's like, well, who's the real meanie? Who's the
I
real...
usually turn on them.
yeah. Friendly fire.
Yeah, I must have got that from you then, because I get real mad like when somebody's like, "Yo, he's cool guy." Yo, I'm like, "Yo, you don't want to step in front of this," because I don't know that guy.
It's weird. Oh, sorry.
You're vouching for him. I don't fucking know who this is, and I'm just asking simple questions: A, B, this, that, yes, no.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, who's the real jerk? The fake nice guy or the one who calls out the faker?
Fake nice guy.
Yeah, newsflash, it's the fake nice guy. I've got a 17-second clip of this exact behavior. Let's take a listen.
Okay.
And Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident? Huh? You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
So he's like, oh, you did such a great job when you got kidnapped. I'm going to do my best to learn from you. You know, he sounds like he's being nice, but it's like a backhanded, weaselly way. It's that fake nice guy. And so you hear the character go, yeah, stop pretending, and slaps his hand away. And he's like, yeah, what you say doesn't match the look in your eyes. So sometimes you have to be that guy that's like, dude, just stop the cap.
Stop the cap!
Right. It's a different playing field when you're online though, and you can't see sorry.
No,
you're good. But I'm just saying it's a different playing field when you can't look the person in the eye, see their body language. You know what I mean? You have to really pay attention to what they're saying and how they say it. So no,
Well,
yeah,
that's why you have to ask the right question.
right. That's your tool.
Like if you let them answer, however, depending on how they answer. Look, I got to the point where I had to ask the dude, "Is a chair, man? Come on, like this is where they're at." And it's like, but if you let them dance around, they're going to win the crowd. They're going to get people to feel like, well, this guy is actually reasonable. Meanwhile, they haven't made any singular point whatsoever the entire conversation. All they did was just ask you questions and get you to agree and be agreeable with their agreeable personality.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I was just typing in the chat that the fake nice guy knows exactly what he's doing. So if you don't know what he's doing, that's a problem. You need to be able to detect that. There's a longer version of the clip where after he slaps his hand away, his friends go, "Oh, he's being mean. Don't mind him." So you don't want to be that guy. You need to be able to see through the fake nice guy act. Don't let that work on you.
I truly believe discernment is the best tool you have. First and
Facts.
foremost.
I think a lot of people lack that discernment. We see that all the time. Oh, I saw this on Reddit, so you guys must be saying it. No, dude, you, you need to have some discernment. No, we're not saying that.
I'm gonna look up the etymology of discernment real quick. I'm curious now.
Even when I'm cool with someone, like I know I have my own barometer. Like I might think you're faking. So I'm going to put the pressure on you to see how much you're going to lie, even if I'm cool with you. Because I'm like, well, if we're cool, you should have no problem with the truth and direct questions. Because I'll answer direct questions all day. So it's like, the moment I see somebody being a weasel, it's like my chance to test them a little bit. You were tested a little bit. Let's keep it real. I'm glad that you're still here.
Right.
You know?
Thanks, man. I'm glad you're here, bro. I'm glad you guys are all here. The fact that we're here, and still here, or just how long you guys have been around, it's beautiful. It really is. It feels like a real click in a sense. Where it's just like, people are not afraid to be themselves. Some people are, but it's just, I don't know. I like this place. I'm also beyond tired, and I probably should log off. Actually, it's been haven't went to sleep yet, so. But thank you guys, and I will, and I'll keep learning. But yeah, I'm about to get off here pretty soon.
Yeah, we've got to jump off. It's been a good one, of course. Maybe what we could do is we've done this before, Sonny and I, like a mock trial, like like the people versus globe or what. We could set it up, right? That way people can see how burden of proof works, and I think that setting's really helpful. Because imagine, I mean, a lot of the things they say here just would never fly in a courtroom. Imagine saying to a judge, "Well, Your Honor, I would present the evidence, but you just wouldn't believe it." Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, present what you have. Oh well, Your Honor, my client's I've known him for 50 years, and why would he lie? Yeah, that doesn't work either. Okay, so. A lot of this fallacious reasoning doesn't fly in a courtroom. You can't appeal to credentials. Oh, well, Your Honor, I've been a lawyer for 50 years. And what is your case? What is the evidence? So that setting, I think, could be really helpful for people. And yeah, we can do a little mock trial if we want to. We've done it before.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a couple people LARP a little bit. I call it LARPing, but yeah, that'd be very useful. I'm just usually not here this early, or I guess late now you'd say, in the daytime, so I should probably come in more often in the morning. I'm usually a night owl. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. And
Yep, take care, bro.
Take care.
You have a good one. Yeah, now that he's gone. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so yeah, somebody in the chat said Jesse Gordon, one of the fake nice guys, rolling my boulder. Matthew Learns. We've seen it. What do you mean? I'm just asking questions. Yeah, sure. Sure, buddy. But what do you mean horizon? I don't understand. You know exactly what the horizon is. Stop playing. Yeah, that type of stuff doesn't work on me.
That's why I play that clip. Like because it's like you're gonna tell me you don't understand what this guy just said in a minute in 30 seconds. Is that what you're telling us? It's hard to be like no, because it's like, okay, here's a block set. Here's a block. You're gonna tell me that this isn't a block?
Yeah, I mean, I'll play the longer version of that since we were just talking about the nice guy. I'll play the longer version. It's only like 40 seconds. But you can hear at the very end, you'll hear the folks being like, "Oh, don't mind him. He's just, you're being mean to the nice guy." So it's like somebody's got to call it out. You know what I mean? We can take a listen to the longer version here. Here it is.
Seems like you guys had a lot of trouble this year. Must have been tough for you. Yeah. But even so, you're all still aiming to become pro heroes despite those hardships. It's wonderful. Hearts full of fortitude. I believe that's what every hero in the world needs to have.
He's too nice. This charming pretty boy's gonna steal our girls.
And Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident?
Huh?
You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
Hey man, don't be so rude! Sorry, he's just like that. It's fine. It proves how tough his heart is.
Dude, I don't know if you guys caught that. I'll add some context, but like the first thing he says is, "Oh, you had such a tough time. It must have been so hard for you." Like, "Oh, do you remember when you got kidnapped? You must have such a strong will." Yeah, okay, dick. It's like, just because he's saying it in a nice sweet tone, you got to catch the
Oh,
backhanded comments.
I understand what you guys are going through,
Yeah, this is a feminine
I'm
way
not
of
here to
arguing.
ridicule flat earthers. I know you guys probably have it hard, when everyone else there are a bunch of scientists that have, you know, we've been speaking about. I mean, the fact that it's a globe for 1,000 years, am I right? So I get your position. Like,
Yeah, it's a feminine way of arguing. You see this with girls do this all the time. They praise each other, but the implication is negative. Say it in a sweet tone.
Yeah, Drace, that's a good point, right? They'll be like, "Oh, girl, you look fine in that dress," or whatever. That's something damn well that they're capping. So yeah, that's funny. I'm trying to get a screenshot of the character like reaching out to try to shake his hand, like, "Oh, I'm gonna do my best to learn from you," and he slaps his hand away. Like, "Yeah, bro, get that out of here." So I mean, it seems you do come off like a jerk when you do that, but I think the real jerk is the faker. So sorry, someone has to do it. That happens every now and again. You'll see somebody like call out a globe, or like, "Yeah, dude, get out of here with your fake or whatever," and they're like, "Why are you being mean? Give him a chance." Oh,
And you know what? It's always the VC verified or flat earther with no roles other than flat earther and VC verified. It's always that person.
yep.
I don't know who the fuck keeps letting these fake flat earthers in here. Wait, ooh, you're lucky that I don't give a shit enough. Like somebody's gonna catch on to you though. Yeah, I know what's happening. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm just glad I saved that clip. I feel like it perfectly highlights that nature of some of the folks that come here. You can see the eyes there when he calls him out. The character acknowledges. He gives this look to say, "Yeah, you got me. You're right." So they know what they're doing, bro. You have to know what they're doing too. So that's the point. We got a bunch of people in the lobby, guys. If you wanted to go cast your fishing rod, there's tons of people in there. There's a guy in there saying you can measure with your eyeballs.
Yeah, most of them aren't capable of having an intellectual conversation, and none of them have any balls, so they're not coming in here.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. This dude typed for like 15 minutes just to say, "Yeah, you can measure with your eyes. Any person above age 4 will tell you no matter what objects hit the ground." Okay. All right.
They're so happy.
All right, just want to respond to something in the chat here. Yeah, you guys should pop up there and have some fun. We've had a bunch of people roll through today. A lot of goofballs, but some people are trying, I think. Let's see. I got some other clips for you guys. Let me just dig them out. It's just kind of quiet right now. I got some short ones. It's funny. You'll be out watching, a podcast or, YouTube or radio or whatever it is you do, and you can like hear, Miggy talks about like the mind virus, right? You can kind of hear that mind virus in tons of people. It's not just the people that come here. And so that's what I love. Like, I'll be listening to like Fresh and Fit, and I hear some girl say something like, math is like basically scientific. And you're like, what? What, dude? Like, I swear I've heard ballers say that before, So, I do have that clip. If you give me a second, I'll dig it out. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Stick it in the bot now.
Okay, so what about that was an opinion? That was just a fact. What I said. Most men would prefer their girl stay at home.
Is that
How's that an
proven?
opinion?
Where's the statistics showing me that?
Do I need statistics to tell you that the sky's blue?
I mean, if you're telling me that's a fact, that most men don't like their women out, where's the statistics? Where's the actual facts? I need like
You
scientific
do realize
proof.
that sometimes, like, do you need a study to tell you 1 + 1 is 2? 2?
Yeah, because otherwise,
Incredible.
mathematics,
Incredible.
they're actually like scientific.
What the hell did you just say?
Tell me you haven't heard a baller say that exact line, like word for word. Basically, like math is like scientific. Like, dude, what? Category error. So it's just funny, dude. Like, I got more too. Hold on. Yeah, so this next one I played a bunch of times, but I mean, dude, like people come in here and say things like, "Oh, there's overwhelming scientific proof from all the years. There's loads of evidence and stuff like that," right? I'm sure you guys have heard that line many times. And it's basically just saying a lot while saying nothing. It's a bunch of fluff, right? It's basically putting up a bluff. Yeah, I've got the winning cards. So what are they? So this is an example of someone doing exactly that. You can kind of hear it, and we'll explain a little bit more after.
There's a plethora of reasons actually, and the research really exists, and I'm not going to go into all of it. It is almost 1 a.m. and I do have work in the morning, but the research is out there and Google is free. The stats are very real. There's a lot of social issues that surround it. There's a lot of socioeconomic differences that impact that. If you want.
Okay, I mean, that's exactly what like a Glober sounds like. Oh, there's just, the stats are real. The proof is there. There's so many reasons. Okay, so do you have anything like specific or like if that's why the court thing is really helpful. When you have evidence that goes in discovery, so the discovery, everyone can see what the evidence is, and we can discuss it very specifically. Or if you have certain witnesses, you can call a specific witness to the stand. What I'm noticing is like a lot of people will say, "Oh, I trust all the scientists." Well, the last guy I spoke to about that, I was like, "Okay, well, I'd like to call one of them to the stand. Could you, could you give me someone?" "Oh, well, no, it's just a vague group. It's an entity. You can't address them specifically." It's like, what is that then? It's just imaginary at that point. If I can't call a specific witness to the stand, you just have a vague, shadowy group that has answers. That doesn't work. Not going to work in a courtroom. So this was their response to that girl with all the fluff.
My thing is, if you're going to make a stance and make a point, then the point of the podcast is to articulate your points.
Yeah, and I feel like I articulated my point. We don't agree. We can move on.
You didn't really articulate. You said you didn't articulate anything. You said Google it.
No, and I literally said the stats exist that highlight the discrepancies in
That's
these
lazy.
industries.
Well,
I don't have the stats memorized, so I don't want to regurgitate wrong information.
Saying Google it is like, okay, then the rest of us just will make a point. Oh, Google it, bro. It's there.
But there's like.
That's an elephant hurling fallacy.
Yeah, okay. Let me get that for folks. I'll put a definition in the chat. Elephant hurling fallacy.
Yeah.
So saying like, "Oh, you need to go look for all the things that I'm saying exist."
Yeah, well, you say Google or some other large body of information without presenting it. That's elephant hurling.
Yeah, there was another guy who reacted to it as well. I'll just throw that one in. I thought it was funny. One sec.
Towards slavery reparations. If you're going to make an argument on the show, you can't sit there and say Google it and then not stand for what.
Like fuck that.
yeah, Google it, and she was all condescending. No, fuck you. You want to make an argument? Fucking make the argument.
You're trying to claim and say I'm tired.
No,
that's
it's
ridiculous.
just at the end of the day, that's
I mean, also, how many times have you heard a Glober be like, "Oh well, look at the time. I gotta go." You know, she did that too. She's like, "Oh well, it's 1 a.m. I can't back up my points now." What the hell? You should be able to. You should be prepared to defend yourself at all times. Not like, "Oh, I'm tired, so I can't explain myself." The fallacy of elephant hurling arises when the debater starts. When the debater starts to. Well, this is horrible grammar. When the debater starts amassing huge quotes, accumulating a large amount of evidence supposedly supporting his position, to give the impression of weighty evidence, but without demonstrating that all the evidence does indeed support his argument. The debater has an undeclared assumption that accumulating a great deal of evidence out of context would make his ideas seem true. Yeah, it's like being at a poker table. They're like, "Yeah, I've got the winning cards." Oh, okay. Do you want to play them? Like, what are they? Oh, you can't see them. You just have to, you know, put the cards on the table, guys. Another thing that I've noticed is people use words that they don't understand, and this happens here a lot as well. You know, Huey's good about this. He'll force people to define their terms. Oh, you said refraction. What's that? So here's a perfect example of how people will just totally use words that they don't understand. You're going to hear the context of like, men, women dating and stuff, but I want you to take the word. They're going to say the word like misogyny, right? I want you to take the word and swap that out for like refraction or science or theory or experiment. Okay, let's take a listen.
Okay, do you guys know what misogyny means?
Yes.
What does misogyny mean?
I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but I know what it means.
What does it
mean? I'm not like good at it.
Okay.
All right.
I know I'm not like good at explaining. Like.
Lauren, you want the
okay
definition? Sure. Show me the chat. You know what? Fucking Lauren.
No, you're right. I don't have a thesaurus.
I'm doing it for the chat.
Also, I thought that was funny at the end. She's like, "I don't have a thesaurus." Like, bitch, you need a dictionary. But I have another clip too. But it's just funny. Like, Globers do the exact same thing. Throwing around words that they don't understand. So you don't even have to do much besides ask them to define it. Here's another example.
Hold on. What does misogynist mean? What does misogynist mean?
Huh?
What does misogynist mean?
Oh, good job. He's asking her what misogynist means. Good job.
Because you said misogynist.
I don't know. It's all about these. It's all about
What is
these
the
ideas
definition of
what.
misogyny?
Wait.
It's all about these ideas of what men can do and what women can't do. Like, I don't know.
But I just want
That is not what misogyny means. The ideas of what men can do and what women can do. That's not misogyny, actually. Every time you hear a woman, or especially these type of modern women, talk about, oh, this is misogynistic, or that guy's a misogynist, just ask them what does misogyny mean. I guarantee they don't know what it means, and they're using it in the wrong context. Anyway.
It's a misogyny.
The definition.
Yeah, you called us a misogynist, so I want to know what it is.
It's just a fucking word that everyone throws around, but what I'm technically saying is...
She said it's just a word that everyone's throwing around. She don't know what it means, but she's saying it. How immature of you to be using a word so confidently, calling people misogynists or calling people's programs or platforms misogynistic, and you don't even know what the word means. That's wild.
I mean, I just love that clip because, like, Globers do the same thing. Oh, I know how to debunk Black Swan. Refraction. What does that mean? I just know it debunks the Black Swan. So you can see a lot of times these people don't know what they're talking about. They even admit, oh, it's just a word that people throw around. Wait a minute, what? Why are you just throwing around words like confidently? You don't even know what they mean. Sorry, I'm just some more people in the lobby. If you guys want to chomp on some fresh meat, pause. Oh, I have one more clip too. You know, the 99 percenters. Oh, you guys have your opinion. I have my opinion. No. Like, we're gonna stick to the facts, then you can have your opinions. And here, let me get the clip 1 second. I've been pointing out for a while, like these guys have a crabs in a bucket mentality. So they're like, well, if I'm wrong, then we're all wrong. If I have an opinion, then you have only opinions. That's not the case. Just because you're wrong doesn't make us wrong. Let's take a listen. Here's the clip.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off, and I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think an opinion can be incorrect because that's what a person's.
If I say the sky's green, because that's my opinion, is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Masters agree, bro. Masters agree.
Yo, Aaron,
I promise you, bro.
Is that your friend, Aaron? This is what. If I say the sky is green,
Yes.
the sky is objectively wrong.
Best
my
friend.
opinion is incorrect.
That's the best right there. Go, girl.
I can't believe that we're even having this conversation.
The
That an
sky's
opinion
green.
could be incorrect.
She never said the sky was green.
I gave an example. She said that.
It's just another behavioral point that I notice Globers do. Like, oh, well, that's just my opinion. You can't criticize it. Yeah, we can. If it's wrong, period. And if we're speaking facts, it's not our opinion. Just if it's a fact, it's a fact. No opinion involved. All right, I think I have one more example. This one is how like people they'll do backflips, hopscotch, mental gymnastics to try and make their worldview make sense to them. Even if you give them the craziest examples, like how I'm like, oh, you think water forms into a hill? They'll be like, well, yeah. Okay, so here's an example of that. Give me. Yeah, so this is. I hope you guys like this one. I don't play it a lot, but it's an example of how people will perform mental gymnastics to make their worldview work. We'll take a listen, and then Cam, you can chime in.
Why do you want to be different so bad?
Because
What do you mean?
dude, because they're girls, Sneeko, and every girl thinks she's fucking special.
You wanted to date a transformer. Now you think Lizzo's hot.
I didn't say that I wanted to date a trans man. You asked me if I would, and I said yeah, I would.
So you would date? Okay. What if Lizzo was a transformer? Would you date Transformer Lizzo with the mechanical pee-pee?
Yeah, if we were compatible and I had chemistry with Transformer Lizzo, hell yeah, why not?
Why are you lying?
God.
But no matter what I say, Sneeko, you're gonna say I'm fucking lying.
Yes, because you are lying. He just gave you the craziest scenario. Would you date a Transformer Lizzo with a robo pee-pee? And she said she would. That's crazy. You're just giving answers to try to win an argument. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so they do that too. They'll just literally give any answers. Oh yeah, gravity contains the gas. What? Like, you don't even observe that. You're just throwing shit at the wall. What's up, Cam? How are you, sir?
Hi.
Was there something you wanted to react to, or did you have a question or something?
Oh no, I'm just here to listen.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? What do you think buildings move?
And you know, like they have the earthquake-proof buildings.
Oh, that's
So-
not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Like, okay, so, well, they're saying that the Earth moves, rotates. right? Through a galaxy, it's moving through the galaxy, and then it's rotating and all that stuff, right? I don't mean
Yeah,
shaking or vibrating. When I say move, I mean like the ground is claimed to be moving, right? So I don't mean like vibrating. So I'm talking about moving with the ground. So let's say you're sitting, you're sitting inside, you're looking out the window, and you see a sun-filled window, and the sun appears to be moving across the window. So what we're being told is that it's not that the sun is moving, it's the building that's moving. And obviously not independently. It's not like the building grew legs and started walking. But think of it like when you go to the grocery store. You set your groceries on the conveyor belt, and then the belt moves your groceries towards the register. So obviously the groceries didn't get up and walk towards the cashier, but the moving belt moved them closer to the register. So that's what I'm asking is, do you think that your house or your building or buildings in general, do you think that those are moving?
I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, it's either they are or they aren't. There's really no gray area here. Obviously, that's what we're being told is happening. That's what they're saying is happening. But I just wonder, like, have you stopped to think about it? What do you truly, deep down in your heart of hearts, like, do you think that's really happening? If you're in a building right now and you close your eyes, like, do you genuinely think that this building is moving?
No.
You said yeah or no?
No.
No. Okay. Well, that's fair. I mean, it's not a gotcha question. It's just curious. Well, okay. So they try to say that like this is such a crazy topic. These guys are crazy. Well, all we're saying is that buildings don't move. Okay. And the people that argue against us are saying that they do move. So take your pick, bro. Like you can be team moving buildings or team buildings don't move. I'll stick to team buildings don't move.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Well, here's the next question for you. Do you think water, uh, I mean, how do I put this? They say boats go over the curve, right? You've heard that before?
Yes.
Okay, so then that would mean that the water would have to be basically like some sort of hill. It's going over the curve behind the hill and you can't see it anymore, right? My question is like, do you actually think water forms into a curve like that?
No.
Okay, okay. Well, that's what we're saying. We're saying that water doesn't do that. And so, well, if we look at well the space selfies of the globe, if you will, what do you see? You see lakes that are basically formed into a big ass hill, oceans curved, right? If so, like you don't think that they've curved like that?
No.
Okay. Yeah, well, neither do we. So then what, like, why are they showing curved pictures of water then if you don't think that they curve?
Well, I don't think they are.
Oh. So what do you think they're doing then? Are they flat or?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Oh. So, okay. All right. Well, so far we've got an earth that doesn't move and water that doesn't curve. I think we're 2 for 2 here. You want to go for 3 for 3? Here's a third question for you. We're gonna take it's about gas pressure. So to help you understand, like say you have like a bicycle tire, right? You understand that the tire holds the pressure on the inside, right? You've got the gas pressure on the inside of the tire. If you pop the tire or get a hole in the tire or whatever, then you lose the gas pressure.
Yeah.
Or say if you have like a can of soda or like a bottle of soda and you open the container, pour it in a coffee cup, leave it on the counter for a week, it's going to go flat. No pun intended. But it's the container that you need to have the pressure on the inside. So the question I would ask you is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
Are we talking about like ozone or something?
Yeah, essentially.
Well, it doesn't escape. Like the gases aren't going away.
Probably because there's a container, or do you think there's another reason?
No, I think there's a container.
Oh, okay. Well, again, if we go back to those space selfies, they don't show any containers. So what would that container be? Uh, if what they're telling us is true about the globe, what would the container be?
Like the atmosphere or something.
Well, that's the that would essentially be the air inside the tire is the atmosphere, or the gas pressure inside the soda is the air, essentially. That would be the example. So now it's the atmosphere is the air that needs to be contained. So no, the atmosphere doesn't contain the itself. Basically, what they're telling us is that the Earth is basically such a big tire, such a big wheel, that you don't even need a tire for it.
Yeah, I don't know the answer.
It's okay. I mean, that's fine.
I'm not like a
That's not a problem.
scientist.
That's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to be a scientist to know some of these things. I see some people have joined recently. Kevin Annister the second. Welcome. Want to say what's up?
Guys, can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Hey, yeah, what's going on, dude?
Yeah, fine. How are you doing, guys?
Good. We're just talking a little gas pressure right now at the moment. Have you heard of our gas pressure argument before?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Very interesting. I like that.
Nice. Okay.
But yeah, it's nice to see to hear the other side with arguments of the atmosphere and so on. So, but it's such a simply and clear argument with the container and all these things about that.
Oh, perfect. Oh, wait, no. I was curious. Can I get an admin to the VC check-in one, please, or a moderator, just to verify? Because I want to ask. I want to give Tiny Cactus a interview about his thing on like not a live stream, but it's like more of a recording.
Sure. I'll move you up there, and I'll jump up there with you guys.
Perfect. All right, we'll be right back.
One moment.
It's a system. Yeah.
I think there is a connection between left-wing authoritarianism and dogmatic defense of the globe belief. The overlap is shocking. I've been arguing with a globe believer, rolling my boulder, formerly known as Sisyphus. I don't think I've ever heard him say a true word. No, and I'm not trying to be overly dramatic in that regard. I've met people in my clinical practice and otherwise who were temperamentally incapable of any gesture or any word that was actually genuine. And that's a consequence of long practice. I think he's at least narcissistic, at minimum. And I think he's enabled by the useful idiots of the liberal left. And I actually think that's a very widespread problem and probably more typical of Canada now than any other developed country, much to our chagrin. So there's a developing body of research on left-wing authoritarianism. Now, the social psychologists, who are a pretty woke bunch, denied that left-wing authoritarianism existed from the end of World War II until 2016. And when the first work on left-wing authoritarianism came out. Now, the way you study something like political belief is you take a large corpus of questions about political attitude, several hundred, let's say, and you subject them to a statistical analysis that tells you how they sort. And so imagine you're likely to agree with one question, then you're more likely to agree with another related question. If you disagree with the question, there will be related questions that you're likely to disagree with. A sophisticated computer program, it's kind of a primitive AI system, by the way, can sort those questions, and then you can tell if there's a clump of them. And at the time, 2016, the idea that there was such a thing as a politically correct corpus of beliefs was derided as a right-wing conspiracy, so we decided to test that. And it was clear that you could identify a group of beliefs that were progressive, let's say, but then you could identify a variant of that that combined hypothetically progressive goals with authoritarianism, which was really the willingness to use fear and power and compulsion to force. So then there's an alliance, let's say, between compassion and force, and that makes you a left-wing authoritarian. Now, we looked at what predicted whether or not you would be a left-wing authoritarian, and we found that the biggest predictor was low verbal intelligence. Right, and it was a walloping predictor. It was more associated with left-wing authoritarianism than it was with academic performance. And those are basically the same thing, right? General cognitive ability and academic performance. So to find a relationship that was even more powerful was quite the shock. So when you ask yourself, how can people be clueless enough to buy the politically correct line, the answer is, well,
Jordan Peterson?
They're not very sophisticated verbally. And so if you offer them a solution that's a one-stop-fits-all solution.
That's Jordan Peterson, right?
Hold on, Jim, let him finish.
Then they buy that because it's a comprehensive explanation for the world. There's a self-serving aspect to it, and they have no capacity for critical thought. The second best predictor was being female. The third best predictor was having a feminine temperament, independent of whether you were male or female. And the next best predictor was having ever taken a course that was explicitly politically correct in its aims. So we were well on the way to publishing that, although that's when my career blew up, and it only ended up being produced in a master's degree format. But since then, there's been a lot of additional work done on left-wing authoritarianism. And so people have been looking at the relationship between left-wing authoritarianism and something called the dark first triad and then tetrad. Okay, so in British Columbia, there was a professor named Robert Hare, and Hare studied criminal psychopaths. He was really the first person to define psychopathy psychometrically. Predatory parasite is what a psychopath is, someone who will take what you have and will live off you if they can. That's a predatory parasite. And he studied the serious ones, the ones that were in prison, and hundreds of them. And then his students started to study subclinical psychopathy, so the same traits at a lower level in the general population. And
shout out to JBP. But sorry, Trace, we were just talking a little bit of gas pressure in the VC check-in, so we just wanted to pick up where we left off. Homie was asking what we
Great point,
believe.
Creation Bear.
Thank you, Tucker. But listen, Tiny, we don't have beliefs to offer you, but what we can offer you is like things that we can know, right? Like the second law of thermodynamics. So let me finish before you go. So as I was explaining, right, high pressure moves to low pressure. You need a container for gas pressure, period. So a dome is something very specific in shape. That's a very specific thing. So I don't know about that, but I do know that you have to have a container for gas pressure. It's an antecedent relationship. And the same way that if I plop down a nice filet mignon on your steak, no fakeness, no tofu, it's real beef. Well, I don't have to show you the cow. I don't have to tell you how many spots it had. I don't need to tell you what farm it came from. You know automatically that came from a cow. It's an antecedent relationship. You don't get beef unless it came from a cow. Another example would be say like a banana. Like if I rolled up to a picnic, I got a bunch of slices of banana. I don't have to show you the peel. You already know it came from one. So this is the same. That's kind of what we're talking about. We don't know about the makeup of this quote container, but you can know that there has to be one based off of this antecedent relationship.
So okay, let me ask you a question then, buddy. So can we, by the way, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm assuming we're both grown adults. If, as an adult, when you have a conversation, the way in your tone is very belittling. Okay, I'm not I'm just saying.
Earlier. Listen, if I say 1 + 1 is 2 or 1 + 1 is fucking 2, the information is the same. Don't worry about my tone or how I say it. It's the information that's the important part. So don't be feminine and be like, well, I didn't hear the way you said.
No, I'm not. That's what I mean. In your tone, it's not. You can say fucking. I don't care about that. But the way
Again,
it's
my tone shouldn't even matter. It's about
okay.
the
Sure,
information of what I said.
sure,
I
buddy.
told
Sure.
you about an antecedent relationship and
Sure,
the
buddy.
second law of thermodynamics. So
Sure, buddy. Sure, I got that.
What you're doing is called tone policing. You're focusing on an emotion or resulting from a message.
Yeah, that's
or
not
the
what I
emotion
did.
resulting from the message instead of the message itself, which is a discrediting tactic and it's not appreciated.
No, I'm okay. Whatever. No,
Dude, so do you have a rebuttal for the
I
antecedent
don't.
relationship type thing?
He's saying I'm not gonna. I don't. No, I don't have a rebuttal because I've not been bothered doing research on that topic. That's not something I have on hand. I don't have a paper.
Take your time.
Here's the thing. Even if I found something, you'd most likely have done more research on that specific topic than I have. So therefore, probably I'm not gonna come. I don't think I'm gonna outwit you in that one. I can't. I'm not gonna argue from something I don't know about.
Tiny, it's not for me, brother. It's for you. Like if you're in a court case, right? If me and you were in court, I'm the plaintiff, you're the defendant. I'm not here to convince you. In fact, convincing you has nothing to do with anything. My job is to make my case for the jury and the judge, and your job is to do the exact same. You're not here for me, so don't worry about me. I'm not here to convince you or any of those things.
I'm not here for that either. I'm just saying I can't come with a rebuttal for something I don't have on hand. I can't read a whole paper right now. I don't have the resources to that.
Well, we can just rip the Band-Aid off and just tell you then, if you don't feel like going to look for what we're asking you, we can just tell you point blank that there is
much
no
easier.
paper, there is no demonstration, there is no evidence of the claim that you can have gas pressure without a container, period.
Okay.
And if you don't want to hear it from me, I've got George. Who is this guy's name?
Your word is fine. Your word. I don't need to hear from an AI or whatever.
It's not AI, brother. It's I'm an actual scientist.
Okay, yeah, buddy, buddy. I'm gonna just take your word for it. Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it.
Okay.
So you know that there is something keeping around the quote-unquote Earth, correct?
Well, just like when I give you a steak, you know that came from a cow. So yes, it's an antecedent relationship.
You know. Okay. So let me just ask you: stars, for example, are they outside or inside this?
Before I even became or learned any of this stuff, back when I used to believe what you believe right now, there was a quote I heard that said, "The greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars." So I didn't know what the stars are then, and I don't know what they are now. I don't know.
So
you don't know
believe
either.
that a star is.
No. Hold on. I know the story just like you do. I know what we're all told. Okay, we all see the same thing, but the thing is, when your team globe, they attach a bunch of stories to the things that we see. So I look up at the star, I look up in the sky and see stars, and the story that's attached to them is they're certain millions and trillions of miles away. They're big balls of burning something. Yeah, I know the story.
So you don't believe that, correct? Is that something you don't believe?
Hell no, I don't believe that. Why? Because again, the claim is that they're a bunch of gas. Right?
And
when you need a container for that. So yeah, that's a big problem.
I think you're okay. I'm not gonna say with certainty, but I'm pretty sure there's a difference between a gigantic mass of nuclear fission going on and you taking fart spray that you bought or fart gas that you bought from your local convenience. I don't think it's the same. That's not. But there's difference. I think the gravitational pull of that is going to keep it also. I don't think it's going to float away. I'm not going to say with certainty, but from my basic understanding of physics, I don't think the gas is the same way that works everywhere. It's not. Space is one big fucking vacuum almost. So I don't.
Well, you also need a container for a vacuum as well. So there's a lot of problems with the claim. The further you get out into outer space, you don't have to address the finer details. You can know that the whole claim of outer space is cap anyway, because you need a container for gas pressure.
Okay. So in a container, can things go out and not come in? Or if the opposite, can things come inside the container and not come, and things can't? So when you have and you know that there's a container, right?
Well, let me ask you this.
No, I'm asking a question, buddy, here first.
You already asked it. I'm trying to answer.
No. Do you know that there's a container? Yes or no?
You already covered that. So let me just answer your question. You asked if things can go in and out. I would ask you this. We talked about earlier about the leaving out of outer space or leaving the universe. Can things go out of the universe?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Right. Well, where would they go to? Is there like an outside place outside of the universe?
I don't know. There might be. There might not be. It's not. I'm not a. This thing. There's nothing wrong with the answer not knowing. You shouldn't know everything. Not knowing is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's good. It's a good answer as well.
Sure, nothing wrong with that. I'd rather not know than make shit up. So sure.
Exactly.
But,
yeah.
From my understanding, there's no outside of the universe.
Yeah.
So how would things leave? That's kind of what I'm trying to point to you. Is like you're asking, well, if things leave and come back. Well, probably in your worldview, that's not possible. So I would say it's probably the same for my worldview. If it's contained and there's no leaving, there's nowhere to go.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure. So hypothetically, in your worldview, things like
hypothetically.
I just like saying that. I prefer. I know it's strong. I just enjoy saying it. It just rolls off the tongue.
Okay. You made me laugh.
Things like asteroids. I don't have to prove the existence of an asteroid to you, know, right? They have entered the Earth. You've seen a fucking. No, I mean, let me finish my sentence.
What do you mean you don't have to prove it?
Have you not seen a shooting star in your life before?
That's not what you just said. That you said meteorites fall. Hit the ground or whatever. Asteroids. So what do you're like? Well, there's asteroids. I don't have to prove it. What do you mean you don't have to?
No. But can we? So do you not believe in the existence of a meteorite?
Have you seen one?
Have I seen a shooting star?
That's not the same thing.
Have I seen a meteorite inside a museum? Yes.
That's not the same thing, bro.
Have I seen one fall, then picked it up on my hands? No. Have you?
Yeah, me neither, bro. So that's so why
Have
are
you-
you saying like I don't have to prove it? Like you've never even seen one.
I've seen one. I've seen one physically in a museum.
Okay, that doesn't exactly mean that what you saw in the museum fell from the freaking sky, bro. Like
Also, Tiny. Yeah, I mean, I'm from London. You know, if you go to the Natural History Museum, you'll see a giant T-Rex there. Probably one of the first things you'll see, unless it's moved off somewhere else. Did you know that none of those bones are real? They're all prosthetic.
Swear down.
It's not a real T-Rex.
So
none of those bones you see on display are real.
Even if listen. Even if you were to believe, well,
it's proof. You can just look it up. Simple proof.
Tiny, regardless of what you believe,
they're not hiding it.
They admit that they keep the quote real bones somewhere else.
Okay,
so
that doesn't matter to me. That's not what I'm talking about.
What Jim is saying is actually true. Is that just because it's in a museum doesn't mean it is what they're saying it is. Okay? They're showing you a big T-Rex with bones. They didn't dig those bones up from the ground. They even admit that the real ones are over here somewhere. So, and also, you know, they claim they got moon rocks, and those are also in museum. Well, there's some people that tested those quote rocks, and guess what they turned out to be? Wood.
So it's petrified wood.
Yeah.
So which rock did they test? They went into the museum and they just said, "I'm gonna take a piece of that meteorite."
The point is, just because you saw it in a museum doesn't mean it is what they're saying it is. You're like, well, I saw.
Okay.
I don't have to prove meteorites because they're in a museum.
Okay, so what do you think a shooting star is, for example?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so it's just
how would you know?
How would I know?
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. I acknowledge sometimes there are people who are smarter than me and do the research.
Who? What research? Let's not be vague. Like,
wait, I assume that an astrophysicist.
What people do, like, well, there's a bunch of big brain guys that figured out the answers. That's
listen,
like having imaginary friends.
I like to believe that an astrophysicist spent his time in university not going to act.
Who?
Let's just get hypothetical. I'm just gonna hypothetical.
You're hypothetically saying there's answers.
My cousin Mikey, he's an astrophysicist.
Okay, well that person doesn't exist. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
How can you prove that though?
Well, this is your claim, so it'd be on you to prove it. The fuck?
I have a picture of my cousin Mikey on my phone.
That
You want to
doesn't
see him?
verify what you're saying about him.
But let me talk. But let me talk. So
No, I
my
mean,
cousin Mikey.
the point is, listen, this is what people do. They say, well, I trust all the scientists. Well, if
I
you're
said I
an
trust my cousin Mikey.
Okay, well, you made that up after I pressed you for
No, I
doing it.
didn't. I just
Okay.
gave you an example. I didn't
Okay.
think I needed an example beforehand.
Okay. Well, anyway, regardless, this is what people do. They say, well, I trust all the scientists. Well, if this was a court case, I'd be calling one of your witnesses to the stand. So let's call Mikey to the stand. What does Mikey got for us?
Mikey, should I call him on the phone right now?
A picture of him isn't really cutting it.
So what, you want to call Mikey? No, because Mike lives in a different time zone and he's asleep right now. I don't want to wake him up in the middle of the night.
Okay, well,
That's
this
the
is.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you're not really making a case, bro. Like,
Okay, let me ask you a question.
This guy that I just made up, that he has the.
I don't, bro. It's my cousin Mikey. You know, bro. Why did I make up my cousin?
Just chill out.
I'm chill. I'm perfectly calm.
What about this, Tiny? What about this? Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the most famous, astrophysicists, I think he's called, right? He claims multiple times. It's a funny video that I watched. He claims the Earth is spherical. He claims the Earth is now, 10 years later. He's like, oh, the Earth is more like a pear shape. What? What do you mean pear? What do you mean a pear? What do you think about that, Tiny? Scientists like claiming this one and that one.
No, okay. What about this? Let me ask you a question, buddy. These scientists, right? Do they go to acting school?
Let's get an answer for the question first.
For my cousin Mikey?
No.
No. About the Neil deGrasse Tyson claiming the Earth looks like a sphere when he claimed also it looks it's more of like a globe, spherical shape.
What the answer is? I don't know. He's a fucking moron. I don't know.
Maybe.
Why would he? Why are they giving him a microphone to quote educate people? He's the quote scientist that you believe in. So why is he a moron all of a sudden now that we've called him to the stand?
I'm not saying he's a moron. That's his knowledge.
That's exactly what you just said.
No, you just said he was a moron.
He might know things here and there, but when you do talking in front of a fucking microphone 24/7, that's what you paid to do. You say, I'm gonna assume he's attempting to say a lot of shit.
He mistakenly said it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not. I haven't said that. I'm not. I can't read his fucking mind. Can I?
Bro,
when I read his mind, I don't have a fucking brain riser. Look, I'm gonna ask you, buddy. Let me ask you a question.
People go globe whisperer real quick. They're like, "Oh, well, actually, what he meant was not what he said."
I don't know what the fuck he meant. I'm not. I don't care. I can't read his mind.
Okay, well, he's the quote scientist, like Mike.
He said what he meant.
Sure, I don't. It doesn't really matter. I don't.
What you said you trust the scientist? Bro.
No. I trust my cousin Mikey. I don't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Why don't you trust Neil deGrasse Tyson? They give him a microphone. No one's ever heard of Mikey.
You don't know Mikey?
Who's Mikey?
I know Mikey. I know Mikey.
Who the fuck is that guy?
He's your cousin.
Exactly.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Now, can I ask a question? Did Mikey go through 6 years of university, or did he go through acting?
Doesn't even exist.
No. Okay. Let's assume Mikey doesn't exist. Right?
Let's not even worry about it. Let's stick to the topic at hand.
Let's not. Oh, let me ask you a question.
Let's move on from your cousin Mikey.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So these scientists, right? What are they? Let's just put them in a group. Let's just say scientists, right? I'm not giving a specific name. No.
I already explained. You guys do this all the time. Well, there's
you guys. Is this because I'm black?
Yeah. Listen. This is getting old real quick, Tiny. You gotta reel it in a little bit. All right. The acting's getting pretty rough. But people do this all the time. Oh, I believe all the scientists. There's this vague entity, this shadowy group. Okay, well, who? Why do you believe in these imaginary people?
I didn't say I believe in him. I just have I finished my current sentence? I might have said I said that earlier.
You can barely even get a sentence out, my brother.
Because you keep interrupting me halfway. But sir, do you know that in order to have a big ball of gas, you have to have a container?
Unless you can show otherwise.
Yeah, but he's saying if I can finish a sentence, I might be able to get a bit more out. Okay. Now I speak really. So he's saying these. Let's just. So the quote unquote people they put in front of a microphone, do they go to? Yeah, I just said these. Let's put them in a group. The people.
Why are you this? Look, listen. This is.
Let me finish my fucking sentence. Jesus Christ! What? Finish my sentence. Read my mind.
You guys act like you're about to get a Nobel Prize for repeating this.
I didn't say that. What did I say?
Repeat it here. Listen.
And go ahead, say
no one cares about so you think they're all actors? No, like, dude, we're trying to address the actual evidence on the table, the claims on the table. So,
but I'm asking, what do they get paid to do?
Why does that matter?
Because if they're on the government payroll to do nothingness and just lie, the
Listen,
fuck is
this
it?
has nothing to do with anything. Let's
Why
actually
not?
address the claims on the table. The claims being one of them that you can have gas pressure without a container. It doesn't matter what any man says. It's about what can be demonstrated. So forget your scientists or whatever. That cannot be demonstrated. Period. It's a violation of
I want
natural
to
law.
I want
no
to
matter
like
what
maybe
anyone
talk about
says
that actually. What do you think the sun is, Creation Bear?
Again, no. I already said this. No one knows. You don't know. Tiny doesn't know. No one in this panel knows. Nobody
Mikey
knows.
knows.
Mikey doesn't know. Mikey doesn't exist.
But what if it is a gas? A bunch of gases in nuclear fusion.
That's
or
not
fission.
just automatically true because they say it. So how would
Right. So then the conversation kind of ends there. Really,
Yeah,
if none of us
why we
know.
try to get people to come back down to the ground because you know what you can do is test things here on the Earth. You can actually test the surface of the Earth. You can't go up to a shooting star and test that.
No, yeah, good point. We also can't, we also can't really create a star for testing. Like that would kind of ruin the whole solar system
Right, which kind of goes
model.
back to no one
quote,
knows
quote.
what those things are. Okay, so that's why it's come back down to the ground, Tiny Jim, and we can actually test things on the surface of the Earth here. That's what this is all about. Listen, this topic doesn't mean answers to all of life's mysteries. It's simply what is the surface of the Earth doing? So Tiny, you gotta reel it in, bro. You're
Really? No, but I'm just saying.
Listen, let me just have you do this, Tiny. Why don't you take 30 seconds, look around you, right? All the surfaces nearby. Are you inside right now or outside?
I'm actually currently in the woods, walking around the forest.
Yeah, so you're gonna. I mean, you're not gonna be on. Not gonna be here very long. You can keep up the acting, but
I'm inside. What's up,
regardless of
buddy?
where you are, look around you and let me know if you. So the surface is around you, right? I'm proposing that there's only two options here. I'll give you some examples. The mouse here in front of me is curved, right? It's got curvature to it. It's rounded, right? The screen of my computer is flat. The back of it rounded. The table that this is on is flat. Okay, the cup here next to me is rounded. So I'm challenging you is there a third option here? Or would you agree that that is a true dichotomy?
I don't know.
Look around you. Take 30 seconds if you need it. Look around and see all the surfaces here. I've got surfaces that are flat and surfaces that are rounded or not flat. So do you see a third option?
Shit, a square?
That's a shape, bird brain. I'm talking about surfaces. Look, sure you can figure this out. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off because I don't think this guy's really here in good faith. There's only two options for surface description. It's either something can either be curved or it isn't. Period. There's no third option. So what we're saying is that the surface of the Earth can only be doing one of those two things. That's what the subject boils down to. The answer is newsflash. It's not curved.
What's not curved? The Earth?
The Earth.
And you saw that from what exactly?
Again, I'm trying to point. You didn't even take 30 seconds to look around your own surroundings.
I took.
Hold on. You didn't even look around you to understand that there is a dichotomy here. I don't have to, quote, see the whole thing to understand that the surface can only be doing one of two things.
And that is?
Again, we just covered this. It's either rounded or curved or it's not. Okay. So what you can do is go out to the field in reality and test the surface of the Earth to see which one of those two it's doing. Let me give you an example. Say, let's take a hood of a car. I imagine most hoods have curvature to them, right? Unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something.
Shit, I drive a 98 Mustang. Don't have a curve on that one.
Pretty sure it does. Actually, I'll get a picture. Fox body? Is that a Fox body?
I don't know what the fuck the English word is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
98. Let me get a 98 Mustang.
No, not a sedan. No, I missed a 68.
Hold you accountable.
A 60. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought you.
90, 60. Jesus Christ, I'm at 90.
Yeah,
60.
Hey, you're a bad actor, bro. Let's just.
Bro, I said 60. I didn't mean fucking. Look, English is not
I'll
my
let you
first language,
know.
buddy.
Yeah, sure. You're a
What?
horrible actor. But anyway, we'll start with the 98 Mustang. If you look at the hood there, you see how it's got curvature to it?
Yeah.
I don't mean the 90, I mean the 60.
Okay, regardless.
Yeah.
You see the hood.
Sure. Is that even a fucking Mustang?
Even the 68 Mustang's got some curvature to it.
A little bit around the
A wee
back,
bit.
yeah.
Yeah, just a wee bit. All right, so let me just get a screenshot of the 68. Either way, you're being difficult. I don't know why you're being difficult, Tiny, but you can see that the hood has curvature. Yes.
There's a bit of curvature.
Okay,
slightly.
Great. Sure, of course. So let's take that hood, and let's blow it up to the size of a state or a country. Quite big, right? So if you wanted to test that surface to find out if it's curving, what we could do, well, say you had something like a laser, and you shine this laser over the surface of the hood. If there's any deviation whatsoever away from that laser, you automatically know it's curving, period. So that's what you can do in the field. You can look for this, quote, deviation of the Earth away from your straight edge. The point is, it can only be doing one of two things, right? It's either curved or it's not. So what we're telling you is that it's not curved, bro. And you can go into the field and conduct these tests on your own. I spent a month in San Diego doing long distance observations. People have done laser tests.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
We're
Now,
here
when
to
you went out,
report that there's no curvature, bro.
when you went out to the, can I ask you a question? When you went out to do those tests, did you go out to prove that the Earth was flat, or just you didn't know? Which one was it? Did you want a genuine answer? Just want confirmation in what you already knew?
Hold on. We just went over how there's a dichotomy here.
I just asked you, but that has nothing to do with the fuck we just went over.
It absolutely does. So if you can focus and pay attention.
What was your motivation? What was your motivation going down there?
This isn't a psychoanalysis here.
I'm not doing a psychoanalysis. I'm asking.
What does it matter what the intentions were?
I just want. I'm curious. I'm curious.
Tiny,
You
chill
can
out.
have it.
Chill out. This isn't a psychoanalysis. Oh, how do you think and what are your motivations? It's about what the surface of the Earth is doing. You only have two options, bro. That is what it is about. You can go into the field yourself and find out what it's doing. Not about my motivation or what I believe or what my favorite color is or any of those things. It's what is the surface of the Earth doing, this or that. It's only two options. Just like the hood of a car, it can only either be rounded or it's not. Period.
Buddy.
So that's what we're trying to tell you. It doesn't matter what I think. It's about what the surface is doing. So,
but I think I'm not here to prove to you that the Earth is wrong.
We know you're here in bad faith.
I'm not in bad faith. I'm here for shit. No, I'm not even in bad faith.
We're using
I'm just
you
asking.
so
go ahead. Bro, I'm just asking. I don't.
You are in bad faith.
Sure, you read my mind.
You were complaining about my tone earlier, and you're like, buddy. You're not here in good faith, so just chill out. We're just going to use you as an example at this point.
Ooh, God forbid. Bro, you can have a conversation like a normal grown adult, can't you?
Yeah, it's kind of what I've been doing.
No, it's not. The way you can just speak like you don't got to do all this, the whole bit or the act. Just speak like a normal fucking man. See, that's not how a grown adult acts, is it?
So, just reel it in a bit, dog. Like, we've been doing this, all right? We don't need you to lead the dance here.
I'm not saying lead the dance. I'm asking. You don't have to fucking wiggle around.
So
I don't. I'm sure you have people coming.
We're trying to point you to the. Listen, that's why I'm trying to give you an example. The surface of the Earth. Pay attention, bird brain. There's only two options here.
Swear down.
So that's it. You don't have to listen to what I say. Go into the field. Conduct your own tests.
We both know I'm not going to do that.
No, I did do that. It's up to you. You're on your own journey.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Well, you can remain in your whatever you're at now, but
sure.
I don't know why you wouldn't do that.
Because that'd be a waste of my time.
Why is that?
What the fuck would I gain from
it? Not being
the truth.
Yeah.
Proving your arguments.
And the truth from it.
I'm not. What argument did I? What argument did I make? I just asked a couple of questions. I didn't say the effort. I just asked questions.
No, you already said your buddy Jim already threw you under the bus. Said you're a globetard, bro. So we already know what your position is.
You know my position, but what claim have I made?
You don't have to make the claim; it's already made for you. This
Sure,
isn't
but
BYOB where you bring your own claims. The claims
I
already.
didn't say
on the
bring.
table.
Yeah, but I just had.
So what I'm
Buddy, I'm
telling
not
you,
here.
you don't
Hold
have
on, buddy.
to make the claim. It's already on the table. We've been addressing it the whole time. One, we talked about gas pressure. The claim is that you can have an open gas pressure with no container. We already discussed that. You didn't have to make that claim. It's already there for us to address. Same thing with water and the earth. It's claimed to be curving. We're telling you that that's a dichotomy. It's either curving or it's not. And you can go into the field and test for that, and it's not there. So this isn't, you don't need to make the claim. Like, we're not waiting around for you to claim it's a globe. We already know what the claim is. So what's up, Mickey? You wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I just want to see if the guy knows if the Earth is a globe or not, and that's a most interesting point right there. Do you know if it's a globe or not, for the gentleman?
Buddy, here's what I'm gonna say. Okay, if I can get a full sentence out there.
Can I get a yes or no? Can I get a yes or no on that? I don't know. Is that, you just told the guy.
I'm not gonna give you a yes or no. I'm not gonna give you a yes or no. You guys don't give me a yes or no. I'm not gonna give you a yes or no. I'm not gonna give you a yes or no.
But here's the thing. You just finished telling the guy, "Can we just talk like men?" That's what I want to do. I want to talk to you like a man. I don't want to talk to you like some child or some rhetoric. I'm asking you a question. If you can give me a yes or no like a man would, that would be great. Can you do that?
I'll give you a yes or no. But you're gonna argue like your buddy over here going on fucking tangents.
I'm not even talking about what he's saying. I'm asking you a question, bro.
But if I come in here, right, and I ask a question, I don't get a yes or no. Why the fuck?
Why do we gotta talk? Why do we gotta go into like? Why can't you answer a question? Like, people just want to know things. Yeah. Would you claim that you know that the Earth is a globe or not?
I'll give you a yes. I will say yes. Sure. There we go.
Okay.
I give you a yes or no.
All right. So the answer.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't know. But the answer that precedes would be, if it's a yes, then how do you know it's a globe? Like, that would be, people want to ask questions, right? I mean, like, obviously you say yes.
But let me ask you a question though, right? What do you?
Why are you not answering mine, bro?
What's your
what's
question? I
going on?
didn't hear it.
All right, so the question was, if you know that it's a globe, how do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's a globe? Okay.
Yeah, if you know it is, like, how do you know it's a globe?
Sir, will you start with the fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire noises?
Feelings, bro. It's okay. You don't have to get triggered. So just answer the question.
Bro, Jesus Christ.
What was the question? How do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's a globe? Look, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say, well, have you done your own research? And I'm gonna say no. So she skipped that whole part.
No, I'm asking. I'm not talking. We're not talking about me, brother. We're talking about how do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's an Earth? This shit I've been taught in school. You know that fucking that's what I'm gonna say.
I know, okay, that's what you've been taught at school. That's the generic answer, but like specifically, how do you know it's a globe?
How do I know?
Yeah, like if somebody was to question you on the street, be like, dude, how do you know it's a globe? What would you tell them? That's what I was taught in school, or I mean, like, specifically, how? How do you know?
I'll probably call them a weirdo and walk away.
Well, that's an easy out for anyone not using their own mind. Like, the thing, check this out, man. The thing we're trying to ask people, like everyone who comes in here, is how do they know, like, that they know that it's exactly what you've been told.
Sure.
So we're asking this question because a lot of people take it for granted, the information that. So that's all I'm doing right now. I'm just asking you, like, if somebody was to question you on the specifics, how could you then demonstrate to someone that you know it's a globe? Like, what would you point it to? You know, like, it's easy to just call somebody an idiot and walk away. That's the easy out, man. Anyone can do that.
Yeah, but okay, can I ask you a question then? Because your buddy really doesn't want to do fucking yes or no question.
You
answer
a question before you just move on randomly.
I'm not talking to you, buddy.
Well, I'm talking to you, and again, you don't lead the dance here. You're not.
I'm not gonna say I lead the dance.
So
there's a conversation. Your conversation.
Do what you're told, basically.
I'll do what I'm told, bro. It's a conversation. I don't think. Do you understand how basic social interactions work?
You don't clearly.
Clearly, I don't. Yeah. It says the guy with high functioning autism.
Yeah, bro. You can do what you're told.
All right. So, like, just right back to. Yeah, back to listen, man. Like, yeah, thanks for the additives, guys. But like, I just want to get the guy to tell me how specifically, if he was asked on the street how he knows it's a globe, without telling the person they're an idiot, specify to me how you know it's a globe specifically.
How would I don't think I'll be able to on the spot.
So you don't know, right? Would that be the answer? You don't know?
I wouldn't say that's a no, don't know. I just said I wouldn't be able to give a fucking answer.
Well, then that would be I don't know, right?
Sure, let's go. I don't know.
Okay, well then the answer would be I don't know, and then the guy would be like, okay, well I thought you said you knew, because in the very first instance when I asked you the question, do you know it's a globe? You said yes. So now the next question is, how do you know it's a globe? And you said I don't know. So do you see what I'm trying to get you to see here is that most people, not just you, sir, most people will answer the same way. They'll answer it because they think that they already have in their mind that it's already a globe because everybody believes it is. It's kind of like a blind faith belief. You don't know that it's a blind faith because you've been taught, like in school, how to believe. So basically, the answer right now should have been preceded by something very simple. Like, I mean, if it's a ball, there should be some geometry to it, right? Like you'll be able to measure it and all kinds of stuff with it. But like right now, it seems like people struggle with, not just you, but everybody that I asked this question to, they struggle with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. You.
I just want you to identify that, man. It's not just you; it's everyone that asked this question, because the school systems are not designed to like give people ways how to answer this. They just tell you like blindly say like, yeah, just you should like make fun of somebody that asked you that question instead of being like, oh, you know what?
This is a really good one. This question. This is a really good question to place to somebody. How do you know that?
Would you let Jermaine over here finish? This is the first time somebody here.
Relax, you're a guest here, so just chill out.
I don't know who's chiming in right now, like the other guy, but yeah, I just want the guy to know, like, it seems like when people come into the server, and I know what it feels like, okay, because a lot of people come in here and it feels like, you know, you got to be like on a defense stuff. It's not that, man. Trust me. A lot of people that come in here, they get put this way, but it's everybody, man. Everybody gets asked this question, and a lot of people, they really don't know, and that's all right. Like I wouldn't call anybody idiot or stupid or because they don't know. What I would say is you're being honest. Like if you're being genuine, like you're like, shit, I don't know, like obviously, but yeah, it's just.
I can vouch for him, Mayhem. He's being genuine. He's here in good faith. He's not trying to.
Jim, just
Jim. He's not. So
okay.
Jim, just. Oh, he's like, buddy. I appreciate, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate your fucking tone. I like the way you talk. I want to. Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You seem like 100% a cool fucking dude. Your buddy over here, not that much. But like, here's the thing. See, that's what I mean. It's kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of weird.
All right, so like, what would you think would be wrong with that? Like, if I ask anybody else, because honestly, I want you to stick around. Because if you stick around, then you'll hear me ask the question to other people, and then you'll hear how they respond.
Bro, here's the thing. The thing is, right? You guys, I'm gonna assume you've done a shit ton of research on this topic, right?
You could say that, yeah.
We're here to teach you.
Bro, is your name Mayhem?
Again, you're a guest here. This is an open panel. People can speak. So
sure. No, but here's the thing. A lot of people, including me, don't do research on this because it's not something most people think. Okay, this is something I need to do research on because it's like do you do research? Like in most people's mind, that's a very basic thing that doesn't need more research that is already done. You follow?
Yeah.
Or it's not like yeah.
So would you say that other people have figured this out? Like, let's say an astrophysicist or a scientist, somebody that you could probably say that has answers that you don't have. Would you say that?
I'll say if an astrophysicist came and said some shit, I would not argue with them. The same way, if a historian came along,
you just did. Hold on, you just did. Your friend Jim presented you an astrophysicist saying the Earth was a pear.
Yeah,
he's a moron.
buddy, I'm gonna lie. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with. I didn't really have it. That
you're saying doesn't match what you just said.
Yeah, I was kind of bullshitting with you.
Contradicting yourself.
Yeah, I was kind of bullshitting with you. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with Mayhem where he sounds like a genuine human being for once.
I'm being as genuine as I possibly can.
You seem very.
Out of 10 minutes in a genuine way. So you just now said that you would listen to the astrophysicist. Jim presented you what the astrophysicist said, and you called him a moron and said he was wrong.
I said I don't know. He might be a fucking moron. I don't know.
So which is it then?
I don't, buddy. Can I talk to Mayhem for a second?
No, this is an open panel. I'm going to say what I want to say.
Yeah, you can say, but I would prefer to talk to Mayhem if that's okay with you. Aww. Can I talk to Mayhem?
No. You can
I can't? So are you better than Mayhem?
Has nothing to do with it. You claim that you trust the astrophysicists if they said something, but earlier you said you.
I would have more trust. I have more trust. I said look, when Neil deGrasse Tyson said some shit. But by the way, stop the fucking sound effect. What the fuck is he doing sound effects? Jesus Christ.
Triggered, bro. Relax.
It's just fucking weird. No, but
I just caught you in a contradiction. That's all. So
shit, swear down. Okay, you got me. My whole shit is done.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, can we move on from that?
Yeah. What I was gonna say is go on, sorry. Go on.
Man, what the fuck? Man, where the fuck did you? What was you saying, man?
Yeah, I'm talking about like the people that come in here. They usually say that they know, and then when they're pointed out that they don't know, they usually defer to like a scientist or an astrophysicist or somebody that they think is more educated, right?
Yeah.
But then I would proceed to say that if we were to show you people that actually would claim that they are an astrophysicist that come in here, and I ask them the same questions, and then they would say, like, in my experience, there isn't any answer to that question, or there's no way that we could directly know that. Like, there's like, they would say something like in the way of it's a whole bunch of little pieces of information that you put together like a puzzle piece that makes up what the Earth is as a globe. Like those kind of answers, like if I was to tell you that's what they respond, wouldn't you think that's a bit suspicious? Instead of them saying like, no, there's some way we can just go out and test for this, like, and this is how. I think to me, if somebody was to rely on like let's say an astrophysicist or someone like in the education field, I think that they should be able to have those answers provided, like to you and to me and to everybody. At least they owe us that much, right? If we rely on them for that information, if we say, you know what, well, I'm not going to spend my time looking at every single little piece of information. At least somebody knows what they're talking about. But if we were to bring those guys who supposedly know what they're supposed to be talking about in this server, and they don't have that answer, I think that's a bit suspicious, don't you think? Like, but you wouldn't question like, well, shit. I mean, I was deferring to this guy.
Do you mind if I interject real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hell no.
Well, hell no. Well, thank you for letting me interject. You said people that know what we're talking about, right? Would you agree that like pilots know what they're talking about?
Depends.
I mean, they're in the sky all day, right?
Yeah, but what is the
my point? My point
I'm
I'm trying to make is, if you go to a lot of pilots and ask them, do you think the Earth is flat or round? And they said, from my perspective, I see the Earth is flat. They're not claiming the Earth is flat. They're not claiming the Earth is a globe. But from their perspective, it's clearly flat. And they fly around maybe 50 hours a week. They have more knowledge of the globe than we do, right?
Okay, so you're telling me like there's people with experience of flying over the Earth or getting on a boat and navigating across the surface of the water. Anybody doing that would have some type of knowledge of the Earth, whatever the Earth is. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
And
well, I'm not arguing you. I was agreeing with you. In terms of.
I'm asking you some follow-up questions. And would you then say that because they're traveling over the surface of the Earth, then they would have some knowledge that the Earth is whatever, if it's a shape or if it's not a shape, they would be able to tell
you. Exactly, Mayhem. What I actually say is they never dip. They never dip to curvature ever. They just go they fly in a straight line.
My question to you would be, why do they have more knowledge of the globe than us? Because they fly in the sky?
No. That's not my claim. I said that at the beginning. It's perspective. They won't claim whether it's flat or round, the whole Earth. But from their perspective of their job, they only say we perceive the Earth as flat. That's the way they claim it.
I heard you say that. So I'm going to address something else. You said.
What
did I say? Because I'm pretty sure what I said was through perspective.
Hang on. Let me look at it this way, right? Let's say we have a court case here, and these guys have evidence because they're pilots and they're sailors and all that. They come into court and we're like, okay, so we need some evidence that the Earth is a globe, and then you hear the testimony. They're like, oh, check this out. I've been flying for American Airlines for over 20 years, and from my perspective, the Earth is a globe. Do you think that but just check this out. Do you think that what they say would carry any weight in a courtroom because they just said, okay, well, because I've been a pilot for 20 years, that when I say that the Earth I'm flying over a globe, that you're going to have to take my testimony as evidence?
Mayhem, I said the complete opposite.
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is, I heard what you said, but what I'm telling you is that if somebody came in there and said that, because there are people that do say that, by the way. So if there are people that say that, would you consider that as evidence?
No, and by the way, I've never heard a pilot claim the Earth is a globe just because of his experience.
Yeah, you haven't met the ones that I've talked to. Anyway.
Oh, really? Okay. Sorry.
I'm dead serious. I would check this out. So if somebody does say, like what the pilots have you heard, that the Earth perspectively looks flat from wherever they're flying it, their plane, then would you then do the same as you did with the pilot who said that it's a globe, accept that as evidence?
No.
So we don't accept that the people who are flying planes, either they see it as in their perspective as flat or a globe, and we don't accept that as evidence then, correct?
I agree.
Okay. We're on the same page then.
But the point I was trying to the point I was trying to I was interjecting for a reason to maybe argue with Tiny a little bit. Wait, is he still here? Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I don't know.
So the point, Tiny, is no one really has proof whether it's a globe. Not even pilots.
Well, I wouldn't phrase it that way. But listen, I don't know what level is this gentleman that's speaking right now. I don't know if he's brand new to the server.
No, I'm not brand new. I mean, I joined back recently, but I'm not brand new. No.
All right. What I would say is then, sir, I don't know who you are right now at the moment. I haven't got to know you, but there is a lot that you need to learn from this specific group. And I don't mean that in a demeaning way. I would mean that in a way.
No, I understand.
We do a lot of kind of teaching on how to deal with conversations and such. So if you're not in the forefront or taking point, I would say just please put yourself on mute, because what happens is I'm going to have to go against some of the points you made. And I didn't want to do that just to put, so you can have egg on your face, because I do think that everybody's a part of the server is dear to me. I want you guys to actually learn how to do these arguments. So if you can, just mute yourself for a moment, while I have a conversation with this gentleman. But I would also like to point out that there is actual evidence that the Earth is not curving. 100%. You can know that it's not a globe, and it does not have any convexity to it. 100%. You can know. So, going back to the point where I was showing the gentleman, and I forgot your name, so Tiny, I think that's your name, that a lot of people come into this server with the idea that they think that the Earth is a globe, and I ask them the same questions. Do you know? And they would say, yeah, sure. But when I ask them, how do you know specifically? They would say the same thing you did. Well, I really don't know. And then defer to, let's say, somebody in the academic fields. The astrophysicist or the cosmologist or my teacher, my professor, whoever knows, and I don't know because I haven't been studying that. That's the same. It's like a generic answer, basically. We hear that. It's pretty common. All right, but so what I'm trying to do right now is for you to engage with this conversation in a way that probably gets your mind to think a little bit, right? That's all. I'm not trying to demean anyone in any way, but I really want you guys to focus on what's being said here. So the gentleman came in here with the knowledge of thinking, yeah, of course. I would if somebody was to ask me on the street, how do I know the Earth is a globe? I would tell them, you're an idiot, and walk away. Do you honestly think that critically thinking humans can approach each other that way, or can we be civil and say, well, let's reason with each other. How do we know the Earth's a globe? Let's figure this out. Which is kind of the way I think the approach should be if anybody's inquiring. If we don't know the answer should be, honestly, I don't know. But if we do know the answer, let's give it to them, right? And that's all I'm saying. If you say, yes, I know the Earth's a globe, well, give me the answer. Tell me how it's a globe, specifically. How do you know? So it's basically just kind of giving you guys a bit of education of how to approach this topic, because a lot of people have never been asked the question, because it's almost like, well, we learned that back in 3rd grade when the teacher told us to turn to page 42, and we looked at the solar system and saw that we were a planet floating around in the vacuum of space. So a lot of people think, well, yeah, it's just a foregone conclusion. It's not something I need to re-examine, which is what we're doing here. We're actually taking a closer look at the information and see if anything can match up to going and testing the Earth and so forth. So what I want to do is I want to get you guys to start thinking a little bit. If you haven't done this before, it's a good exercise, right? So the question that I would start asking the whole room, and I don't know how many Globers or people who think the Earth is a globe is in here, but I would ask everybody in here the same question, right? The question is, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history Somebody's mic is scratchy. Can you please put yourself on mute, please? Somebody's mic is really scratchy.
It's the bad faith actor you're trying to talk to right now. He's not really actually listening.
There's somebody scratching their mic and moving around. So can you please mute your mic, please? Locally mute, or I'll have the moderator mute you. Either way, but you will get muted, please. Thank you. All right. So what it is the question that actually is going to get you to start to think about the answers, right? So the first question is, how do we know, or excuse me, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? And so the question is specifically about the geometry of the Earth. The geometry of the Earth is said to be an oblate spheroid. And if that is true, then anywhere we go on the surface of the Earth, it should measure per the 8 inches per mile squared, as the values of the Earth are said to be radius, diameter, circumference, with the radius value of 3959, the circumference at 24,901 miles, and the diameter is half that. So we have to understand that if we're getting the math already, if we have values, then we know the size of the Earth, which means that because we have math and geometry, we're able to now define this surface of the Earth. We can know by what rate the curvature starts to descend or drop, at what rate it drops. So on the surface of the Earth, because it's tangible, right? You're standing on it. It's able to be measured. So now we need to move off into the field, which is what CB was actually implying there. He's like, well, now let's go out into the field and test it. Because a lot of people don't want to do that, and it's as simple as going outside. If there is to be a drop rate over a distance, well, we don't want to really do it over land because we got land topography. As you may or may not know, there's hills and valleys, right? There's dips, and there's there's a bit of different elevations to this Earth because of the Earth itself. So what we need to do is go to water. Water on the surface of the water, it's pretty level. Because as you can tell, and I'll give you a little something so you can test it out, right? If you hold a bottle of water, right, in your hand, and you turn that bottle of water in any direction, the surface of that water inside of that bottle holds its rigidity in space. That means that the surface of that water inside of that bottle always remains flat and level to the surface of the ground that you're standing on. And you can manipulate the container in any direction, and it will always remain flat and level to the ground that it's directly parallel to. So the surface of the water in that bottle, any way you manipulate that container, will always remain flat and level to the ground. Therefore, if that is true, then water would be the perfect thing to measure over, because it holds rigidity in space and is always flat and level to the ground. Therefore, if we're going to do any measurements, it should be over water, because that is the flattest surface on Earth that we can measure over long distances without any land topography to get in the way of our measurements. So, therefore, let us go out into the field. Let us do some tests over water, over many miles, let's say, and see if there's any drop rate over distance. Because the consequent of the Earth being an oblate spheroid would mean that the surface has curvature, and we couldn't measure it. Just like we would if we had a sphere in our hands, like a basketball. We'd be able to measure from point A to point B on any part of that basketball surface curvature. With the same idea, we'd go out into the field and do the very same thing. We'd be able to measure a drop rate over distance. So if we're from point A to point B, from point of origin to target, we'd be able to measure curvature. And we'd find the sagittale, the hump of Earth curve, in between point A to point B. As simple as that. There would be no distinction of us saying that, we can't find it, because a measurement is just that. It's measuring from point A to point B how much drop rate there would be, and then we'd be able to figure it out. So the question now is, that's the very first question I'm asking you guys to think about. Has anybody ever done this? Ever in history? Or in recent times? Does this make any sense to you guys? If you're thinking that the Earth is a globe, what I just asked right now, has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance.
Hell no.
Yo, Mickey, both of them, one of them left the server, and the one you were talking to left the server. He was the one with the scratchy mic, not even listening. And then Jim left the call.
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
They were both just horrible actors anyway. I mean, I don't know if you guys could tell, but they were terrible actors.
Kind of
Came in
sound like they
together
were on
holding
something too.
hands. Yeah, well, they came in holding hands, and one of them pretended to be the flat earther, and the other one was the troll. Bro, that was just, I think they got exposed.
He's like, there's no way. He's like, there's no way to tell if the Earth is flat or. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, well, and he's like, well, the pilots know more about it than anyone. What? Why would they? You're just saying shit, bro. Like, you're just.
Yeah, he's just saying. Oh well, at least the audience heard.
Yeah, right. Now the audience definitely. Somebody in the chat right now. I just believe what major scientists tell me, bro. That's what this is the thing I'm trying to help them understand is that they're not telling you anything. You've imagined this entity. You've imagined people saying things to you. You don't. If I were to ask you who is telling you what specifically, that they wouldn't be able to say who it is or what exactly they're saying. So these guys have imaginary friends. They're imagining a vague entity, a shadowy group of people that have the answers. That doesn't exist.
I'm telling you, man, it all has to do with a culmination of many different things that attacks the mind. There's a bad diet, bad water, bad air, like everything. It all just like erodes the mind. Like everything's just like it puts you in a bad state, man. It really does. Like if you're not in alignment with your health and with your mind, like one's like a domino effect affects the other. Especially if your spirit is not calm, and stirred up. And there's many other factors, like being on medication and just different things. It's hard to stay focused, and you're just not able to come in here and have a conversation. There's no way. No, there's no way to reason with somebody like that. Such as it is, I mean, we're just gonna have to keep it moving, I guess. We always hope, don't we, guys?
Yeah,
Always hope.
I feel like you put your best foot forward. I tried to put my best foot forward, and all he had to say was, "I don't like your tone. You're being mean to me. Oh, you're playing sounds on the soundboard. I don't like it." Like, dude.
Well, it's just like many people on the street. I honestly think his reaction is a genuine one. If you were to ask that guy on the street, how does he know the Earth's a globe? He'd probably flip you off and tell you to go to hell or something. Like, yeah, he wouldn't specify. He'd be like, look, I know that the Earth is a globe, and let me tell you how.
Someone in the chat was saying that literally. They were like, it just literally is, bro. Oh, how do you know
It
that?
just literally is.
Literally is. It's like
It literally is, man. No, but how do you know? Well, dude, I don't spend hours studying this.
Right.
I would just tell you the scientist knows. You bring the scientist in here, you're like, all right, dude, everybody leans on you. You're now in the hot seat. Tell us, please, how the Earth is a globe. Well, you see, that's not my field of expertise. It's like they all pawn it off to the next, and then you get the guy who's actually, in the field, and he's like, well, that's not my specific field of expertise. You'd have to talk to the hypercosmologist next door. Right. You go to the hypercosmologist, and he's like, well, we don't know about 99.9% of everything out in the universe, so I couldn't answer that question. I don't know what gravity is. What? Next question.
Yep. They just point to the next person, and I'm here to remind all of them that you guys got to stop imagining this group, this shadowy entity, this vague panel of people. They do not exist. That is a big problem. They all have. They all imagine some brains in the corner got the answers. That group does not exist.
CB, you need to look for the song from the American Tail. It's like a cartoon about a mouse. Fievel. And the song that it's called Somewhere Out There. Check it out. Because it sounds like these guys, every time they start saying that, well, I don't know, somewhere out there somebody knows the answer. Somebody's got the answer to this. And that song should be playing like in a...
Is he roboting for you guys too, or just me? Nigga, domo arigato, bro. What should I look up to find that though? I can Google it. I can just search it up right now. He's roboting. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, guys. One second.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Hello?
You're coming in loud and clear.
Lost 1, this is Lost 2, over.
This is Lost 2, hearing you loud and clear. Over.
Okay, we're back. And we're back. Yeah, the song is it's from an old cartoon. It's called American Tail. And it's got a main theme song that's called Somewhere Out There. Because that's the kind of song they're singing when they're in here. I don't know who's got the answer, but somebody somewhere out there's got it. I ain't gonna help you today. Or like the other guy, Ice Cold or whatever his name is. He said he's gonna tell you the truth when he feels in the mood. You'll know the truth when he's in the mood. He'll tell you. If he hadn't had his chocolate milk and foot rubs and he feels great, then he won't tell you. Until then. Hey, we got Julius J in the house. Julius, you there, bro?
I don't know about Julius, but I'm back, baby. But dude, that was a funny conversation. Like, dude, what is it about me? It's like, dude, Elijah. This happens with him too. People will be like, "I just don't like you, Elijah. What your tone, the way you speak." Like, bro, I'm trying my best here to be a nice cop. It's just funny how like certain people get triggered by other people. Like sometimes
Well, see, you don't
I'll
understand.
be like, I don't
You
like
don't understand,
Mickey.
CB. You don't understand. It's like ants on like an amoeba on a beach ball. You're like, no. It just like immediately goes into like, oh, you done messed up, man. Now it's like, I'm not gonna let.
Well, that happens every once in a while. Like folks will be like, I just don't like that guy. Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's me, sometimes it's Drake, sometimes it's Elijah. I just find it funny. Like they really focus on the evidence or the things on the table.
He's like, no, I'm not gonna talk to you, Joe. Anyways, Mayhem.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work here today. I heard you. You're like, yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, bro. Like this is open panel. Sorry, bro. Like you don't get to like navigate the room. Yeah, those guys were just low actors in my opinion. They weren't really here in good faith. But they were content. We made content out of them, so whatever. It is what it is, man.
They dipped out of the server themselves?
He literally left the server while you were talking. Like, dude, they didn't give a fuck. So,
how rude.
Notice how they were engaged when I was talking to him, even though it triggered them. But I want to talk to Mayhem, but I'm not going to listen. bro, like whatever, bro. It was an.
What else do
It
we
was,
have on the docket today, TB?
I know. What do we have on the docket? The lobby's been popping. So if you guys are bored and need something to do, go hit up the lobby. See if we can get some fresh meat in the panel. I
You
got
fish one of those now.
I know, right? Freaking! This is for the guys that just came in.
That's what happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
That's exactly what happened, isn't it, fellas?
I
Go ahead,
do
James.
Yeah, I got a short clip for my sentiment.
Is there no one else? Is there no
Yeah,
one
no
else?
shit.
Yeah, that's perfect, Race. That's perfect, dude. For real. Or I feel like we're scraping the
I
bottom of
didn't
the
even
barrel
begin.
here.
And it's
You're a robot?
Huh?
No, I'm not a robot.
You look like a robot.
Grace, I love those. I don't know how you do it, but keep those coming, dude. Yeah, hopefully Mickey will get a good connection here. But yeah, shout out to Northern Rebellion. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Mickey, let's do a radio check. Can you hear us? Radio check 1 2. Mayhem 100. Does this mic work?
Does this mic work? Well then, that mic.
And we're back.
Cool. You know what, guys? The show goes on.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
I'm not fucking leaving. I love that clip. Yeah. I should have played that one, bro. I was like, I don't want to talk to CB. I only want to talk to Miggy. I'm not fucking leaving.
That's funny.
Oh, man. Too good. I see Tree just popped in. Welcome back. Welcome, Tree.
Hello. I'm probably not going to talk much because my connection is kind of bad.
Oh, no worries. It sounds good. Sounds better than Miggy's right now.
Yeah, I'm struggling over here.
Okay.
Satellite's not keeping up with me.
Don't feel pressured, but if you have anything for the panel, feel free to chime in. We might ask you some questions if you want to respond in the chat, or you could just chime in. That'd be great too. But did you catch any of our recent conversation, or you just tuned in?
No, I just popped in right now.
Cool, no problem. Yeah, you missed a good one. We were we were having a little bit of back and forth with some actors, I would say, recently. But that's good. That was good.
So, is this an actor here, or do we got somebody new, or is he part of the server?
Tree is new, likes oak trees, and I think I gave him the Seem Sincere role a while back. So, and they said they're cutting out every few seconds for some reason as well, so they might be having some issues. But I think they're new and seem sincere. So if you want to ask them some questions, maybe you could try them.
Yeah, Tree. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
I'm kind of undecided right now.
Okay.
CB, you should play that clip. What?
To pick a side, I guess. Yeah, on the fence.
What?
No worries, bro. No
On
worries.
the fence? Yeah, you can't be on the fence.
I'm gonna graduate
Now it's cutting out a little bit. You said you were going to graduate soon or something? And what was that?
Well, not soon, 4 years, but by then I should be able to pick a side.
No, you can pick a side now, actually. Do you know how? Do you know how, Tree?
True.
Tree. Do you know how?
I'm here. Pick a side publicly or personally? Probably personally.
Why don't you want to do it publicly?
Still, that becomes both.
Okay, so what do you think right now, though?
What do I think right now?
You said you're on the fence, so why would you think that it's a globe still?
I don't have enough information to refute all globe claims, the same as I don't have enough information to refute all flat Earth claims. So until I'm able to
is he cutting out, or is it just
be
me?
able to completely refute one side, I'm good. No, my Wi-Fi is kind of bad. I did say that in the beginning.
Hey, let me give you a real quick and easy way to do that. How about that? Tree, can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I'm going to give you a quick and easy way to do it. The globe has 3 claims: curvature, spin, gas, pressure, without a without a container. Okay? You with me, Tree?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with you.
So if the Earth is a globe, it would measure to have curvature on its surface, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who has ever measured this surface curvature, as in drop over distance, any time in history?
I forgot that guy's name. Eris. That guy with sticks a long time ago, which I don't believe in.
Okay, did you hear the question that I asked was curvature as in drop over distance? Did he measure curvature as in drop over distance?
I don't think he measured it as in drop over distance.
Okay, so we can't use him, right? Right? Hello?
Well, he did use a very inaccurate way of measuring it in the end.
Yeah, but
so
did he measure it as in drop over distance? Because that's what we
No.
need to know. Okay, so let's not use him. Let's see if anybody else, anytime in history, has ever measured the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance. Because the reason why I'm asking this is if you're talking about a sphere or an oblate spheroid, as it's referred to, is that it would have a curvature to it, which means that if you're standing anywhere on this ball, anywhere else would be point B, and the distance to point B would have a drop rate over distance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's find out if anybody in history has ever done that. So let's go to the archives, or see if you can point out anywhere that anybody has ever done that.
Well, I wouldn't be able to name anyone has ever done that without.
Okay, why do you think that's the case?
Firstly, I'm very bad at history. Secondly, probably because somebody hasn't done it.
Okay, so we need that's direct evidence that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they tell us. So if we don't have that direct evidence, then my friend, we don't have evidence that the Earth is curving like they tell us it is. Do you follow?
Yeah, I'm following. I agree
Okay.
with everything you're saying.
Okay, so see how we're meeting with agreement. I could reason with you, because if it were the case, then easily found somewhere in the archives of the internet, you'd be able to pull somebody's name up and say, aha, this guy has measured drop over distance. This guy right here. Because what I'm asking for is something very specific to the geometric shape of the Earth being a sphere. Or an oblate spheroid, like I said, as it's commonly referred to. You'd be able to point out the guy, be able to tell me who he is. We'd be able to refer what method he used to determine that it is curving with the drop rate over distance. And I want you to look at this even after we have this discussion. I want you to go searching for such a person.
All right, I could do that.
Sure. But
make a
as it
few-
is right now, you don't have that information, which means that currently there isn't such a person. Is there?
And not in my world, not in my point of view.
Okay. So that means at this moment, this current time, there has not been anyone who's measured the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance. However, there has been some people that have done it in many different ways, but the way that I'm asking for is very specific and unique to a sphere. Because the dimensions of a sphere with the radius, diameter, and circumference should measure the values as they tell you when you look it up on Google. So when you type in Google, what is the radius of Earth? Google, what is the diameter of Earth? Google, what is the circumference of Earth? You're going to get some values back. 100%. You can do it right now.
Yeah, it just said 6.3 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 6.3k kilometers.
Sure, and it tells you the circumference value and all of that good stuff. Which, at some point, you're going to start to think, okay, so now we got some values. How did we do that? Because if we have values, that means that we got math. Math has, the geometry of Earth, right? It being an oblate spheroid. We're going to be able to take this math, go outside, and figure out how much drop rate over distance there should be. Because we got math now. Wouldn't you agree? Because we do have some numbers now.
Yeah,
I mean, you
you'd have
see them,
like,
right?
measurements.
Right. So somebody must have figured it out. And then now we can do a field test. We can test for this. That's why I'm using the word test. Because it's not an experiment, as you might think in your head. It's just a field test. We're going to test to see if we can find this drop rate over distance. Now, with that, from point A to point B, from the point of origin to the target, we're going to find out if there's a sagittal or Earth curvature in between point A and point B on any part of the surface of the Earth. But as I mentioned before in the previous conversation with the gentleman who left, I'm gonna tell you as the same. If you're at the point of origin, you're point A, right? You're the observer, and you're looking over the distance, right, at point B, which would be the distance. We would be looking for the drop rate over the distance. That would have to mean that at a specific area of distance, there would be the Earth curvature to block anything out of your view. So let's just say that a boat was from the bottom because it would go behind the curvature. Do you agree with that? If that was the case?
I don't think it would be due to curvature at all, actually, because I've seen boats disappear way beyond what they should be disappearing at.
Correct, but we're examining right now what the globe claim is, and that is the geometry of the Earth, being that it is an oblate spheroid, and beyond the Earth's curvature is where things start to disappear because of the Earth's curvature be in the way. You still follow me? You know what I'm saying, right? Okay.
Yeah, I get it.
So, if that were the case, we would be able to measure where exactly that hump of Earth curvature starts to block things from the distance. That's what we need to find out. And the only way to do that is to measure the distance between us and the leading edge of the sphere, meaning that's where the Earth curvature starts and things start to disappear behind it. Just like it would if you were walking over a hill. You're like a mound of dirt. So if you walk over a mound of dirt then the person who's standing there seeing you go over that mound of dirt will start to see you disappear first from the legs, then from the torso, then from the chest, then from the head, and you're gone out of view. Mound of dirt. Follow me? So just in the same way, with the Earth curvature would be people disappearing with their boats and whatever, right? It would just make sense because it's a ball. All right. So if we know this information somehow, how can we figure out how to measure it from point A to point B? And I'm asking you that because that seems the most logical way to go about this, right? To actually see how much drop there would be over the distance.
Yeah. So you're asking how I would go about figuring this out?
Well, thinking about how to field test where we're actually going to do this actual test, right? Because we got the math values. We got how much drop rate there should be between point A and point B because we have the radius, diameter, circumference values. We got the size of the Earth. That much we already have, right? With Google giving us that information. So we know the geometry, the size of the values of how big the Earth is. So it's not too big and it's not too small. It is just the exact values that they give us because they tell us on Google how big it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So now knowing these values, geometric size, we're going to go out into the field and test for this globe with a drop rate over distance. So when we go and test the Earth to see if it has this drop rate, what are we looking for?
Looking for drop over distance.
Correct. And if we find it, then what does that tell us about the Earth?
It would tell us that it's curved.
Correct. Now, if we do not find it, what would that tell us?
It would tell us that it isn't curved.
Correct. So, by way of testing the Earth, can we know and verify that the Earth is a globe or is not a globe?
Through this means? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And I just really what I want to do is because you say you're on the fence and you don't have all the evidence, I'm talking to you right now about it. So you have that information currently right now in your mind of how to do this test. It is called a line of sight test. And what you're doing is you're trying to figure out what the drop rate over the distance would be to then specify that you live on a globe. Because the Earth would have to match those specifications. The Earth would definitely have to be curving at the set rate that it is according to the geometry of the globe. In order for there to be like that curvature that they tell you that there's there. You follow me on that?
Yeah, I get it. I see what Matthew can do.
Right. So now it's very clear, huh? And also, if anybody says, well, the Earth's a globe, duh. We got the ISS, but we're not looking for that. We're looking for drop rate over distance. We need to verify that the ball that we're standing on has the geometry verified. We have not verified the geometry until we do a line of sight test. Now, here's the skinny about doing a line of sight test. If you do it over land, it will not come out to be the values won't be good. And why? Because we have land topography. So we have hills, we have valleys, we got different indentations, we got stuff going on, right? Trees and whatnot. That's going to throw our values off. What we have to do is use water. Why would we use water over land?
Water levels, so you could just you won't have any interference with water like water hills.
Interesting.
Yeah, I got that off of
Okay,
TV.
so we are now exactly. Well, there's some people that would say that water hills exist, but you and I know that that's not the mechanics of water, right? We're not fools. People can't fool us and tell us that there's water hills out there in the ocean.
There's also
There's
horizon way
waves.
beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden,
okay, buddy.
A hill of water. I can't even believe that guy. But yeah, I can, as a matter of fact, because he's a zealot, you know. But you're somebody that can be reasoned with. At least you can identify if there's something that can be done logically, and we can, you know, compare notes. We can go and possibly do something in the field, and then check to see if that doesn't work. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now that you have this, you're armed with this information. I think the next step is for you to actually identify if anyone has ever done this. And then the next step after that is to check and verify that information. So the I don't know if you've seen this or not. Probably you have because you've been in the server. But the Black Swan, the Black Swan has led us to this line of sight test, directly measuring the Earth's surface and checking to see, using the oil rigs as demarcation lines. So the oil rigs are there to tell us what distance the observer is standing away from the observation. So as the person is looking over the water, they notice these oil rigs. Well, from the observer to those oil rigs, there's a marked distance. The marked distance on one is 6 miles, and the other one's 9.41 miles, I believe. So what we're doing now is we're gathering some data. We know now that the observer is at least 9 miles away from at least where the horizon is to the oil rig. We know the oil rig to the observer is 9 miles. However, if we see the horizon still in the far distance, that means that the horizon would be the leading edge of the sphere, where the Earth's curvature is said to be, and where boats disappear behind. You still follow me?
Yeah, I'm following.
Okay. So, if anything was to disappear, it would be behind the horizon, or the Earth's curvature, beyond 9.41 miles, or the furthest oil rig. But what happens is, the geometry that is said to be the Earth's curvature is not exactly where it should be on that photo, which means that the observer was at a 1 foot height observation, and the said distance where the Earth's curvature should be is at 1.22 miles away from 1 foot off the surface of that water. So at 1.22 miles should be the first instance of that horizon, at 1 foot off that water line. Instead, we find out that we can see much farther than that, even up to 9.41 miles at 1 foot observer height, which means that the geometry of the ball that should exist from a 1 foot observer height should be at 1.22 miles, but yet we see well beyond that. So what does that tell us about the geometry according to the metrics of the Earth given?
That the drop per second value, I mean, not drop per second, what am I saying? Drop over distance isn't accurate to what you actually see, like on the Black Swan.
Correct. So what do we have with the reason, and there's a logical syllogism that's in there, but like with the modus tollens, so you have to look at it, what it said there. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You can identify that if the Earth was at that specific values that it is, then it would measure a specific distance. It's not where the Earth's value said it is, so it's not a globe. And this can be done easily by just showing you. But further than that, the reason why I showed you this image and why maybe somebody put it in the live stream voice text is so that you can go over and probably do it yourself. Not saying that you are going to do it yourself, but the information is there for you to proceed and do it for yourself if you ever want to. Because what the information is going to do, it's going to point you to the truth. The truth that the Earth is not the globe that they tell you that you live on. So therefore, the Earth is not a globe curving at the set rate that it is. By way of demonstration, not by believing, not by just me telling you, no, dude, the Earth is flat. Just believe me. It's by you going to verify the information to see if it's curving like the way they tell us it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. I think I'm even gonna go ahead and do a similar test in person because I'm kind of interested now. But
exactly.
Yeah, I'm not gonna blindly believe something.
Excellent. So we are of at least of the same accord currently, and I think we've reached a really great place, at least now, until further investigation reveals what your data reveals, and then we can go over that too once you've done it. But if you want any information further how to conduct this, you can let us know. We can talk about different things, and you can go over your method, and yeah, we can do all of that. Sounds like a good way to get started with all this information. But anyway, thank you for your time. And,
No problem. I just have to go soon. So
yeah.
Good time to drop off. Thank you for speaking with me today.
Yeah, appreciate you for being attentive.
All right. Peace then.
See ya. Every now and again, you need some of those. You know what I mean?
He sounded like he was interested, but just kind of makes me wonder if he was just kind of going along to get along. I'm hoping not. You know what I mean? I'm hoping that he was genuine in what he said, that maybe he'll take the time to go out and actually do some kind of observation on his own. That would be definitely something that would convince him a lot more than what the conversation today at least made him curious. That was really good. If he's actually going to go do that, that's a major plus, because I don't know how many people do you think that actually say they're going to or act like they're interested and then actually go out and do the measurement, then come back to the server and say, hey, guess what? Went to this spot here, took this observation, did the math, blah, 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 came out where it showed exactly what you guys indicated it probably would, that the Earth is not the globe that they tell us it is. I mean, how often does that happen?
I was gonna say you could probably count on one hand.
Yeah.
How many times that's happened?
I'm just saying that's kind of sad. I wish people were more interested, and would actually go out and take a look for themselves, because that's really going to be, the deciding factor for most people, to actually see it with their own two eyes. So for the people listening on YouTube, if you listened and understood any of these conversations and you're anywhere near the beach, take 30 minutes or an hour and take your family to the beach and take your telescope or your camera or whatever. Go out and take a couple observations. Maybe you'll be surprised at what you see. Come back here and tell us about it. That'd be wonderful. You do a good job with that, Am. I just wish these people would just go out and actually do like this guy says he's going to actually go out and do it. I mean, I don't know how you do it, bro. I really don't know how you do it.
I have hope, man, that one day somebody will actually go and do it. That's all.
I think they have. I think you've had. I think you've probably had a few, one or two at least, over a period of time. I'm sure you have. But yeah.
Like I said, we can count on one hand. We can count on one hand how many times people have done, like, actually after the conversation, because agreeable people, we've had plenty of them to agree with that. Yeah, that sounds great. But to actually somebody to come back and say, no, I've done it. Like, it's just like the way it says, like, that's one hand.
Yeah.
For sure.
That just kind of shows you the real true interest in some of these young people that are, because that kid was obviously a little bit younger. I don't know how old he was, but he was probably no older than 20 or so, I would guess. But did he say how old he was?
I didn't. No, he didn't say. Got it right.
No. Wish I knew of a way to get to inspire these kids to, or maybe not even kids, these people that come in and have this conversation. I wish I had some phrase you could say or something that would just like, hey, yeah, you're right. I need to go out and do this. I need to go out and take a peek at the earth and see what's really going on here. I just,
Yeah, it's almost like a list of priorities. They're like, where does this fall on the list of my priorities? It's not. It's down there in like the 40s or 50s. It's not really ranking really high on stuff that I need to do. So.
All right.
So.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's too bad because I wish that people would actually go out and take a little bit of time, because it's really not that much time, especially if you plan to, like I said, take your family to the beach or your girlfriend or whatever. Just, next time you go to the beach, throw your camera, your telescope in the car and take it with you. Set it up on the beach, and because it really only takes 10 or 15 minutes, half an hour, whatever. Set it up, take the shots, whatever. Really is not a very long process to do that. So I don't know if anybody's listening. Next time you go to the beach, throw your telescope or your camera in the car and take it with you. Take a peek out over the water, see what you see.
Well, newsflash, you're not going to find any hills of water. I saw Lonely, you were lone, Crazy Legs, you were in the interview VC. I just wanted to check and see if you wanted to move up to an Earther role. Is that what you're looking to do? We can definitely help you with that if you're interested.
Anyone hear him?
Yeah, it might be a little low.
Oh.
But no worries. If you're busy, Lone, we can help you out some other time, I guess.
Whisper Bear is not in the bear's den. He's in the bear's library. A feeble attempt at humor.
Boo. I'm just messing. I did see that Lone was in the interview VC, so typically you would go there to upgrade to either a globe Earth role or a flat Earth role. So we can help you that if you want. Just let us know when you're ready. Or if you need to move up to a VC pass, we can help you with that too. Just chime in. Let us know what you're looking to do. That profile picture a little risky though. Holy, it got quiet in here fast. Been a good discussion today, though, folks. So appreciate you guys hanging in, tuning in. Still got like 19 people on the panel, so let's keep cooking.
Well, I would like to mention that we've got a beach meetup coming up here fairly quickly out at Huntington Beach. The regular crowd is going to be out there. There's a link on Mark Sargent's page. Maybe I can throw up a link here. But it's going to be at a brewery. So there's food that can be purchased, alcohol that can be consumed.
It's like 6 o'clock. Hilly already drunk. You making it awkward, bruh.
And almost ready. There we go. And for your convenience in the voice text, there's a link to it.
Nice. Yeah, if you're in the area, folks, go ahead.
I got a call. I got to go.
Where are those oil rigs located anyway? What beach is that? I know someone knows.
Santa Monica.
Oh, it's by Santa Monica?
Mm-hmm. I think it's either that or Santa Barbara. Let me just double check. Pretty sure it's Santa Monica. You can go on Google Maps and just search platform habitat. It'll pop right up.
Right. I've been to Santa Monica Pier probably a couple dozen times.
Let's see.
We used to have a little restaurant out there and a little, like, I don't know, games and different things to play and fishing poles you could rent, fish off the pier, and weird stuff like
Santa
that.
Barbara.
I don't know if it's like that anymore because that was years ago when I was there. You know, down there just kind of messing around, you know.
Yeah, it's Santa Barbara, looks like.
What's that?
Looks like it's Santa Barbara, not Santa Monica.
Barbara. That's not that much further. Just a little bit.
Honestly, that meetup's not too far from there. I mean, LA, it'd be nice. Shout out to all the California folk out there. It's a hell of a place. Yeah, that conversation with the last guys was pretty funny. Jim and the other actor. Bro literally left the server mid-discussion. He's like, I want to talk to Mickey. And then as Mickey's talking, he leaves the server. Yeah, sure, bro. Bad faith actors. Yeah, sometimes you gotta ask, like, how do they prepare and train for us here?
I mean, we know how you fight at this point. We know what the plan is. Have you done anything differently in approaching this one?
Yeah, just I guess running a lot more.
That's what they did. They ran out of here as fast as possible. That's what happens
Yeah, I
every
guess.
time one of you little crybabies gets called out here.
That's what happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
Oh my.
Yeah, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels, for sure. Shout out to the Godfather. Anyone's welcome here, folks. You're more than welcome to stop by, but if you're a bad actor, if you're a troll, then you might get blocked.
So if I block you, you're not coming back.
What's that?
Hope it was worth it.
What?
Hope it was worth it.
What's that?
You talking to us, God Rockin', or what?
What was worth it?
It was just a sound clip, bro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably worth it. Yeah, probably like what, 50 cents worth or so.
What?
Wouldn't
What are you
spend a lot
talking
of
about?
money on it. Was that? No, that sounds real cheap of me. Real petty. 50 cents. It's about how much faith I have in these Globers, though.
Boomer detected.
What were you going to say, Tito? I thought you wanted to chime in there.
I was just going to point out we have Lone Crazy Legs here who only has a listening pass, but maybe they feel like having a chat. Maybe not.
Yeah, Lone, don't be shy. I unmuted your mic, so you should be able to chime in. I saw you were in the interview VC, so if you want to get a VC pass or get your Earther roll, we can do that right here, right now.
Oh, that's funny. Fools.
It's like nap time over here. Everyone's quiet. Even the chat's quiet right now. It was really active earlier. So it's nap time over here.
Yeah, I was just getting some clips ready for my soundboard.
Yeah, that's usually what I'm doing too, like in the back. I'm like checking out whatever clips I have. I got a funny one. I could stick this one in for now. Kind of how I feel sometimes when we're debating Globies.
Patching a hole. Speaking of which, what do you think of our glorious battleground?
It's alright. Kinda small, innit?
I prefer intimate.
Well, I'm not intimidated either.
Oh, but you should be. Because in it, we shall decide the fate of not only this boring blue ball of dirt and water, but the entire galaxy. So you best bring your A-game, Son Goku. Because the stakes have never been higher. And before you say it, the price isn't actually steak.
I wasn't thinking that.
Yes, you were.
Then what is the price,
Hello,
you monster?
hello.
Living.
Is there anybody out there?
Yeah, bro, what's good?
All right, shit, I got it. Fantastic.
Oh, it's Lone. What up, dude?
It's Lone, dude. Yeah, I'm just hanging out, eating some breakfast, eating some lunch.
What you trying to do? You trying to get that VC pass or that Earther roll?
No Earther roll. Maybe a voice chat pass might be a good idea. I don't know. It seems like you have to be okay to talk in certain places, I guess. No
Yep.
problem.
You know where to find the rules on the server?
I think we saw the rules. Yeah, I saw that rule thing, but I don't really break any rules because I don't really push any boundaries. So.
Okay, well, as long as you agree to them, we can help you out.
Well, obviously, yes. I have no really comment on the globe thing at all. Really, I'm more of a psychologist kind of guy that just researches mind control shit all day long. So.
Interesting.
Yeah. Trying to figure out what on earth is happening in and around us.
Copy that. So, what is your current understanding at the moment? What do you know? Tell us.
We're in the middle of World War III, and it's really fun. I don't know. I'm in my little hobbit hole on where I live, and so I don't really have anyone around me to bounce anything off. So I go for bike rides and give an example of how to stay in shape and not cuck to the system.
Right on, right on. Anybody got any questions for our Mr. Lone Crazy Legs?
I love questions.
Do you think the scientific process is based on experiments and hypotheses?
I don't know, but I'm sure it's based on experiments, and hypothesis is always a.
It's supposed to be. That's actual
Concepts.
science. So if it isn't, that by definition is called pseudoscience. So I'd like you to listen here to Michelle Thaler, a scientific communicator working for NASA, and hear what they have to say about it.
The scientific process of hypothesis, experiment, and all of that, that doesn't happen. It's much more about playing and about trying things.
So they're all about playing, not doing science.
So pseudoscience.
Imagination.
Yeah. I could give you another one if I find it. I have
You
so
and
many
your
now.
your soundboard clips all day long. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, for instance, here's Michio Kaku talking about cosmology and theoretical physics.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
You think that's a good thing to rest your laurels on and maybe trust in guesswork, leaps of logic?
I don't think it's good to base your understanding on what the mainstream media is pushing, for one.
Yeah, and then there's also here's a little recording from a lady who works for the World Economic Forum.
Becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Yeah, they think they own the science, and they don't follow the scientific method. That's how we ended up in this mess.
I think they pay for the loudest voice they can.
I think a lot of us missed how wrong everyone could be at the same time.
I don't think that makes any sense at all. What do you mean by that? What do you mean, like globers and flat earthers both be wrong at the same time? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
this is Coffeezilla. He is a guy who deals with scammers, and back in the back before we really started digging into this topic and finding the issues because we were challenging our preconceived ideas, it's not much different from how the crypto bubble is working. Like, you got all these people trying to pull the rugs from underneath people using rug pulls and Ponzi schemes, and it's the people keep falling for it because it sounds good. It's fulfilling what they believe, and so everybody falling for it. It's not everybody. Like he's just being general. It's more like talking about how, in a simile with how what we're dealing with, and how everybody used to believe it was a globe, and then we figured out it was a scam.
Just step away for a second. What was the what's the context there, Jace?
Coffeezilla saying this about 2020 hindsight, when like people fall for these scams all the time, but
I think a lot of us missed how wrong everyone could be at the same time.
it's easy to, when you hear everybody what appears like everybody's telling you the same thing, it's a globe. It's super easy to just go with that and not realize how wrong it is because you're not looking at the details.
Yeah. Can you play the CoffeeZilla clip one more time? I love hearing people say things that are true. It doesn't matter where it comes from. I think that's something that the people that come here to debate us fail to understand. It doesn't matter if a freaking, some rando off the street says 1 + 1 is 2. If it's true, it's true. It doesn't matter who says it. So, shout out to CoffeeZilla.
Yeah, he does really good work trying to help people avoid scams and Ponzi schemes.
Well, maybe we need to put him to work because people are getting scammed on this earth
Yeah,
stuff.
I don't know if I agree with that last comment about 1 + 1 is 2 from every person. I think you'd ask. I think you could ask Ruhif and you'd get a different answer.
No, what I'm saying is, 1 + 1 is 2. It is what it is. It doesn't matter who says it. If Ruhif says it, if I say it, it doesn't matter who's saying it. If it's true, it's true.
Yeah, Ruhif can say whatever crazy thing he wants to say. That's not going to change reality.
Right, I understand that. I'm just saying. I thought I heard you say that we get the same answers from everybody. It would be the right.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that, like, for example, CoffeeZilla, Tim Pool. Trace has been playing clips from both of those guys that are very good, and but they also don't necessarily say what we say in here. So I just, if someone says something and it's true, it's true. It doesn't matter who said it. But the people that come here, they're like, oh no, you have to be an expert to say things, and then for them to be true. And like, no, that's no. Doesn't matter who says it.
Well, then there goes appeal to authority right out the window.
Exactly. Or they appeal to credentials or whatever. So yeah, exactly.
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Ah, shit. The Earth is flat!
I love that recording.
That is such a classic moment.
Oh shit!
Yeah, yeah.
Earth is flat. Isn't that one of Witzett's videos or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of the street,
Yeah.
live street performances. Essentially, he was walking down the street.
I had the wonderful opportunity of meeting Witsit in Salt Lake City the night he got attacked by a 14-year-old with a baseball bat. Holy shit. That was some entertainment there, let me tell you. She smacked his speaker and broke it. Another girl got in a fight. They were wrestling on the ground, and one on top grabbed her cell phone and snapped it in half. And then shit, what's this dude's name that lives here in Utah that's one of Witzett's friends? He lives in Tooele. Anyway, so he grabs the girl's cell phone that snapped the other one's phone. He grabs hers and snaps it. Oh, so we had a lot of destruction going on that night, or they did. Baseball bats being wielded, smacking around its equipment. People wrestling on the ground, and oh my gosh. Yeah, there you go. That was pretty close.
Freaking WWE up in this joint.
It's a good thing he moved though, because he was downtown Salt Lake and setting up in a different park, and it was just, I mean, it was just deader than a doornail. There's this certain park down there in Salt Lake. It's called Liberty Park, and got like a bird refuge, and it's got a pond where people can like rent little paddle boats, paddle around, and got all kinds of different little activities that go on up there. There's I think there's horseshoe pits, and there's volleyball nets, and there's just all kinds of shit. And so this guy down in the city, what's it setting up down there? He said, "What are you doing down here? Why are you setting up down here?" What's it said? "Well, I don't know why." He said, "You need to come to this other park up here." He said, "I'm having a drum circle. Go up to this other park. Here's the address." Yeah, it's a good thing he did, because there was at least 1,500 people there. A huge park, and there was just all kinds of different activities going on everywhere. But had he stayed in Salt Lake, that would have been right downtown anyway. It was still Salt Lake, but if he would have stayed downtown, it would have been quite dead. I don't think he probably would have had 5 or 10 people at the most going up listening. So that's a part of town where, let's put it this way, if you're looking for drugs, you go to the parks downtown Salt Lake City. There's people standing on the corner, and when you walk by, they'll ask you, "What do you want?"
She belongs to the streets.
Yeah, wrong park, wrong area.
Is your brain exploding?
Love that clip. Dude, Tucker's funny, man. He's a funny dude.
Yeah.
I have a couple clips from the Tucker interview I could maybe plug on. Pretty short ones.
And I also added Buzz Aldrin's admissions.
I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. You associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio
me
and listened.
talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop,
was
and a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed. Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah. This was
all these stars and moons and all that.
It'd be nice if you wore a
But I
tie that was a
didn't.
tribute to me.
No, this is my tie.
No.
I bet you thought that's.
And this
That's good.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
What?
I love that first clip. How he's like, night in. Like he's so sure. But then you have like the globe whisperers come out of the woodwork and like, well, actually, even though he was speaking English, clearly what he meant was something else. Like, bro, globe whisperers. Like I heard him just fine. I speak English. Pretty sure what he meant is what he said, not what you're trying to interpret him to say. Here's one of those Tucker clips. You can kind of relate this to us, like that video of them in it's they're having like some sort of a hearing, and the lady's like, yeah, we put text boxes underneath and blah blah blah. This is exactly what that kind of relates to. Let's take a listen.
Most of it.
It is.
Yeah. So they have issues, and their answer, what's a government's solution to anything? Law. What can a government do? No matter what.
But they're not laws that are aimed at fixing the problem that's right in front of them.
No, they're laws aimed at fixing the person who's talking about the problems. So why don't you get rid of the guy who tells everybody? Isn't that easier, Tucker? Why fix any of this? If we just shut him up, they won't know.
No, but that's like responding to a heat wave by breaking your thermometer.
Completely right. That's the plan.
It's insane.
Plan one is to break the thermometer. We might deal with the heat wave a bit later. But
get air conditioning. No, let's break the thermometer.
For now, there's too many people talking about the heat wave. So let's just break that. And then later on, maybe when we have time, we'll do something about the actual issue.
I like that clip because he's like, well, just shut him up, right? And who are they? I mean, that's us. Instead of like addressing the actual problem, the lack of curvature measurements and stuff like that, they're just like, well, just shut those guys up. So I thought that was a really interesting clip from Tucker and Tate there.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I got one more. Same interview.
Level. I don't know if you ever saw the study which linked people's testosterone level to their ability and capability to disagree with something. So they did a study which is pretty self-explanatory. The higher your testosterone level, the more likely you are to disagree with a point. And the reason for that is because, especially in older times, if you're going to disagree with something, you had to fight over it.
Yeah.
If you're going to say no to somebody or some tribe or some person, there's a high chance that you're going to have to fight that person. You have to defend your idea. If you don't have the propensity or the capability to defend your idea, then why would you go against the ideas of the people who are stronger than you? So reducing testosterone levels make men more compliant and more complacent because we're less likely to say no because we can't defend what we think. Why would we say you're wrong, but we can't do anything about it? We might as well just say, well, then you're right. Might makes right.
Yeah, so I like that clip too because kind of like it's exactly what we are like. It's difficult to stand up and say no against the crowd, and
Is that Andrew Tate?
yeah, yeah. It was an interview with Tucker Carlson.
Oh yeah, okay.
This was like a few weeks ago, pretty recent.
I'd seen part of that, most of that interview. Anyway, I thought
Yeah.
it was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought it was good too. Actually, I did enjoy that interview. I got 3 clips out of it. Those were 2 of them. So yeah,
Pretty bizarre the kind of stuff they tried to charge Tate with, man. That was just. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know, right? They're trying to drag the guy through the mud and all that stuff.
Do you
so-
see when pictures of Tate when he was in prison?
Yeah.
Or in jail or whatever, and he was doing push-ups and
Yeah.
got all blown up from
Mhm.
working out, got a bunch of weight, not fat, but he put on a bunch of muscle, working out in himself, I guess, for after day after day. I thought that was kind of amazing. Like he blew right up.
They did a 24-hour jail stream recently. That was really funny. Like this was like just like a week or 2 ago. They set up like this fake prison. They had guards. They had beds. Prison food, and they did like a live stream, just kind of like mimic their experience there. It was really funny, dude. I actually really enjoyed it.
A reenactment?
It was great. It was really good, dude. Like, luckily I was able to see some of it live. A lot of it. I mean, they obviously, they were like sleeping and stuff for some of it and stuff like that. But the moments where they were up and talking, it was quite good. They actually talked about this subject in there. I'll see if I can find it. Somebody has
Yeah, I
posted
haven't
it
seen that. I would
before.
love to see that.
Oh, dude, someone's posted it here before. If I can find it, I'll play it. Yeah, give me a second. I'll try to pull it up.
I also got this old nugget.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know.
Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls.
So what is pushing this?
Here. Why does that fall?
Newton didn't know.
We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why.
So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why.
So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Yep. If only more of our opponents knew that. They think they know. This is the clip from their jail stream right here.
Earth is flat and space is fake.
Elon wouldn't lie to me.
Elon takes a circle?
Well,
whatever.
Yeah, Elon wouldn't lie. I believed the Earth was flat and space was fake until Elon started doing space. Can't trust NASA. It's run by Nazis. Alex Jones was right.
We have no legs.
Shout out to them, man. I mean, regardless of their position on the topic, they've been throwing it out there for the masses to chew on. And I know there's some people that are like, oh no, I wish they wouldn't say anything, but I don't know. I think it's probably better, more of a net positive than a net negative. Just normalizing the idea isn't so bad. We were talking about that yesterday. People come up to Elijah like, yo, what are you listening to? Oh, just so you don't even have to get into it to normalize it for people. So Guys, I'm gonna have to sign off here in a bit, maybe like 10 minutes or so. So I just wanted to thank you guys. It's been a good conversation.
Thank you.
Might be on later, so.
I'll play you out with this clip about the standard model.
Cool.
This is a science communicator, PhD. But because of the way she's looking at it, she actually sees the problem. She's thinking the problem might lie in the standard model because she has so much faith in gravity. But you can hear the issues here.
However, there are failures of the standard model. The biggest failure, in my opinion, is dark matter. The standard model is supposed to be this theory of like the smallest masses, particles, and it doesn't have a good candidate for a particle that will make up dark matter. And maybe that makes sense because, as I said, or have I said, maybe that makes sense because the standard model doesn't have gravity in it, right? It only has the strong, the weak, and the electromagnetic forces. And maybe that's why it doesn't have a dark matter particle, but it doesn't have a dark matter particle. And you can't be a theory of particles and then also be like, well, we don't know what the dark matter particle is, even though it's 90% of the mass of the universe or whatever. So that's a problem. But I think a bigger problem for people is that the standard model doesn't include gravity. Oh, that's why I was going to say it. It's on my list here. The standard model doesn't include gravity. People don't like this. People want one big, beautiful theory of everything, a gut or a toe. They want to explain absolutely everything with one theory of physics. And the fact that the standard model fails to include a quantum gravity means that it is wrong, in some people's opinion. Or maybe not wrong, but it is a placeholder that will be superseded by the actual theory, the correct theory, whenever that happens. The same way Einstein came and replaced Newton's ideas about gravity. Something is going to happen to the standard model to fix it, in their opinion.
Or in other words, our entire physics is in crisis, and because gravity doesn't work and doesn't match all observable physics or the standard model, they don't know if they have to throw out everything we know about the standard model or re-look at it in a different light because gravity doesn't work. So it's a pretty hilarious issue, but that's why we're here. We also see the issues within these modeling processes that they've done, and there's contradictions within their internal models. And so, for instance, the globe is a big contradiction. It's one of the foundational claims that everything else is stacked on top of. All of the distances and sizes of everything in the cosmos is derived from the assumption of the size of the globe.
Well said. Yeah, very well said.
And they know the size of the globe. Be so accurate, don't they?
Hell no!
Yeah, you'd think that they would have at one point, academia would have had a big convention and sat down and said, "Look, we're about to base our entire view of reality on this thing. Are we absolutely sure?" It's like, let's just go with it.
Is it going to work out? Yeah, when they decide to check, they probably didn't even think. They're probably so stupid they didn't even think way back in the day when they came up with this radius number that we're going to be curious about it someday and maybe decide
You don't need
do a
to
little,
think. You don't need to think.
little
The
second
government
rate
got all
geometry.
those Nazis and then renamed them NASA, and now you can just believe them.
Well, that really makes me wonder. To be honest with you, exactly. I mean, maybe not exactly, but how big is this thing this area that we're living on? what doesn't seem like this 3959 number, even if it were even remotely close from the North Pole to the South Pole. Even if it were remotely close to 3959, I just don't believe that I don't believe it's even I don't think it's within several thousand miles, to be honest with you.
Hell no.
I think it's way, 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 way different than what they're telling us. That's why this below the 60th parallel is obviously off limits, because I think there's just a lot more area that they're not, haven't revealed the exact. And maybe they don't know the exact size. Obviously, maybe they can't go beyond a certain region because there might be some sort of a container that stops them. Some sort. I'm not quite sure, but from the center of the North Pole to the region of no longer can you go further, not legally, but I mean physically, where that distance between the North Pole and the barrier container, so to speak. I mean, how many of you guys think that it's even remotely close to 3959? I don't believe it's close. Not even within several thousand, within a couple, 3,000-4,000 miles. I think it's way different than what they tell us. No comment from anybody. Nobody willing to stick their neck out so somebody can chop it off. Surprised somebody didn't try to chop mine off.
So,
You
the
can't
Earth is
say
measured
that.
flat.
You don't
I
know.
highly recommend Quantum Eraser's presentation on the Sea Sparrow missiles and its targeting systems.
Yeah, that might figure it out. Sure. Thanks, Quantum. Who was it was showing the other day that this place where people can go to the South Pole, and they had these little cubicles that you could rent. It's kind of like a little motel, and they had a library, and they had an airport that was blue ice runway or whatever. Someone showed that on here the other day, I think.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of stuff on blue ice, and from what I gather, oxygen when it freezes turns into a blue ice that basically just when it melts in your hand, for instance, it just evaporates.
Yeah, I've heard
There's
about that
nothing.
too. I've definitely heard that rumor or whatever it is.
Well, it's just when they study or solid oxygen, that's what it looks like. It can't stay very long here, so they say it's said that they do study it at the Antarctic because of the temperatures.
I think the first time I heard about that blue ice, that oxygen-rich ice, or whatever it is, was some kid claimed he was a janitor or something down there in one of the buildings, and he got to know one of the scientists quite well. After working down there for like a year or something, he had this scientist that took him and showed him a piece of that blue ice. He gave him a pair of gloves, says, "Here, hold this." When it melted, he said there was nothing there. It was just dry. I mean, it just turned to air or whatever.
Yeah, another interesting aspect is if you look at liquid oxygen is highly reactive to magnetic fields.
Oh, is it?
So that could potentially have something to do with the containment.
Yeah, makes sense.
But I've been thinking about what's the best way to get this message out.
I have it. You just need to get Indio on my show. That would be super interesting.
Oh God, who takes time to take all these little clips out and put them together like that so they can throw them out whenever they feel they're necessary? That's funny. Who does that? Which one of you guys is doing that shit?
It was me. I was
Oh, that
setting
was you?
myself up.
Oh, that's funny. And have you heard about that boring machine? This is another story. Who knows whether it's even slightly true or whatever, but same kind of a deal where someone got to know someone, scientist or whatever, and they had this boring machine that was trying to bore through the container, which was ice, like a big ice wall that they encountered, and it was this blue ice, like you were talking about. This machine was boring its way through the ice, and after it got in their ways, I can't remember how many feet he said, but it wasn't that far, maybe 50 feet or something. Back of the machine was 50 feet deep in the hole. He came back the next day to restart the drilling operation back up again, and the machine was frozen over, and the ice had filled back in. The machine was now inside the ice. They couldn't get to it. So it's in there frozen solid inside the wall, inside the container or whatever. That's just a story, obviously. No evidence to support it, but I did hear a funky ass story like that too. That was a couple of years ago, at least 2 or 3 years ago. Heard about
Yes,
something.
God Rock, and I am Lucker Larson. Tell me more about this story.
That's all you're getting, brother. All I have. You sound bite, son of a bitch.
It has a little bit, I've got my reservations about it. But yeah, because like they say that it froze over, right? But also, if you take the blue ice or sky ice or whatever, if you try and take it away, like cart it back to another country, it melts.
Right.
And doesn't melt into liquid. It just melts straight into, I guess, gas or whatever. It just disappears.
Right. That's the same story I heard. The guy said that the scientist
Isn't that what dry ice does?
Yeah, that's kind of what dry ice does. Yeah, turns to a high carbon dioxide or whatever.
That's also what ice does in a vacuum.
It's what ice does in a vacuum, huh? And so, what if you had a large enough piece of it in a small vacuum? The ice would still have to. There would still have to be some moisture in there, I would think, just because of the volume situation. Unless the pressure, you reduce the vacuum pressure so low that, I mean, you can boil water in a vacuum at room temperature. So this
Did it have to condense into a liquid somehow?
Yeah. Oh, I'm just saying this
Welcome,
thing
T-Dub.
about
We got Get Beget. And Orion joining us. We are speaking currently with God Rockin'. Welcome, everyone.
Anyway, yeah, so this water boils at 212 degrees. Oh, no, it boils at room temperature and in a vacuum. So it has to do with barometric pressure, what causes water to boil or turn to a gas or however you want to look at it. Nothing to do with heat. It has to do with pressure. You heat it, what you're doing is you are expanding the fluid inside, and it's turning it to a gas and releasing the barometric pressure by expanding it and turning it into a gas inside the water. It bubbles, turns it to a gas, It's basically the same reaction that takes place when you put it in a vacuum with no heat and suck the pressure off the surface. It's to join the available space that you just evacuated. So I don't think temperature has a damn thing to do with water boiling, really. I mean, it does, but it's not the deciding factor. Barometric pressure is what it is.
But
You just made me think of a funny sentence someone could say. Someone could say, "You evacuated the vacuum chamber." Is that correct terminology?
Yeah, maybe, probably. Sure.
Yeah, that's just it's just a term for a chamber which you are able to evacuate, right, matter from. So yeah, a vacuum chamber doesn't necessarily have to contain a vacuum.
Yeah.
And then some people argue that the vacuum is just proportional to another pressure system. So
Yeah, essentially it's just lower pressure. The vacuum chamber is just a containment that doesn't allow gas to pass through it easily.
Let's say you took a vacuum chamber, okay, left just a little tiny spot because to start evacuating the air out of it or whatever, reducing the pressure inside the vacuum. What if you just left just like a half an inch at the top to start sucking the air out of it, and then water in there then starts to expand and fill the available space? If you're going to continue with that, all you're doing is pumping it out. You're just starting to suck the now vaporized water out of the vacuum, because if you turn it off, it's just going to stop boiling, stop trying to return back to a gas until that area is pressurized enough that keeps the water from trying to vaporize.
right, yeah.
That's a really
Would
great.
vaporize.
I want to point out Get's point. Ice will sublimate in vacuum, jump to vapor state, so you can't actually have ice in a vacuum. Yet they keep telling us that there's all these comets of ice and meteorites made of ice. How is that possible flying through a vacuum?
Exactly.
No,
Right.
that is not possible. You can't put ice in a vacuum and it won't stay solid. No way. No way. Not that I'm aware of. I can't sit here and tell you I've done it, but I've seen some demonstrations with vacuums, and as far as I know, you can't put ice cube in a vacuum and reduce the pressure, keep the water in a solid form. I don't think that's possible.
Well, they claim it. They have these
You wouldn't
big
expect
chunks
it to
of
hang around.
ice.
Huh? They claim it by saying they've got clumps of ice flying through space. Is that
Right.
the proof?
And as it approaches the sun, it begins to melt and it leaves the tail and all that. That's what we see. That's what a comet is.
I just saw, this time lapse comet new eyes, and it's not really moving independently, because I see the stars moving at the same rate. So to me, it's just something happening there with the stars, in this container. Just a phenomenon.
So I just thought of another question that we could ask a Glober if they were to come in here and start yakking on about comets.
Okay.
Hey, do you know of any time that anyone's ever demonstrated an ice cube holding its form for more than an hour, or for a prolonged period of time in a vacuum chamber? Like, do you know of anyone demonstrating an ice cube holding its form in a vacuum chamber for a prolonged period of time, like more than an hour a day? Like, no. Obviously, the answer is no.
Right.
So what's up with these comets? What's up with these comets up in space, huh? Are they just hanging around up there? What's up with them?
Is temperature a variable to take into consideration when with sublimation of ice in a vacuum?
I thought it was ice cold in space.
Well, they say both. They say both. Technically, they say that if you're in the pathway of the sunlight and you're facing the sun, and you're close enough to the sun, then you're burning hot. And then if you're in the shade from the sun, you're freezing cold. So it's kind of both, depending on the story, the part of the story.
So just the part of the asteroid or the ice cube that's flying through space that's facing the sun, that part's the part that's shedding the tail.
Yeah, no, they don't really say too much about the sun being the cause of its shedding its tail, other than it the tail is made out of its gas particles and supposedly its and debris off of the comet, they say. But they say that the space is cold, like Orion was saying, but it's supposed to be a vacuum or an insulator, so that the heat has nowhere to go. It's retarded.
So
It would just
where are you getting
it's
this
like having
evidence?
an insulator, and then you have a laser, and you're pointing the laser through, for instance, a glass of the vacuum chamber. You're going to be able to heat up whatever's in that vacuum chamber, and it doesn't have anywhere for the heat to go because the vacuum is insulating it. So it's constantly under a barrage of solar radiation with no protection from the air like we have.
That sounds really fishy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I always refer to it as the story, because that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it ever has been. It's just a story with layers added on top of it.
Right. So I was just going to ask him, say, where are you getting your information here? Where's this coming from? Oh, I could guess, and maybe NASA or some astrophysicist that works for NASA. That's very credible information there. I mean, that's like top notch. No reason you shouldn't believe that, man.
You know what disappoints me? I wish that all these people that are yelling like, "Oh, climate change, blah blah blah." I wish that they would go back to the old days when they used the term global warming. I thought that was more fun, and I think it'd be more fun today, because if people were like, "Oh gosh, global warming is going to destroy us all. We need to do X, Y, Z or whatever," it would give us all more of a regular day opportunity to say, "Oh no 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 no, excuse me." In order for global warming to be real at all in the first place, the Earth would have to be a globe. The Earth is not a globe, thus global warming is not real. And that's the end of that.
Yeah, that story of the globe, when you can demonstrate that there is no globe, it destroys a lot of things. I mean, that's just one of many, isn't it?
Okay, it's lumpy potato warming. How's that?
Oh, there you go. It's enough to feed us all. Just so funny. The deeper you dig into this stuff, like we've been just kind of messing around, poking around, digging, just kind of pointing a few, stupid things out. It's just so obvious how big of a joke the whole thing really is, It just gets worse and worse and worse. The deeper you dig, the more you look at it, the more you test, or the more you do observations or demonstrations or what, it always turns out to be like, no, wrong, negative. No, that's not what's supposed to be happening here. Yeah, it's just the deeper you dig, the worse it gets. Never gets any better. It's so funny to me. It's just like, and these people just like, oh no, still no, can't waver their beliefs, man. You just cannot challenge them, no matter how bad it gets. Oh, quite bizarre, quite bizarre. Yes, you guys need to answer this question for me. Got this neighbor that lives upstairs, and he wears this foxtail. It's about 2 feet long. It's a big fluffy foxtail. It's probably around as a tennis ball at least. It's all fluffy and it curls up and it comes down and it hangs down almost to the below her butt cheeks anyway. Let's put it that way. She wears it everywhere she goes. She's got this foxtail hanging out of her pants. And I seen her on the deck one day. She lives right upstairs from me, and she was walking around on all fours up there. It's like, what's going on here, guys? Have you ever seen anything like that? Holy moly. No, she's not foxy. No, not in that way. Why would she be doing something like that? Come on, guys. Fuck, clue me in. I'm lost, man. What the frick is going on with this woman? Is that a normal thing? Do a lot of people do that? Am I just like a naive or outside in years even long enough to see foxtails all over the place or what? What? No. Nobody even dares comment. That's strange. Oh, there's a fox. Thanks, Miguel. That's a big old fluffy foxtail. Rubber suit and the fucking insane asylum. There you go. Now you're making sense to me. Thanks. Just worth 1,000 words there. Yeah, that little skinny one there, the last one you posted, Miguel. That's kind of the color, and yeah, it's a pretty close representation of what this woman's got hanging out of her pants right now.
I just don't care about foxtails, God Rockin'. I care about flat Earth.
Okay, well, I get that. I just was hoping for some kind of correlation here that I was missing. That's all. Well, I don't care what it is, but I hate it. All right. There's no reason to blush over this thing, Sydney. I mean, I'm just commenting on my neighbor, and I was wondering if it was a new fad that I'm somehow not aware of. That there's a new fad going around that, women wear these foxtails, and maybe that they're part of some kind of club or I don't know, college fraternity. Let's see, private club where you go to have drinks and bar, and if you wear a tail, you get a free drink. Or I don't know. I was just curious.
It's a strange club, and you're not in it.
I'm not in it, thank God.
Sydney hates this, but I don't really care. This is how Lucker Larson communicates with the world.
Why don't you get a fox whistle and just like in the middle of the night, just blow on it really loud?
For a second, I thought you were going to say something like, you wear one of these tails and you go to a party and that means that you're getting tail or something like that.
That means you already have a tail. You don't need any more.
Since it's silent, I'll play one of my clips.
Top GAI Andrew Tate here. Back again to talk about another clip. Seems like Sneeko is as smart as he sounds when he argues. On the Raw Talks podcast, he simply comes out and says it. Let's listen to the clip.
What's this? Who the is this Zerka guy? Because I've seen a bunch of his.
You have him on the pod.
I'm
You
gonna
have
have
him
him
on,
on,
right?
I'm gonna have him on the 30th. But like, yo, he just says the most outrageous.
Yeah.
Like,
he's a character. He's great to have on stream. I see him kind of like a different version. We're two sides of a similar coin. It's funny because I grew up Catholic and now I'm Muslim. He grew up Muslim and now he's Catholic, and we're just sitting there like debating about Christianity and Islam all the time. But he red pilled me on the globe. The Earth is probably flat.
no, don't do that.
The
Don't
Earth is
do
flat.
that.
We can get into it.
You
Man.
really think that?
Have you ever held a tennis ball?
Yes, of course.
Where's the flat point on a tennis ball?
Where's the flat point?
Yeah.
I mean,
On a tennis ball. Like where's the flat part?
not a flat part.
There's none.
Yeah.
So why every time you see the Earth, it's flat? There's a big flat part on the Earth. It's just a bigger tennis ball.
Distance.
Distance?
Distance.
Show me one picture of round Earth. If you take the biggest cameras of all time and zoom all the way out.
Bro, listen, I was on
Flat.
Empire State Building once. That was curving.
No, it wasn't.
I was curving. Maybe it was my
I've
eyes.
seen that same
That
thing.
shit was curving. I saw it with my own eyes.
You have a
dude.
picture?
No, I took a picture with my eyes.
No, you
dude.
didn't. See,
My
that's what I'm
eyes.
saying.
I was way up there. Yo, one time I was on a plane. I saw it curving.
Because the window has a fisheye thing because it's the.
Nah. This window was different. This was a private plane. It was a straight window. No fisheye.
You flexing on all of us now? You go
No.
on private jets, so now you know the Earth is round.
No, dude.
Maybe there, but I don't know. I'm not a globetard. That's stupid to think that. SpaceX. Well, Elon's telling us a secret, man. X. There's no space.
Oh. Whoa.
You know what I'm saying?
Holy.
So first argument is tennis ball and flat points. I don't hate this argument since it forces them to come to terms with the requirement of spherical objects having curves, forcing them to face the contradiction of it all, or it looks flat as high as money can get you, for which they only have derp. It must be so big, or in his case, distance, a variation of that argument. You can slay him right there. The imagined globe is only 3,959 miles, which would necessitate a drop over distance that comes out to about to give you a horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which from 1 foot observation height should place the horizon at only 1.22 miles away. Or you can use the parabola approximation of 8 inches per mile squared. That is accurate to the claims up to about 1,000 miles. This would mean we should be able to easily detect the geometric horizon at a set distance away, or use the imagined limitation of this assumed physical blockage or water hill, if you will, to be able to block lasers or see if the laser will hit the target. It might be too big for horizontal curving, at least according to them on the x-axis, since you are always going to be looking out at the optical horizon, and it would therefore be a flat circle around you until you theoretically got far enough away. But they claim boats disappear over the edge of the globe on the z-axis. So from you to the horizon would show it clearly, especially in infrared when compared to visible light. Since it's well understood different wavelengths refract at different rates, so if the globe excuse for why we always see too far, now that we have better optics, is really all the light bending